box and a wall portrait of 9 portraits. And the wall portrait of 9 looks its best when it's a series of dancing or moving images. It looks incredible when you can get somebody to dance in a skirt or fabric like that and then sell that as one piece. So I'll talk to you. That's, to me, is shooting to sell. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. There is a movement card in my posing manual which talks about trying to fake as much movement as you can. And then just in terms of general movement that doesn't involve a wall, let's just do some general mirroring. So let's go hands onto your hips, kicking out this way. That's a go. And there's my shot there. Okay, and then I want you to go this way, and I want you to do that. Okay, this hand goes flat, slide back, and I just want you to lean straight back into it, long chin this way. That's it there. From there, I want you to hold your elbows and open your upper body up to me. I want you to turn this way and look back over your shoulder. I want you to put your thumbs into your, or your index fingers into your jeans there. That's it. Good girl. I want you to turn back and face me in the front. I want you to just kick out this way. So don't think too much about it. That's it. And maybe this hand out to here. That's the one. Look down. Beautiful big laugh. Awesome. From there, come back to the front. And, you know, just keep moving. It should really be that quick. And the quicker that you are styling and shooting them, the less they have time to think about holding each pose. Every now and then, when I get them into a pose and I see something that I really like, I'll say, stop, stop, just stay there, stay there, stay there, don't move. Okay, from there, don't just bring this hand up, don't move anything else, just bring this hand, stop, stop, that's it, that's it. You see, I'm like that, so that's how I'm directing. And then I'm like, stop, stop, that's it, a little higher, Simi, lift up the hands, good girl, stop, 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 there it is, bang, bang, bang. And I jump in and grab something there, and then I'll keep them moving again. But I just want them to mirror me. I want to come up with lots of different ways to move the body, but I want to remember the rules. At every moment, her chin is forward and down. At every single moment, her hands are either on her body, touching her body, and I try always for symmetry, asymmetry in the hands up and down. They never, if she crosses over and touches her tummy, then I say, no, not on the tummy. If never at any time did we touch the boobs again, so those are the same rules that apply, but she's just out there on her own. Now, nobody's going to do that unless they A, trust you, or B, if you take strong direction in their posing. Swap with Amanda. This is for everyone who thinks that Simi models for me. Okay, just mirror me. Okay, so from here I want you to take your feet apart, one hand out, push it out there, long chin forward, don't throw your head back, stop. Okay, from there I want you to kick this way, I want you to turn this way, this foot goes out, knee goes. Work your shoulder forward to me, that's the one right there. Okay, from there, what I want you to do is hold your elbows here, under your boobs, that's it. Now rock your shoulders forward, bring your chin around this way. Good girl, beautiful big smile. Okay, from here I want you to turn around to the front. I want you to bring this hand up. Okay, put your feet together. I want you to kick your booty out this way, and I just want you to bring this hand up here and this hand up here. Now, bring your chin forward, no fist. Okay, turn this hand around and let this hand go to here. Okay, so soft fingers, nice, frame the face. Push your chin forward, Amanda. Now give me that face and work that body out this way. Good girl. Okay, turn this way. You know, I want you just to keep, people will just keep mirroring you and doing what you're doing. Okay, people will just keep coming back to whatever you're doing and they'll just follow it. If they take more time, if you have to stop like that and push their chin forward and make sure that they're giving you that expression, you just take a little bit more time. But if I go too slow, so if I'm sitting here and I'm push this hip out, so knee goes that way, bring this hand up to here, and bring this hand up to here, the more she thinks about what she's doing, the less expression is going to keep coming from her face. So keeping the flow in your posing is really, 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 really important. Let's imagine that Simona and Amanda are sisters and they're doing a double shoot. So I'm going to go through the same sequence of shots as an add-on. Okay, this is how you have to be efficient in your posing. So let's say Simona's here on her wall shot. Okay, so straight away, Simona's there on her wall shot. Amanda's getting dressed into her outfit. I photograph Simona's beautiful shot there. And then the first thing I do is I stand up a little straighter and sister come in. And what I want you to do is I want you to stand with your feet, no, face her. I want you to stand with your feet on either side. I want your arms around at your waist, each other, that's it. Okay, so to me, I want them as a V. I want their back shoulders together. Okay, very, very important. It's a bit of a boob squash for girls, but it doesn't matter. You don't want their body language towards each other because they're sisters, not lovers. And you want to open up their bodies because it's more slimming for them to be 45 to the camera. At this stage here, they've got their arms around each other at the waist. You do not want to see a hand come up and over here because everybody does it. You do not, and everybody naturally does that. And you do not want hands high, so hands go low around the waist. This hand here can then hold an elbow there, and that connects them. Okay, so straight away they're connected as sisters, and just like a couple, you've made that beautiful love heart, but a couple are joined at the hip. So see how her hips are open to me? You need to do the same. No, stay open to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so don't turn towards me, but just turn open. Okay, from here, what I then do is I just get them to bring their chin towards their shoulder first. So you go to your own shoulder first, and then you go to each other. That's it, but you don't tip towards each other, you come towards each other with your face. That's it. Now, Amanda, on your plane is further back, so you need to come towards me. Now come together. Now work your shoulders in. Okay, and straight away, they both come into their pose, right? So then Simona jumps out, and Amanda does a shot here, but hers is going to be a little bit of a different pose. So kicking your hip all the way out, take your weight on your outside foot, cross over, thumbs into here, long chin towards me, good girl, and then I shoot Amanda's sequence here. And then what have I done? If it was a mother and daughter or if it was sisters, I've created a sequence of images around one style. Do you get me? Right? Any questions? Ask me questions. No?
Yes. The internet is wondering, lots of people were asking this yesterday and today, if you could show a side view of this.
Oh, sure.
To see what the neck is doing when you're saying the chin out.
Okay, it's you, Amanda. Which camera are we on? We'll do this one? Okay. So if you sit into your normal sitting position, everybody sits into their normal comfortable position, which is this chin line here, right? So from the front, we can see pretty much everybody's chin line sits back into a normal comfortable chin line. All right, so we'll do it from the front and then we'll do it from the back. So the first thing we do is we bring the chin towards me, like that, and then down. Stop. Was that good?
Can you see?
Yeah. So turn and face the camera, and so sit into your normal neck. That's it. And then we push our chin forward and down. Okay. So from the side position, when you're in a 45-degree angle this way, and then you put your hands up on your hips, and then you work your shoulder forward because we want body language. And then we bring our chin long and forward and then down. Got it?
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so from there, stay, sister. Okay, so from there I've got my sisters. You're going to be mum today, Sandra. Come on, mum. Hot mama. Okay, then I take a beautiful photo of mum in the same sequence. So what I don't want to do is create 3 exactly similar shots, but I want to shoot them in the same area. So I have a few choices. I can change up the pose, I can add a prop, or I can stand all 3 of them against that wall, but I want all 3 of them to do something different. I want Simona to do a side-on one, I want Amanda to do a front-on one, I want mum to do a recline. Okay, so at 45, take your weight on the back foot. I want you to lean with this back shoulder. Yeah, that's it. I want you to touch here. Good girl. And I just want you to push your bum out that way. That's it. And then drop down here. I want your chin long and around here. Done. Okay, so then I shoot mum in a beautiful recline. Mum looks great. Then I'm going to do the same shot that I did with the girls with mum in the centre. Okay, so straight away I bring mum in. Amanda faces Sandra. Okay, Simi's behind, and straight away this is really, really amazing. Remember how we posed the 3 girls on the couch and we all had to get our elbows on the couch and all of a sudden none of us could bring our heads together? Well, exactly the same. If you come forward, Amanda, we're kind of shooting around the window. This is something I do in the studio, but we really don't need to be shooting around the window here. So let's come forward and show people, yeah. Okay, so then you've got 3 women lined up. So this is what I call traditionally the choo-choo train, when everybody brings their hand up like this, okay, and everyone's like on their little choo-choo train, and you've got 3 little Thunderbirds going. Okay, so what we're trying to do is create some shape here. So the first thing that I'll do is put your hand under there. You 2 can touch elbows. That's not a problem, so you can hold elbows. Okay, now straight away our heads are all far apart, and if I have to get them in, I'm going to squish them in too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Sandra to take her left foot out the back. Yeah, and I'm going to get, so watch this from the front. This is very cool. I want you to pull your bum back, Sandra. No, back. Out here, pull it back. Your whole bum is going to step out of there, and these 2 are going to go in. Okay, so did you see that? Yeah. So her bum, well, not that far. Okay, you got to be in the shot. Your shoulders drop and your chin's around. Okay, you're going to come in too, but what it is these 2 are going to come around you. So basically, you know, we take our booty back. All right, we want our booty back. Now you got 3, if you have 3 curvy booties, so everybody come back forward, everybody bring everything back. Okay, I want everybody to push their bum back. Yeah, so everyone takes their weight back on their back foot and then comes in. So straight away, you're doing exactly the same thing. Now what you don't want to do is have a whole lot of people tipping forward like this. You know, like you see that with the bridesmaid shot. It's about taking your booty out of the shot, dropping your front shoulder a little bit, but staying upright. As soon as Sandra steps her booty through, back out, and the girls enclose her, all of a sudden, Mum's the skinniest one out of the group because we've made a daughter sandwich. Yeah, so I would be always more inclined to put the curvy in the middle. Curvy in the middle. Okay, because then you can just pull on through. So it always looks really good.
Sue, quick question
Sure.
from the internet. Picture Lady 82 is wondering, what if you have 4 women, 3 daughters, and a mom?
Sure. Well, same rules apply. I don't mind shooting this as a 4. The hard part is come back in. The hard part is you'd have to turn this way. Yeah, so we'll do 2 and 2. So now this makes our choo-choo train quite apparent, right? All of a sudden we're 2 and 2. So we do have to mix this up a little bit. And I don't mind if you take your weight back through, yeah? Okay, and then you 2 come in closer. As soon as you take her weight back through, she stops being choo-choo trained. As long as her face is coming forward so it's on the same plane, I'm going to come into Simona definitely and open out a little bit more instead of being all side on this way. But more importantly, what I really want to do here is I want to create her around this daughter. So you need to open your shoulders up a little bit around here, and you're going to hug up into her arm and shoulder maybe to come in this way. And then the 2 daughters can come in this side, and I can open up, or Simona can open up to me, and then I can be with, you know, my sister on this side. So I want to try and just move those angles a little bit more so that we're not just all lined up like this doing our choo-choo train, because it looks so wrong. Yeah, so just try and play with who works and their body angle works better. Try and open her up to the outside daughter, keep her there, keep Simona here, and maybe even the 3 of us, it could work if I come into this side and I've got my thumb into my jeans and I'm around the girls this way. So if you were going to do that, you'd have to do the 2 curves in the centre. And so the leaner on the outside, because they're framing the other 2, and curves can rock onto their back foot and pull their weight through. Cool? Go ahead.
How much control do you try to maintain when you have a bigger group? Because sometimes, you know, it's maybe an extended family. Do you get those kind of scenarios?
Well, everybody's got to be looking at you, so to some degree you've got to be yelling and whooping.
Okay. I'm saying, how much control do you try to maintain when you have a bigger group?
Well, I've posed a 13 group, including 3 toddlers were in there and 1 baby.
Yes.
And I just took my time at placing everybody where they were meant to be, and then I just spent the time clapping, whooping, yelling, and getting everyone to look at me. And I will head swap if I have to, but I did just I have this amazing 13 shot where I built people around chairs and all had them pushing forward. I did shoot it quite wide and open, and it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful shot. But yeah, you've got to have a lot of control, and there's a lot of pressure there, especially when there's babies in there, because sometimes you can be going like this to get the babies, woo, to get the babies, and then mum and dad are looking off, or nobody's working their chin, or... So I just you've got to keep talking. It's the same as posing women. So everyone's sitting upright, everybody looking at me, everybody chins forward, and here we go, we're going to get the kids' attention. Keep it going, and lots of control. But yeah, very rarely could you leave 13 people to their own devices and get a good shot.
So you talk about shooting to sell, and Natalie Delgado asks, for a sequence with mothers and sisters, would you still do a 9x9 and include their pictures together?
No, I have a very special folio deal that I do for mother and daughters because they are my ultimate client. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, but what I'll say about it is basically they are my biggest spending client. So for a very small amount, they can upgrade and double the sale. They can upgrade and double their package at a third of the cost, because the thing is ultimately she's going to be paying for it, because the daughters always bring in mum and mum always pays. So for an extra $900, I will double the package and give them a set each, because it's not costing me anything to double it. Well, it is, it's costing me product, but the profitability on that's pretty good. The thing is if I get the girls in and get mum to come in, but make it about all of them individually, they will choose their own individual folio, but their together folio, the mum folio, can be quadrupled. Tripled, sorry. Only quadrupled if there's 4 of us, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely talk about that.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a good question.
One more quick one.
Sure.
Maybe not so quick. People are wondering if these posing techniques translate to photographing men.
Well, no. Because men won't hold elbows, and men won't bring their shoulders forward and their chins around. Generally, men also don't really stand very close to each other, and men tend to all turn off their energy outwards, and they're all lined up like this. So 4 guys will generally stand like 4 blokes. So that's pretty much how 4 blokes stand, right? And every now and then, if they're drinking, one of them might throw their hey and take a photo with their mates. So the idea, I think, with guys is you maybe have to sit a couple down, build your triangles, or turn them a little bit in so that they can still stay in their man position, but that they're not facing each other or looking at each other. Men don't turn their energy towards each other closely. Yeah, so that's a girl thing, or a man and woman thing.
Thank you.
And anyway, who photographs men?
A question from Hendrik. Do you find women aged 30 plus easier to pose than young girls?
It's, okay. I read this really famous quote by Kevin Bacon that said, the poetic justice of getting old is that as you age, as your face ages, you start losing your eyesight. So, luckily you can't see what's going on so much. As women start to get into their 30s and 40s, and 50s, they become more sensual than they ever are. And unfortunately, it's not when you have that young, hard body, that you had when you were 20. Young women, teenage women and 20s, they can be sexual if they want to. They can even, do all the faces and all the rest of it. But a sensuality, really I've only ever seen in women over 30. I don't know whether it's something that we arrive at or what it is, but it's definitely a sensuality that older women have, and they definitely, you can pose, young bodies into doing just about anything with their bodies, but there's something about sensuality, or a woman who are slightly that a little bit older and they have this incredible sensuality. They're not easier to pose, they're just different to pose. But I often think at a time where they feel the most sensual in themselves, it's not fair that you seem to get it later. You should have it all the time. It would be lovely to have that comfortableness to feel sexy and feel beautiful and have that gorgeous sort of feeling. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
We have about 30 minutes if you want to keep
Cool.
going.
Okay. So from there, what I'm going to do is I just want to show you a couple of 2s and 3s that are my faves. One of my absolute all-time favourites was the beauty shot lying down. The beauty shot sitting down on the ottoman. It was real classic in my studio, and it was one that I repeated a lot and one that everybody loved. This is also my manual too, which is about getting the 3 girls on the couch together. That works really well with young girls. I don't think I'd try it with an older group of girls, because they all had their jeans wrapped around each other and their legs wrapped around each other, and it looked very Guess jeans to me and very funky, and I would just pile them all onto a couch and make them get as close as possible. Obviously the idea with this pose is that all of their hands, arms and shoulders are working towards all looking like 3 supermodels, just all crowded on together. The together shot that I took of the girls just now, when they've done their wall series each and they've done their together shot, I will repeat that on a darker background and black dresses and make it look more sort of magazine. So I'll do the friendly light version of that with light colour clothes on, and then I'll do that black sort of shot. Nico, in my first PDF yesterday, I did a beautiful shot of Simona and her sister and mother in black dresses, and I just make it look really kind of square in fashion. So I shoot it low, there's no tilting, I shoot it nice and low. If they've got to be sort of slimmed or contoured, I make sure that their bum is pushing away from the camera, but they're not doing that tip forward friendliness, you know, that it's very upright, that they're shaping their body but staying upright, and I shoot it very square to the background.
Do you prefer to have them all wearing the same color? Like if they're all going to wear like white tops and
Well,
jeans?
I tend to do tones more than the same color, but I'm kind of a monochromatic person. So I kind of feel like it looks good to me. Like I like it when everybody is in black. I like it when everybody is in white and jeans. I like that. Obviously, the girls all brought in something black. They all brought in something light. We photographed them in dark and light, but the next shot, when they were all in black, we took a beautiful shot of the 3 of them together. So I like the idea that, in fact, as a sequence, I shot Lita sitting down. By the way, I'd just like to say, on that next shot, on the family shot, I didn't retouch Simona's family, and because I was just sent it to her unretouched, and her mother is 66 years old. How's that? She's so divine. I just love the simplicity of that, you know. I love that it's cropped just below the bum line, because I like that the girls are kicking their booty out, and they are doing that on purpose. You know, obviously Lita's in the centre, standing upright, and the girls are on either side of her, but the idea is that they're both like this. They're both kicking their bum out. I want shape and shoulder. Like, why should we just take a family portrait where everybody's standing normally like this? You know, why not ham it up a bit? The shape of that image is beautiful. I love that you can see the gap between Lita and Simona. You know, I love that it's in all black, but I actually like this too. So I want to create family portraits that are really contemporary like that and really gorgeous. That is not just for the girls. If Lita's husband wanted to hop in, I would have put him where Simona is and then put Simona on the outside of him and done a family shot just like that. Mum and Dad connected, 2 beautiful girls on either side. The same would apply for Shaka if we were going to replace Lita for Shaka's husband and then have her daughter and her son there. I will do an entire sequence of a family shot like that. I don't have a problem with shooting on a plain background square to the wall, because if I changed up Simona and put Simona's husband Graham and their 2 girls in, and then I got Lita's husband and just did a couple shot, and then I got the girls, the mother and daughters, and then put in Dali, their brother, and then shot Dali and his partner Lita, and then shot Chaka and her husband, and then their 4 kids, I've essentially sold 12 incredible portraits, and all they've done is stayed in exactly the same place. I don't need to reinvent the wheel every time I take a family portrait. What I need to do is take a killer shot of all of those people. You agree? Yeah, so you don't have to go... It's not about taking the most incredible background or whatever. You could do that in the most beautiful garden. What people want is a visual representation of an amazing shot of their family, feeling good about themselves, all laughing and feeling gorgeous. And, you know, the first thing that they said when they saw that, the first thing is, yeah, I want more, show me more, oh my God. You know, because people are pleased to see a beautiful photo of themselves. So keep it simple. Keep it really simple.
So when you have the husband there or the dad there, you always put the mom and dad right next to each other.
Yes.
And then do you, like if it was a mom and dad here and you had one daughter, would you put the daughter on the other side of dad or would you put the daughter on the other side of mom?
Well, either.
How would you?
Either,
Okay.
because mum is the matriarch of the family as well. So if you look at it like this, what you have to remember is the body language. So for starters, the husband and the wife are connected physically or sexually, so their body language will always be towards each other. Okay, and so a child will either hug her father's shoulder or its son will be this way to his dad. You know, he'll be in the shot, but he's still against his dad, like the two men can stand together. Or he can even stand in front of them and slightly off to the front, pockets in his jeans. That works really well, as long as you represent the couple as a couple and our child. And so you can move people around, but if you set the centrepiece, as being mum and then bring dad in and their centrepiece as a couple, then you can move whoever you want in and out of that shot.
So you always make mum normally
I
always
do.
the centre.
Yeah, I either make mum the centre or dad the centre. But you know what? Sometimes you see the energy in family. Sometimes mum's really dominant, right? She's telling everybody what to do. Dad's just sort of along for the ride. You know, she's the dominant one and the children she's obviously dominant. I'll put her in the centre. Sometimes dad is very, very dominant, you know, and sometimes you get a very even husband and wife who are very into each other. Well, then they can be in the middle, mucking around, playing, kissing, cuddling, whatever, and the kids are usually just like, oh no, it's so gross. But they like it and they're all around them. So I kind of watch the dynamic of a group and I see who dominates there and who is more cherished and more loved. I've actually gone to put couples together and they've hissed at each other. You know, it's like, okay, so the kids are running around, I want you two to hug and do a couple shot, and they're like, ugh. You know, and you just think to yourself, what? So I always joke, free cuddles today, you know, let's all have free cuddles, and I push everybody together and make them touch each other and cuddle each other and love each other, and I mean, what more can you do? You've just got to talk through what people have, the dynamic that people have got. Any questions there?
Absolutely.
And a bar stool, John, if I could have that white bar stool that goes up and down, and the little white half stool for the next shot.
Bethany P actually has a good question. Bethany from Rhode Island. She says that when you pose three women, you put the curviest in the middle, and you also tend to put the mother in the middle. If you're posing a mother with two girls and one girl is heavier, would you put the heavy daughter in the middle? How would you keep the mother in the middle and still make the daughter look slim?
Okay, so let's say I'm curvy daughter, so you two are together and I'm curvy daughter. There's two things you can do. One of them is if you open mum out like this towards me so that she cuts into my body line, then obviously she can put her thumbs into her jeans and we can lock hands here. I can be here, or what I can do is I can take my body mass behind her to some degree and come around, and if that fails, you can just kick it all out here like that and bring it in a little bit on Photoshop. Okay, but if she's turned side on and I'm curvy, then I'm kind of left out here on my own, and I'm going to just look like I'm sticking out here. Also, if I've got really big boobs, which happens, there's no way I'm getting our faces together. The only way I'm getting my face together, now imagine that we've all got really, really big boobs. Just imagine that for a minute. Got that? Right? So we've all got really big boobs, and obviously we're going to push ourselves out. The only thing we can do is really come in to each other that way. So yes, you are going to get more of a cave-in, but also the good thing about having really large boobs, not that I'd know, is that you can move them. They squish. So it's kind of a boob squish, and then this one will go, oh my God, your boobs are squished into my back and I can feel them. And then they all go and laugh, and then, you know, you get more opportunity to take some more candy shots.
A question from Jen Bruss. When you're directing, do you have the camera in your hand or are you putting it down?
Monopod on dolly wheels. So I go up and down. I don't use a tripod because you saw yesterday for obvious reasons. And the other one is the monopod just goes up and down and I can kick it to the side. But the most important part, and when I shoot out, I'm shooting tethered next, I'm going to have the strap. just because I need two hands. So if I go strap, I can put it there and then pose with my hands. If I hold the camera, I'm posing with one hand, and it just does not work as well as when I can use two hands to show movement.
Thank you.
We have a question from a gentleman in the chat room, Ram, and I think you went over this a little bit yesterday, but maybe recap on it today. Being a guy mostly photographing females, how can I get them to hold their gaze without being creepy?
Okay, so what's really important is I've watched a lot of behind the scenes videos, and you know that when I'm talking to you, I'm being authoritative. Okay, I am, and I'm actually authoritative, especially if you are struggling to get into a chin forward or you're struggling to get into a pose. I am quite strong in my posing, but never at any time am I this. Amanda, bring your chin around to me. Gorgeous. I hear a lot of guys say they soften their voice and to create a mood, but it's like, dude, the only mood you're creating for me right now is I'm going to bring up my breakfast. You're posing someone. You're not trying to make love to them, or maybe you are, but then you might have a bit of trouble posing them unless they like you, in which case it's game on for everybody. I don't know. I just don't be creepy. If you don't want girls to think you're creepy, don't be creepy. It's quite obvious what creepy is. I mean, I go back to Russell. If Russell's probably watching, but Russell taught me. I was 22 years old. I had no life experience. 22 years old, I'm a kid. You know, and I loved the way he loved women. And he never loved them like, You know, he went like this. God, look at you. And he was confident. He has a mother and two sisters that he gets on really well with. When he posed a woman, he'd move something. Good girl. Nice. But never at any time. And the women would pose for him and feel beautiful and like, wow. But he never took it to that place where at any time where it's like, and if you're thinking that, dude, keep it to yourself. Till later. Yeah.
Sue Darmish asks, how often do you have full-length portraits?
Never.
So we haven't seen any.
Never. Oh, unless they jump up in the air and do something like that when their feet come in. I just don't see the need. I think a full-length portrait gets me further away from the face and the expression. Everything I do is cut off at the bum or mid-thigh, and every now and then I might take it to the knee. There's no reason for me to take a full-length portrait. Ever.
Cool.
Yeah. Quite weird, I know, but it's very true.
Everyone really liked your impression of creepy. By the
Oh,
way.
good.
I loved it.
Yeah. I've been creeped out by clients. You know, clients have been creepy towards me. So, you know, sometimes I think to myself, it's like the worst situation that you can be in when you're supposed to be vulnerable and trusting somebody and they're making you feel awkward. And you don't ever want to be in that situation. It's too methodical. Shooting for me is too methodical. Maybe other people want to get more into the mood of it. But I tell you what, I could be standing there like this with somebody. I can say, in this voice, I want you to put this knee up. I want you to bring your toe up, Amanda. I want you to push your booty out. I need you to focus on me because you're not listening to me. I need you to stay still. Stop fidgeting. I want you to bring your hand around like this. I want you to kick your bum out. Work your shoulder forward. Like I said, pull that elbow back. And once you're in that pose, push your chin forward, eyes down to me. Relax your mouth. And now just breathe, eyes up. And
That's exactly how she did it too.
And they can look as sexy as they want, and I don't have to be all like, yeah, to make them do that.
Like if you have a client that's creepy, do you just try to hurry it up and end the session, or?
No, I just kind of laugh. But, you know, I mean, I've had a couple of creepy people be creepy to me as I'm posing them.
Right.
So we now have half an hour. I misspoke earlier.
Okay, cool.
Break,
Oh, good.
so.
I'll just keep going then. All right, so now let's look at the Barstool add-on. So the Barstool add-on was when Simona did her Fashion Quarterly. I call it Fashion Quarterly. It's one of those things we realised our couch wasn't tall enough, didn't we? Amanda, can you push this over here? You stay. Yeah. Okay, so this was my one-shot wonder. This is in the posing manual. Bring it all the way around. All the way? Yeah. Right here. Matt, you come this way. And can you pull those clothes off? Yeah. Okay, this knee goes up here. Okay, this was just a pose that we did, and the idea was that we staggered it. Okay, so the whole point is maybe put your foot down there. Can you turn that off me? Yeah, yeah. All right, so the whole point of this pose is that we've made triangles. We've made a triangle here, okay? We've shot it nice and square, so her body is pointing in this direction here, but her face is square back to this camera here. Very, very important. And we've created another triangle here. Okay, so there's another triangle here. Triangles are more interesting. We've created another triangle here. So this creates space. By the way, in my posing manual, this is what I call the fashion quarterly, or another version of the cover shot that's very fashion. It's very angular. It is not for curves. Okay, and if Simona stands up, I'll show you why. The reason it's really not for curves is because the curves fill all the triangles, except for that one. So it just sort of shuts it all down. You know what I mean? There's no space. And the more space there is in the shot, the more slimming and open it looks. So that would be the only pose that I say is not really a curvy pose. Hop back in. So the idea with this is if daughter takes a really beautiful cover girl shot, she takes a really gorgeous shot, she's facing this way, she looks great, and then I want a sequence here, then straight away I'll drop this arm down and then I'll bring mum in this way. Okay, now she sits up a little bit further and we can connect with our faces this way. Now we can hold hands here, we can lock in together, we can do a beautiful shot together. I can embrace her as my daughter and bring her right in. We can laugh, whatever you want to do, anything like that. But all I have to do is stand up behind her. So it's really good for my body line because my body line just sucks into hers anyway. So again, two curvy girls, not a problem. I just wouldn't sit her down and crunch up her arms and legs. I would sit her down and forward with both of her legs down that way, 45 degrees, and then I would lean forward and then lock their arms together here. So I would bring their hands together here, but I just would not have them all crunched up, arms and legs up into the frame, so filling the frame up. This shot here works really well for the boys and girls too, because if this was my partner, he was here, then I could be on his back like this. I could put my arms around him. He can stay open like a guy and have his legs and arms and knees out and have all of his manly position, and I can work it here, or he can turn around and face me and I can stand between his legs and we can do all of the couple stuff where I'm standing and he's holding me tight around the waist. So that's a really good add-on here. To add on, I need a drink of water, I think. Can't lose my voice on day 2. Okay. So what I've got on this card for add-on 3, where did I just put that? Oh, these? No. All right. Chuck a question at me while I'm just looking for this. Kenna?
Question. Do you prefer vertical or horizontal family portraits?
Both. Yeah, both. Vertical is actually harder because you always get the feet in. The only way you get a vertical family portrait is by doing that. Unless they're used to see the whole feet standing. 2s, it's always vertical for me, mostly. But the good thing about 3s here is what I actually did with this image is, if you stand up, I actually got one girl, let's go that way. Go that way, to the power. I got one girl to sit on this one. So, Simi, you sit there. And then Sandy, you come here. And I want you just to, like, kneel your bum there. Okay, so that you're just in the staggering line. As many chairs that you have that go at different heights, the better. Because ultimately, I can pose 3 now like this. Okay, so once I have a 3 stack, I can do whatever I want with it. So we connect these 2 together here, okay, so they go towards each other. And then what we do, what's really important, is that we connect our hands to each other. Now, often when I'll sit 3 people down, I'll get them into a position that I like, and the first shot I do is one that's quite posy. So I'll do the back girls up like this, I'll do Simona leaning on her knee, I'll do, no, you're not going to mirror me because we'll be 2 wings out there, so you're going to just go over her arm and down towards her, and I might be here, so I'll do a 3 set. Then what I do is I say, bring your arms together, whatever looks good from the front. So if it doesn't look good from the front, I change it up. But then what I do is, as I talk them through their expression, and I bring them into more of a laughter, and I bring them in together so that they're all laughing and leaning on each other, I might say arms around each other, and they will literally find their own way. Like somebody will grab this one, she'll hold their hands in the front, and they can do a beautiful laughing series together, and it looks really gorgeous, as long as you have that stack. So I call it staggering in the poses, and I've got bar stools that have, you know how you have the bar stool with the shape of the bum, but it doesn't have a back on it? They're the best ones because the bum covers it, and they go up and down really high and really low. That image there has 2 of those bar stools, and if you have a look at the back of it, you can see here where the bar stools are, that one is lower, one is higher, and one is standing. Now, there is a really killer shot in my studio of a mother and 2 young girls, and it's this image here. It's a 30-40 in my studio, so it's a very large image. That would be the most requested image in my world. So for some reason, when the mothers see that shot of that mum and those 2 girls, they walk in and go, I want that. Now that tells me the mum wants to look hot, and she just wants a beautiful photo of her and her family where she's looking really gorgeous. Because too many times we're focusing on photographing the kids and we're not looking at what mum's doing. So if you're shooting family portraits and you're out on location, the idea is this girl here is the one that's paying. She's paying you. Okay? Now she will pay you based on how good she looks. Her kids look good any time of the day. She thinks her kids look good when they're pulling stupid faces, when they've got really bad teeth because they're growing their new teeth and they've got these big dorky smiles. She thinks her kids are beautiful all day, every day. But what she wants is to feel really good. So for family portrait photographers, for the mother of the bride, just be aware that this matriarch of the family here, she has the checkbook. You know, she's the one in the family that controls the spending, and when she's happy, she will buy. Now, Dad here, I'll be Dad. Dad here thinks he has the checkbook. But luckily, Mum here knows that Dad thinks that. And as long as he thinks he's in control, everybody's happy. All right, any questions?
Yes, Sarah in Seattle. Do you tell people to leave non-participants at home? In other words, no viewers during the shoot, or do you let them come along?
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, 2 things happen here. They can really put a downer on the shoot if they come in with attitude, the viewer. Secondly, some people bring in, a lot of people bring them in as somebody to help them dress and reinforcement. You know, women don't go to the toilet on their own. If it's a young man and he's a boyfriend and he wants to watch, a young man, so I put this in my marketing demographics, the young guys are usually like this the whole time. Okay, he's going to pay for it because he's just, my beautiful young girlfriend is up there in her lingerie and I'm just blown away right now. They love it. The guys over 30 are like, what, I have to watch you get your hair and makeup done? Like, I love you, but do I have to watch that? They'll go for a walk and then come back. But the girls that bring a girlfriend, then yes. Do you know why? Because they're my next client. So sometimes they can be a pain. They can be a bit of a sort of side viewer and put in a lot of opinion. But I try and friend them the same way I would friend the person being photographed, because ultimately she's the next one on my network. And she's got, if I take great shots of Simona, Sandra's going to come back. She's going to come back anyway because she's seen the process. She has no fear of it. She's met me. She likes the studio. Awesome. I just doubled my sale.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at another couple of twos that really work for me. This is a really beautiful shot that I tried, and this works. Jump out, Sandra. I'll use you though. Sandra's now we're going to be a partner. Okay, I will have a little half stool like that you can sit down on for a partner, and you're going to sit down between his legs. Okay, so ultimately, the biggest mistake we make there is to put people directly in front of the partner. Okay, 2 things we never do. One of them is 3 things we never do. We never put the girl right in front of the guy, right in front, like sit right in front of him. Okay, why would you stack people up like that? They can't interact with their faces, there's no body language like that. So the idea is she's got to sit to the side, and the easiest way for her to do that is to sit on one of the sides, but I'd go this way. Okay. Because then your elbow can go on here. No, your feet go that way, Simi, but I want your elbow over here. Yeah, and then ultimately right over. So you're on this side of him. Right over. Yeah, so you're going this way. Okay, so then they can interact as a couple. Like he's staggered, he's slightly higher. You can't sit them down on the ground, because even if guys are a little bit taller, if guys don't have a lot of flexibility through their torso, so if they're sitting down on their bum, they get shorter, and then the girls sit in front of them and they can't bring their arms up and over. The idea is that they want to be up and over so that they can put their arms up and over and bring their head forward, and then they can kiss, cuddle, laugh, interact. So I only ever go down to the floor like this with a couple. As soon as you, in this position here, you can bring legs up. So this is one of the shots that I absolutely love for a couple, because she can bring her legs up, her arms up, and then they can interact together, right? So I really like that. Another thing that's really important, we never at any time does he bring his arms underneath hers. Okay, her arms never go on the outside. You think that that doesn't happen, but that happens all the time. I see that so often in shooting. And thirdly, you don't have to do this one, never is there any reason why he would become a human bra. Okay, if you're doing a skin shot and you want him to cover her breast line, he covers all of her boobs, but he does not hold a tit in each hand. Ever. There is no reason for him to have his hands around here like this with a tit in each hand. Okay, it looks horrible, it has foul body language, and never is there any reason why a woman would have a photograph holding a tit in each hand. It's like, here I am, holding a tit. It doesn't translate to a mood or a pose, and there's so many poses you can do, skin poses where you don't show the breasts but you have got no top on, that look beautiful, that don't show nipples. Am I allowed to say nipples? Okay. All right. So from there, the next thing that I do with twos, which is very, very important, is a simple sitting like this. So stay down there. If Simona sits in front of me, so you sit here, so the twins that are in my manual sit exactly like me, and bring your legs in front. Okay, so the twins in the manual, I've done like that. So you need to kind of come back to me and then turn side on a little wee bit and then sit back to me, so not forward, so right up onto your fingertips, that's it. And I shot the twins there. And so I'll sit people down, I'll bunch them together, but you're always really trying to achieve the same thing. You want all of the poses that look slimming, you want all of the shoulders that work towards you so that you get that beautiful energy there, but more importantly, you're always trying to get a connection between the two people in the image. So when you've done that, when their bodies look good, they're in a pose, when their faces look good, their shoulders look good, the last thing you connect is the hands. Okay, so always remembering that they have to be connected with their body language. So whatever that is, whether it's here, whether they're holding their jeans or themselves, and they're just doing lean back to me, and they're just here, taking a gorgeous shot, your hands and the body language and how you finish your pose is always where your hands are on the body. Very, very important. All right, any questions?
Do you keep the studio heated, like when you're shooting newborns?
I don't shoot newborns.
Let me rephrase that here. So, for young,
no,
do you keep the studio heated because they are wearing less clothing?
Yeah, I know. I think about my clients, but then I think about how much I'm sweating and crawling around on the floor, and then I'm usually trying warm them up, cool them down, warm them up, cool them down, but ultimately, yeah, whatever's going. If they're sitting there going blue, I'll turn the heater on, and if they're, if I'm too hot, I'll turn it off, so I have to be able to work in it, so yeah, on or off.
And again, your backgrounds, people were asking about these walls.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is Natural Light Studio.
Okay.
When we come back from break, we're going to live tether and shoot curves, because curves is one of the best things that we can teach people, is more and more ways to make the body look hot. And Mapu's going to be our curves girl, and we're going to tether live and shoot that so that you can see it, but we're also going to put a live view on that so you can see it being posed, not just the still image that's coming out of it. And then what we're going to do after that is a natural light studio. So I'm going to break it down and show you the images of the studio and the lounge, and I won't tell you what else because that's for the rest of the day. All right, so how much time do we have left?
We have 15 minutes or so, but we can break now if you want. It's totally up to you.
Okay, well, I would rather spend more time shooting live and doing curves and carrying on. I mean, I could keep doing it, but the truth is that the same rules apply. It's just a method and more practice and more practice. The same rules apply. What Sandra said yesterday about looking at the manual and when you're learning to pose and seeing it through the camera is you can see what you are doing fundamentally wrong. The problem is you often see it after you've done the shoot. But you've got to learn from that and practice it and do it again. It is a really great idea to practice as many poses as you can with a friend, with a model, whatever. But if you're practicing with a slim model who knows how to move, you're not learning how to, when you're challenged by a curvy model who can't move. Because that is when you walk into a shoot and go, what the hell do I do now? And your stress levels go through the roof and you tend to revert back to what you know instead of what you've learnt. So that is all about practice, really important. The most important part about shooting curves is the rules, exactly the same rules that we apply with every one of our posing is about lengthening, it's about shape, it's about staying square. So every one of these rules is holding to exactly the same posing rules that we've learning, but what we're going to do is create some extra rules for body types and curves. So Mapu has agreed to be our curves model today, so I'm going to take you through a few of the scenarios. So one of the most obvious things is, can you take your jacket off and have you got a singlet on? Got your gold singlet on?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice and cold for you today. Okay, just pop it right there on the floor. You don't have to go anywhere. And I want you to come around here and just lie down comfortably on your tummy. Yep. Okay, so as soon as we are on the stomach, bring your body around to me side on. Okay, the first thing I do, and the first thing I do with everybody is, just lift up, pull her cami up. So the first thing we do with everybody when we lie down is everybody lies comfortably. And as soon as you lie comfortably, you do two things. You bring your arms against your body and you sit into your comfortable neck position, which is nice and low there. Okay, so the best part about this shot is, let's get this. Is that everybody sits nice and low. You don't have to smile at me, I'm just taking a shot. All right, and there's no shape in there. The most amazing part about this shot is that with a few simple moves that we do, so firstly, keep your elbows still and slide your body back. Okay, the body creates some space here and some space here. Your right hand relaxes forward. Now keep your elbow in, darling. Don't move anything unless I know that that's it. And then this one goes across that line there. All right, so the one thing we don't do is take the elbows out, because I call that Farmer Joe. You know, we're always trying to push the elbows into the inside of the body line for women. So whenever we're sitting, the only time our elbows come out is when they're meant to be out for our hand poses. But there's no reason why our arms would go out beyond the outside of our body, because that's where it takes the outside of our body. So we don't sit with our elbows out and our hands in, and unless we do the recline, which is a different leading away from the body. So always elbows in. So we want our elbow line to come into where the breast line is. I push this arm forward over here, and this is the same pose that I do for everybody. Okay, at this stage, it's no different for curves, no different for anybody else. The most amazing part about this pose, I think, is when we lift up through here. So remember what I told you about lifting up like puppets, coming right up, straight up through the core. So it's when you use your tummy muscles and you lift straight up. Then you bring your chin around to the front, which is where the camera is. Okay, and two things. One of them is you're lifting up really tall through the neck and shoulders, and then you're bringing the chin forward and down. Now that the arm's away from the body, it's always slimmer. And this line looks good because we drop down. With curves, we don't need to lift the bum up because have a look now. She's dropped away so beautifully that that's exactly where we are. And we're showing that screen, is that correct? So that camera's on? Yeah. Okay. So you can see that live view. So right now, already from the front, I can already see that she's in a really beautiful recline with her body and it shoots really well. So lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders, working that shoulder towards me first. So I bring the shoulder forward first and then the chin to meet the shoulder. Good girl. Right there. And then I set that nice and close. Okay, so lots of little twinkle in your eye. So we've got no reflector. We're just shooting nice and close. And see, there's no need to slim anything else in that pose. The bum is going away at 45 degrees and it absolutely just works perfectly. All we have to do is worry about getting a reflector to the face. Okay, from here I can move around a little bit more, work that shoulder in, bring your chin around to me. Good girl, beautiful, cute little smile right there. Give me a beautiful smile, Mabu. That's one. And I can come in nice and close. I can then take the elbow out, so let's do a little bit of flow. Take the elbow out. Simi, can you clip for my hair? Yeah. Elbow goes out that way. I want your fingertips to touch behind the back of your hair. I want this elbow to come back closer to your body. Okay, so we're on live view, sorry. This one to come back to your body, that's it. And then lift up tall, up out of your neck and shoulders and bring this shoulder forward. Do you notice how far she grows and lifts up whenever we tell her to lift up through the back of her shoulders? It makes a big difference. Now that that elbow's out there, she can fall onto that hand a little bit more. Good girl. And then I get a totally different vibe in my shot. So from there, sorry, excuse me. Any questions?
It just seems like you would bring her elbow away from her butt. I mean,
okay. Not towards it?
It just seems like you would pull it, you'd want a space between, obviously, her boob and the arm. Like
there is space between her boob and her arm.
Okay, maybe it's the angle.
So
sorry.
What happens, no, have a look at this. What happens is when people sit down, they always put their elbows here. Okay, and as soon as the elbow goes, as soon as the upper arm goes against the boob, it just squishes in there. Mm-hmm. And as soon as you pull it away, that's enough. We don't need to recline people all the way out here all the time just to get their arm weight off their body. All we have to do is create space. In fact, it's a really good posing lesson, if I'm in the camera, it's a really good posing lesson to learn that you don't have to be all the way out here to create the space in the waist. All you have to do is bring it away a little bit. As soon as you can see the gap between my body and my arm, you can see that that's not where my waist ends. And obviously you can do that by touching the thigh and just sliding your elbow up a little bit to there. So you don't even have to necessarily be hands on your hips, but what you do have to be is sort of shaping, hand shaping around your body. Okay. Yeah, and as long as the weight is slightly off your body, it's okay. As soon as this comes back to here, so the second thing is if you go back into comfortable zone, so sit comfortably, arms down by your sides. Okay, as soon as you squash here, everybody sits into their neck the same way. If you get her not to move around but just lift all of her weight up, like lift all of it, see, it already stretches it out anyway. The most hated body part that I've heard for 22 years is my arms. Lean girls, curvy girls, it does not matter. I always get that, don't make my arms look fat. Okay, don't make my arms look fat. Oh, I don't like my arms. I don't show my arms. I don't like my arms. Don't make my arms look fat. That would be the most complained about body part. If I can stretch this out and make this arm look gorgeous, then I'm always gonna win. Okay, now elbow in. Yeah, and this arm across. Yeah. Okay, so lifting up nice and tall, chin around to me this way. Okay, straight away you have a drop off at 45 and that looks great. Okay, what we can do here is slide your body back. Keep your elbow still. Slide your body back a couple of inches, stop. Okay, the more I stretch out the arms, the more cat-like I get in my pose. Okay, and the more cat-like I get, then the more sexy I can get in my posing. That's when I roll up onto the thigh. Stop, don't move. Roll up onto your thigh, bring your knee forward. Stop, just there. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, so the idea here is that we put a little bit more shape in there. This knee can come up a bit more. That's a go. Okay, it's a bit of a short ottoman, this one. If I have a longer one, then it will work. Elbow comes out towards me. That's it, stop. Lifting up nice and tall, shoulder forward, and bring your chin around. That's it. Don't close this gap. So keep a gap here and here. Really, really important. Okay, and once my booty's up, then I get this beautiful shape here, and then I have my booty poking up at the back. Okay, that's easy. That's fundamentally what I would do with the curves. Absolutely. From there, let's show them. I want you to sit down in front of it. So stand up, and I'm going to go around this way. So what I want you to do here, Mapu, is I want you to sit down, and I want you to sit on your side and leave some space here between the ottoman, and I want you to recline back onto it like this. Okay. The whole point of shooting curves is to create space. As soon as you create space in the pose, you make it look slimmer and you make the body look great. So what we're going to do from here is just you shoot. Sorry, stop. Just pull your jeans up around the waist and stop tugging, you'll be right. Okay, now even though I told her to leave space between the couch, she just did what everybody did. Now that's perfect because it's a real example of what everybody does. Is they straight away sit down comfortably. Let me move this around. Right, everyone can see. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, by the way, there's a pipe poking out of the wall behind her, but we're not going to worry about that. What I want you to do is I want you to turn your hips away from me. Yep, scooch them, no, slowly move, just scooch your bum away, stop. Knees together, stop. Put this hand here and slide your elbow back. All the way back and down, down. That's a go. Okay, so straight away, do you see what we just did then? Now what we do is we take your entire weight off your side, so sit up, so only your elbow touches. That's it, right there. All right, so as soon as we create space, we're slimming already. Now what we do is we turn the body away and pull your weight away from your elbow, because the more space I create through that pose, the better. This hand relaxes down in the front. This hand is wrapping around the body, which gives her an hourglass. What I do here is when I shoot curves, I'm going to shoot slightly higher than her eye line, but not too high. I don't want to shoot down on her like this. This is a really old way of slimming. We used to do it in the 90s, and I don't think you need to do it anymore, not with Photoshop and the way Photoshop works. You know, it just doesn't look good, that whole shooting down. Okay, so what I'm going to do is if I bring her chin around this way and I just shoot it there on her eye line, one moment, then I'm there. Okay, so it makes a really big difference. Let's go even lower and lift her. So if we go back to our live view, because when I move her, let's lift her up even higher and project your chin forward. Good girl, not that far, and work that shoulder. Stop. Let's shoot that lower with her lifting up through her body. So it's still doing it, and she's still being shot at a nice low level. But all of her weight is away from me. Her bum's away from me. Her legs look slim. Her arm is hourglassed around the back. There's a great breast line. There's 45 degrees, and her shoulders to me. If for any reason she does not like that front arm, so if there's any reason she's uncomfortable with that, or I retouch the image and I want to bring that in, then I can slim that arm really easily in Photoshop. Okay, now the add-on to curves. So let's say now we do the add-on. I could shoot a couple or a mother and daughter or two sisters just sit forward if I bring the second person in, and then I get her to do the same reclining slimming pose on me, and then I come forward and we connect there and you shoot that vertically. So that works as well. You can use the same poses and add people in. So there's no reason why we can't make mum look slim and gorgeous reclining with her children all around her, or sitting on her knee or up behind her, or her husband behind her and a child sitting here with her arm around that child, because it's all about lengthening her and stretching her body out first, instead of having her sit up here like me and sitting here like this in a not a good position for anybody, and taking a photograph of two of us like this, okay, with our children around us looking like we don't look that flash, right? Okay, so from here, same rules apply again. It's all about lifting, it's all about shaping, it's all about reclining. It's okay when you've got curves, and one of my curves poses is when we are sitting with the arm back like that, and then the next one is when we turn and recline back that way. So what I've done is, if you just bring nothing but your knees around to me until this hand goes across there. That's a girl. So onto the ottoman. That's it. This hand stays on the inside. That's it. Drop it down. Now lift up as tall as you can. Now as soon as you cross the arm across the body, it flattens down again. Okay? So this is where I just have to do one movement, and it's bring your knees around a little bit more and point your boobs that way. That's it. Because as soon as I take the weight off her arm and she pushes forward, ballet hands. Good girl. Okay, and then you bring this elbow away from the boob, so it can stay in front of the body, but just don't have it sitting up on the breast. So just get it to lean towards you a little bit more and pull the boobs back. See that? Okay, so watch from the front. When you come back up and your boobs are up in this area, there's no space around you, all you have to do is pull your boobs back. I'm saying boobs a lot today. Sorry. Okay. Ballet hands, pulling boobs back, lifting up nice and tall, and bring this foot around. Stop. Bring this foot around a little bit more and point your toe towards me. Bring this one foot around a little bit more. Stop. Sitting up nice and tall. Mapu right up through the top. Good girl. Don't move your arm. That's it. Sitting up nice and tall, darling. Good girl. Work that shoulder forward in the front. Long neck. You've just come straight down on your neck. I want you to lift all the way up as high as you can. Work the shoulder forward. Good girl. Stop. Right there. Excellent. Okay. From there, what we're going to do is that's lying down. Then we're sitting and reclining. Any questions?
See, I noticed, I'm just curious, in the corner you've got there a no and versus yes.
Don't shoot down on them.
Don't shoot down. Thanks.
We just did that.
Got it.
Okay.
Question.
Yes. What's your black soft one? Not your jacket, your soft one.
Chrissy Marie is wondering if the woman is not wearing pants and just wearing a skirt or something, how would you slim the legs the same way?
Well, I just kind of wrap a skirt around the legs. If it's a big skirt, I just kind of, the more it looks fitted, the slimmer it looks. So it just works that way. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
What I'm going to do now is what I traditionally call cover girl. The thing with cover girl is all of a sudden there was a body going straight to the camera. So it wasn't about... The thing with all of a sudden cover girl was that there was no slimming in a 45, because it was impossible to slim somebody who's straight onto the camera this way, right? Because the bum's not going to go backwards away from the camera, because we take what we don't want back. And there is no way I was going to get, even on sideways movement with curves, there's no way I can do a tip or a 45 or a recline. So one of the hardest things I had to do was come up with a way that curves could do this, because I didn't want curves to not be able to do this pose. Okay, I wanted curves to be able to do it. And it really works really good for curves if they have a top, a scarf, or a wrap around their arms. And it's not to hide the arms, but it's to cut into the body line, because the camera is quite deceiving. Go back and lean against there, it won't fall. Yeah, okay. Let me just set up the live view. Questions while I do that? Mark? You're on live.
Question again about the big black background that you're using. Is that spray painted? And I think the answer is it comes like that, right?
It's foam core.
Right?
So it's just...
It comes like that, the black side and the white side.
Yeah, I don't know where the boys got it from, but the boys here got it for me, so maybe they can answer that in the chat room.
We got it locally at Glazer's.
Glazers?
Yeah, it's our local camera store.
Okay, cool.
What did they use to put it together?
Gaff tape?
Do you know what gaff tape is?
No,
Oh, okay. So in the movie industry, that there is gaffer tape, and you can rip it with your hands, but it's really sturdy, and they use it for everything.
Okay.
All the gaffers use it. It's for lights, it's for cables, it's for microphones.
You talked about additional slimming to the arms if they still didn't like as much as the slimming you were already doing.
Yes.
You're doing that in Photoshop.
Yes.
Is that after the viewing that you're seeing that they're still iffy about the and that
No.
you just choose it yourself?
No, I'm now intuitive, I would say, enough in my images to create images that don't need much post-production after they've seen them. I want to retouch my images before they see them, not retouch them after they see them. I just don't feel like people really need to see anything. In fact, this is really hilarious, but it's a true story. I was photographing a woman, and she's a curvy girl, and she said to me, whatever you do between the taking the photo and then showing me, don't ever show me. And it was such a bummer because I wanted to be able to use her as a demo because she was really such a great body shape for me to use as a how to make look amazing, but she just did not want to see that before and after process. And she goes, whatever you have to do, you just show me the finished version. And I said, oh, I do that anyway. And she goes, good. And whatever you do in between that, I never want to see it. And I said, oh, okay. You sure? And she, you want to see a little bit? You know, she was a photographer too. And she said, no, when you order a bacon burger, you don't want to see them kill the pig. And I thought about that, and I thought, God, it's such a crazy thing to say. But the truth is she's ordered something. She wants me to finish it and for it to look beautiful. She doesn't want to look at it and go, okay, that would be good, but I want this. So that means when we're doing Photoshop, we're talking about a very fine line between what I believe is the right amount of Photoshop and what I think she will like. Yeah.
So a question from Flea in Georgia. Can you explain what you mean by the eye line when you're shooting?
Yes, I can. At the moment, Mapuana is leaning back against the wall, and I am in high heel boots, and we are exactly the same eye-to-eye level, which doesn't happen to me often because I'm short. So normally I'm a little bit shorter than everybody. It's very common, maybe most photographers I meet photograph a little bit higher than the eye line, so that means they are a little bit higher than their subject. People do this for two reasons. One of them is they think it's slimming, but also, I don't know, it seems to be something that people do all the time as they get a little higher than the eye line of the client. In order to shoot my version of glamour and posing, I do most of my shooting here just below the eye line, so I'm often in a slight squat like that. I'm constantly shooting at a slight bend. Good for the thighs, but really hurts. Okay, and the idea is let me shoot that. Stay there, Mapu. I'm going to broadcast a not nice photo of you. But then I'll go back to your really hot ones. Okay, so if I shoot her down there, then Mapu's chin looks like that. Can we, yeah? Okay, I'm down there. And I see a lot of people doing that. So the thing that happens now is if you drop your shoulders down and lift your neck up as high as you can, so like lift your neck high, long neck, good girl, now pushing your chin forward and down. As soon as you do that, no, don't give me a smile, just give me a normal face, tiny little smirk, that's it. You instantly drop her chin forward and down to here. And if you go back between the images, you can see the difference in how much slimming that does, and all she did was push her chin forward and down. So the first mistake people make is let's bring it down even more. Let's go upright, long neck, push your chin forward and down, stop. So when it's here, you can see now she's really forward and down, and watch the difference bounce up. Okay, now if you go to the first one and the third one, because Nico is so amazing that he can just do that. That is just a normal neckline and a pushing forward neckline. She's got no reflector, so obviously she's got Dracula lighting on the right hand side, but the idea is it's so much more slimming on the right hand side. Also, look at her torso. Because she's lifting up, she's not sitting into her comfortable torso. So when she's relaxed, she's not sitting down here in her comfortable, in her comfortable position. She's lifting up and forward and down, and it makes such a difference in slimming. Okay, so we're not talking about slimming, we're doing cover girl. So what I want to do in my live view is I want you to put your hands on the inside of your top up onto your waist. Okay, so there's the waist there, and if we photograph the waist like that with no shape, that's what we get. Now what I want you to do is to put your feet apart. Okay, and now I want you to rock onto one hip there, good girl. And now we're putting movement in the body with the hand on the waist, and that's just there. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to put your hands higher. I want you to bring your hands in. Okay, now one's a little higher than the other. So yeah, about there. Now, I don't want you to Thunderbird it. I want you to hold it. That's a girl. And now what we do is you can relax it like you are. Keep your elbow out. That's it. And now what we do is we're bringing the hand into the waist and then bringing it in even more. So it's no different. All we're doing is creating a point of reference for the eye to look at. Push your chin forward now and down. Stop. And if you look at the difference between where the eye is drawn to, as soon as the chin comes forward and down and the hands come in, we instantly bring the eye down into the center of the body. Okay, so we call this faux waist. And the whole point of faux waist is that we're creating a fake waist. Okay, you hold that. Come and take a shot of me. Okay, can you give me this? Yep. And you go cold and I'll wear your jacket. Oh, that's good, because I was a bit cold there. Okay. So, it stands to reason that if you photograph me out here like this, that is my width. Oh, new profile shot for Facebook. Oh, nice. Okay, so if I come into here, then the first thing I do is create my own waist. And it does make my waist considerably smaller when my hands are there, but also when I'm working my shoulder, when I'm working my hip. Now, I can use this shape anytime, so let's say I do it here, and then another one, and I'll come right in. Okay, so either way, what I'm doing, you can see what I'm doing. I'm using this as a distractor. I'm creating a fake waist here. Okay, I can bring my hands right into here. So even the live view can see it. So I think when we go back to live view, yeah, we're on live view here. You can see what faux waist does and how good it works. And it really does work in terms of creating that illusion that the waist is smaller than it is. And once you see a shot of faux waist, you actually can't go back to seeing the waist where it normally is. The biggest mistake we make is sometimes we'll do that with a bride in a wedding gown, and she doesn't have the jacket, but she does have a veil that can come over her arms. If she doesn't have a veil, she does have her arms slimmed by being out on the frock. The problem being is that you don't want the bride to only do this pose all day because it's a stupid pose. So it's a good pose for cover girl, but it's not really a bridal pose.
Oh, really quick from the internet, are you squeezing your waist or are you just placing your hands?
I'm just placing my hands here. Okay. Well, I'm kind of squeezing because I want my thumb to look like it's right on my waistline. So I am kind of squeezing in, but I'm not like... And that brings me to another point. A lot of people suck in when they're being photographed. So they'll do their pose and then I'll look at them and I can see their shoulders raised. And often when I see their shoulders raised, I realize what they're doing is that they're holding their abs in. And I always say, relax your stomach. because then your shoulders drop. And instead of sucking inwards, poke outwards, because I cannot recreate this line here in Photoshop, but I can change this line in the front. And sometimes you compromise a shot in the front pose in order to get a beautiful line through the back when you're shooting curves. So come back. This shot here in my manual is a really beautiful recline forward. Are we on there? And the idea is that the whole stomach is pushed forward in order to get a beautiful shape through the back line. I will compromise the front line of a shot because I know I can Photoshop it. And tomorrow morning when I do Photoshop, I'm going to show you how I contour bodies on Photoshop without using Liquify. Okay, because Liquify is, I think, horrible compared to warping. So I'm going to show you how to change body types. So I will compromise one for the other without thinking twice about it. Okay, so we're going to change to the next one. Any questions about faux waist?
Let's see. Question from Sydney, and this came up from a couple other folks, is what if the person has really big arms? So people are saying, what if you're a lot heavier than Mapu is?
Okay, so just bigger arms just means exactly the same pose, keeping it away from the body, lots of recline, and we have a choice. We either cover the arms, we wrap the arms, we put a scarf on the arms, we put a cardigan on the arms and still faux waist, and if they still have their arms open and they have their arms showing and they have bigger arms, then usually, just because some people don't like their arms doesn't mean everybody doesn't like them. You're only removing the bits they don't like. Sometimes arms can get a bit flabby under here. You can stretch them out and Photoshop that nicely, and if you have to slim them, you slim them in post-production, and if they don't want their arms slimmed, you think they're quite comfortable with their arms, leave their arms as they are. There is a tuition video on my blog of how I slim the arms of a curvy girl who's sitting with her the next pose I'll show you with Mapu, and I've used that shot to bring her arms in because she had arms that went down on the sides, and I was like, this is how I with her arms in the first place. There is always going to be an exception to the rule. There is always going to be people that love having their arms. We should all be grateful for our arms. Let's make that right clear. If you have arms right now and you don't like your arms, you need to go and meet somebody without arms to appreciate your fabulous arms. Your arms work and move and lift and hug and do all the beautiful things that they are meant to do. But if I have got a shot of a woman who does not like a little flabby piece of arm or a little overhang, or I haven't stretched her arms out in a nice way, I will Photoshop it if she wants me to, or if I think she would like the shot more. Okay, does that cover that? All right, because it kind of weirds me out. I'm not telling everybody they need to have slim arms. I'm telling you what women do and don't like, and arms is a really big one for me. Okay, from here, this is a really neat example back against there to see live, because you can see again such a visual transformation. Coming this way towards me to the center, Mapu. That's it. See. All right. The first thing that we do is we'll take a shot of just standing normally against the wall, arms down by your sides. Okay, there you go, girl. Okay, so as we watch this one come into play, now turn towards me, stop, lean against the wall, yeah? Okay, there we are at 45 degrees. So this is a simple step from this movement here. I want you to take your back foot 45 degrees out, and I want you to take your left foot with it. That's it, so you're taking all of your weight on that back foot. Now I want you to lean with the back of your shoulder against the wall. So with the back of your shoulder, not your arm. So there, That's it. Now take all of your weight on that back foot and then push it out. Now further, take a step out. No, don't turn away. Yeah, just take a step out. So keep your hips 45 and just step away from the wall. Yep, step away from the wall. Now take this off. Just drop it. Don't move your feet. Okay. All right, so lean on back. That's a girl. So the first thing we do is create space here. As soon as we create space here, we're creating space in our pose, and we're also giving her an hourglass. Is that right? All right, now you're supposed to be on the seam, so stay in that position and come forward. That's it, so I can keep going, keep going. All right, now turn your body away from me. That's a girl. Okay, now take your hip out. That's it, stay there. All right, now the first thing we do is right now you're projecting your whole lower body towards me, and it's meant to be over there. Keep your shoulder there and just step away. One more. Good girl, stop. All right, now your hand goes onto your thigh, you slide it up and your elbow goes back. Okay, so just to show people, bring your arm back into the front. If you keep the arm out in the front, it will not define her waist. If you slide it up and bring your elbow back, then you define her waist right there. Now I want you to bring your chin around this way. Stop. Good girl. Lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders. There you are. Stay there. And now the last one is to slim this front arm. We just touch the back of the jeans there. Okay, so just the wall or the back of the jeans, either way. And what we can do is pull her with this elbow right there. So stop there. Long neck. Chin around. Okay, and straight away, so that step-by-step process right there to get her to there is really easy to do. Okay, so she's coming round now. Okay, so we get a before and after. Okay, so see how that's working? Questions?
Does it make sense then, I noticed you took the cardigan off, that something more hanging doesn't create that space behind her?
Yeah, well, I don't want a black cardigan with a beautiful gold top anyway. Yeah. I've slimmed her arms down and she has beautiful skin. Okay. So to me, it's going to work because I would rather, stay there, don't move. I'm going to move you. Just drop down. Stop. Put your hand back there. Just on the jeans. Yeah, that's it. So lower. That's it. Long chin around to me this way. This is the shot that I took of Mapu here. Chin around to me, chin around to me, chin around to me, this way. That's a girl. Okay, wait a minute. Don't move. I'm just going to bring some hair around. That's it. Chin around this way. That's it. Beautiful. And straight away, I'm more interested in that shape there. So I think if the weight goes onto the back foot, it pushes away. This here is just a shadow, and that's easy to clone out. You know, once you drop that shadow out, that goes completely smooth, and she has a good shape in her arm. She has a beautiful shape in her breast line. She can connect with her front shoulder and bring her chin forward and down. So, and yet to look at, when you look at her, I'm just going to show you from the front how awkward she looks right now. From the front, because although she's got all of her weight on the back foot, when I walk around to the front of her, she's actually in this position here. Now, can you imagine most of your clients are saying, right now, I do not feel skinny or sexy because I'm kind of halfway down a wall with my knee up like this, and yet from this angle, everything that I want pushing forward is perfect, and everything I want pushing back is perfect. Is that cool? Okay, so we can move on to the next one. Any questions there?
Your lens choices, do they help you in any way make this more effective?
I don't think so. I shoot this with the 50, I shoot this with the 24-105, and I shoot this with the 35. So, yeah, obviously there is that centre point and there is a slight warp in the lens, and you're definitely going to get that movement. But if it's all projecting forward, then it stands to reason the face jumps forward and the body jumps back anyway. I'll use all three lenses for the same shot. Okay. Yeah, as long as they're really working their body into that pose. I mean, you can see how that does not work. You can see from the front that that is just an awkward position to be in. And yet, if you show the side view of that, even if you can put the side view beside Nico, it's like Nico is God.
Yes.
You just go, Nico. And it just happens.
Nico is Nico.
Yeah, yeah. So such a simple position, and to drop it in like there is just, yeah, amazing.
So somebody had asked earlier about, do you have women who say, well, this can't be looking good in
All
this
of them
position?
say that.
And so how do you coach them?
I always say two things. One of them I say is, you have to trust me. It feels ridiculous and it looks amazing. And they go, okay, I'll trust you. And the other one I say is, when they say this really hurts, I say, beauty is pain. Suck it up, let's go.
Nice.
Is there a reason why you leave the hair hanging on both sides other than sweeping off to one side or the other?
Because we're not framing. I don't frame. I don't use the Rembrandt lighting or the system or anything where I'm lighting with shadows around the face. Because traditionally, when you're framing portraiture, Rembrandt lighting is more slimming because it takes down the shadows and brings the pointy bits forward, right? So obviously the more shadows there are, then the more slimming the body looks. I work on a flat lighting system, not dissimilar to a beauty dish. Now, a beauty dish was designed to take beauty photographs of models straight on with light hitting them, and so obviously you're not going to have that with a normal body, with a normal woman. So I'm beauty dish lighting a normal woman and sculpting her body away from the camera to get a desired look. And one of them is, I use the hair to frame the face, where you normally would use artificial light in a studio to frame the face traditionally.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about the faux waist and the bride without a veil.
Yes.
And I think we asked you a question in between. Could you continue that?
What was that?
We were talking about the bride and the faux waist, and you don't ask her to walk around all the time.
Okay, so let's look at other positions that we can put the hands in that aren't up on there. So when you've got a bride, obviously she doesn't have a veil or she has a short veil, one of the most obvious things that I could do is just to bring the hand up to here. So I look at it like ballet hands, that anything that you can do that takes the hands a little bit away from the body. Also the hands to here and to the outer shoulder do exactly the same thing. They take the arms away from being flat and stuck to the side of the body. So anything that you do that touches, this is why you also have a bouquet. You can hold the bouquet, you can hold the bouquet here, and you can swing a bouquet out, which also takes the arm away from the body. So you can swing a bouquet, you can just touch down here, you can touch down with the back of the hand. So if we go back to ballet hands and how we use them, for a bride, she can ballet hands and do lots of beautiful poses where her arms aren't just stuck to the sides or in cover girl position. Because I'm seeing a lot of brides like this, because somebody's told them it slims their arms down. And let's face it, everybody says my wedding is going to be different from everybody else's, and they are 90% of the time in a strapless A-line gown with their arms out. And then they have the audacity to say to the photographer, I don't like my arms. So it's like, and you chose a strapless gown? But the truth is what they don't like is not that they don't like their arms. They don't like shots where they see their posture forward and their arms flat and squeezed against their body, because then they go, ooh, my arms look fat. And they aren't necessarily, they're just not shaped. I think keeping a bride's shape in her body all day is about coaching her and saying all day, a bride generally has a whole different energy around her body. So I look at it like this. Have you ever seen an ugly bride? You don't see them because they're so beautiful, because for one day they're allowed to be the most beautiful woman in the room, and they generally have an air that is quite beautiful about them. They're wearing a divine dress, they've usually prepared their body, they've done their hair and makeup so beautifully, they've chosen a dress themselves. They usually walk around with that I am so beautiful and feel so beautiful because they're allowed to be. So why do we allow them to be so beautiful? It's not fair that you can one day you are allowed to be the most beautiful woman in the room and everybody will tell you you are. So they definitely have a little bit of an air about them that's a little bit more movement around your body, and remember that the shoulders, work your shoulders and have fun with it. You can coach them. Yeah. Right? Any more questions there?
one more quick one.
Sure.
Do you ever shoot with a ladder, and would you recommend it for someone to get the appropriate height of the eye line?
Yes. Recently, I photographed a girl who was 6 foot, but she was fairly lean, so I shot her at my full height in heels, which is about 5'6", and so I was about 4 inches below her eye line, which looked really fashion. But if she had been a 6 foot curvy girl, then I would have had to have been just above her eye line. So yes, I'll either get a little step, a little footstool, or a 1-step ladder. But be careful with the step ladder, because you are inclined to run up it and then shoot down, and you don't want to be shooting down. But yes, you should always have a little wee step in your studio. Okay, another one. Mark, can you bring that down? We'll bring this ottoman in, so go that way, Mapu. Yep, there. Is your mic off? Oh, yeah. Well, no, just on there. Yes, it does need to go lower. Okay, so just one that I'll demo without the live view. I can just shoot it. It's come against this wall, Mapu. You can take your black top off. Something that Mapuana did in her shoot to give her a beautiful shape, and I'll often do this with big boobs, is to hold your elbows here and here. Okay, so the thing is often with really big boobs and anybody big-busted, they can bring their hands under here really well and just squeeze together, and it's actually a really nice shape for the upper body. It also brings boobs, and often large busts make people look bigger than they are too, and so if you squeeze them in, you get a beautiful shape here. But what we did with Mapuana, and she was wearing the black lace top in her shoot, is we actually squeezed in her elbows, and we did a series where she moved like this because she's got such a beautiful smile, and then she came back and rocked onto this foot and did the same thing, but we kicked back with our back foot because we wanted that, and then you opened up here, and as soon as I got to that shape there and saw that, she just pushed her chin forward and down, and it was so gorgeous. So I often squeeze in and use the elbows and then work the shoulder for body language. So I'll just cross over and get this. And we took that there, and as soon as we brought the shoulder in, one of the first things that we do is, if for any reason we get a beautiful shape here and we work the shoulder towards the face so that we get that beautiful vibe in the shot, if for any reason, and this goes against what we're saying about pulling the arm away, but for some reason when that works, this is the outside of the shot here, and if we want to slim that part down, we can do that in post-production if you want to, but it has a gorgeous little mood to it, and she did that gorgeous shot. She curled her shoulders in and she did that beautiful big smile, and in her lace top on the black background, it looked really gorgeous, and we loved it. All right, so I want you to come and kneel down here. This is something we did yesterday when we did the beauty shot. Remember, Simona was kneeling with her elbows on. And so this is really cool because the difference is when you're dealing with curves is when you come down and first just sit down and put your arms up. So okay, so just sit normally, nice and low, yeah, and then we bring okay, so from here, when we're sitting down, it's really, really important, first of all, that we're here, because this was one of your shots, is that you come up and over your elbows. Okay, so it's about hovering, coming up and over, that's it. And the first thing we do is we flatten this hand down, so let's put our ring in the front. That's it, and we slide this one out and then this one over. Now, as soon as we put some asymmetry in here and push the chin forward, that's it, we instantly start slimming down through here. So as soon as we start putting shape in, as soon as we bring the arms away, as soon as we start pushing some triangles in here, and then we can use our arm up. So we can bring this elbow in, and cup the face. Now remember, we're trying to create an hourglass, so from the outside we try and make the elbows right where her waistline's going to be. If I put her elbows past her waistline here, you can't see where her waist is from the front, right? And the idea is that I'm bringing it into her waistline so that she gets that beautiful shape outwards. And then that's her diamond. That's her diamond in her beauty shot anyway, is right there. And that's it. Good girl. And I can bring it in. Now, sitting up nice and tall, bring your chin forward and down. Take this hand out, good girl. And then just tip into here. That's exactly right. Relax your mouth. Beautiful. So straight away, elbows come in and she slims right down. Also, it's about lifting up and over. So many people sit flat and bring their arms forward. So if you sit flat and bring your arms forward, the arms are shorter. As soon as you lift her up, you stretch her right out. This is a really good card. It's in here, and it gives you such a great example of how that works. Let's just address something else that's really, really important. Come and sit up here in the front. And just sit normally. You can have your jacket back on because it's cold. Okay, so sit down. Now, sit down comfortably in a comfortable sitting position. Everybody's so quiet today. Quiet. All right. Okay. Everybody, when Mapu looks at me, everybody has a natural second chin line, which is exactly what you have here, even when I'm here. Okay, so she's looking down at me. It's not because she's looking up. Even if I go lower than the camera, there is her double chin. Okay, that exists for everybody because her neck is in a relaxed sitting position. It's that simple. It's about everybody will sit there and talk at that level and literally, let me use this. Take a shot of it. No, don't smile, just relax. That's it. Okay, now, all we have to do, you stay on me, Mapu, all we have to do is push that chin forward, down, it's there. Now, it's such a significant difference in the slimming of the face. So something that I've put in my curves manual, which you can't see, and it's very, very important, is when you push, and also what she's just done there is she's dropped her head down, and she's not meant to do that, so that's my fault, not yours. But what I've done is I've taken a shot of Kate, and what I've done is I've got Kate to tuck her chin back. So yeah, not that far, but just comfortable. So it sits like that. And I've taken a photo of Kate like that, and we've just pretended that we got an amazing shot, but Kate just happened to have her chin tucked in, and we have to fix it on Photoshop. I've recorded myself retouching it on Photoshop and how I do that, so we can do that tomorrow in our Photoshop session. But how to fix a double chin if you do get it. So if you happen to get one, you've got to fix it, because it should be the one thing you're not getting from your clients is that double chin line. All right. Now, next, curves. Any questions about curves? Any more?
I have a question that is from Miss Bay. I have a heart-shaped face, broad forehead, and a pointy, sharper jaw. Anytime I tilt my chin down, my forehead is bigger and my chin is even pointier. Okay. Is there a face shapes that you don't do just down?
Yes. So also, a lot of very lean girls have a very short chin and a short space between their neck and chin. And so what you don't want to do is push it down. You just want to push it forward. So remember, we're working this off, the best way to describe it is Tyra Banks on America's Next Top Model calls this the turtle. Okay, it's about pushing the chin forward. All right, it's not necessarily about pushing it forward and down, but it's about pushing it forward. So when you do have a little heart-shaped face and a small chin, sometimes you're better with your chin up to the camera, but it still has to come long away from your neck. So like a little turtle, you want to push forward and then lift up just a little wee bit, but maybe you don't need to slim down that jawline, so keep it forward. Your photographer should be able to see that, because I don't just look at everybody and go chin forward and down and then think that's the pose. I'm looking at where it is that your face looks the most beautiful. I also challenge you as a photographer to shoot a nice close vertical shot of a girl from about here to here, and I want to challenge you to get her to push her chin forward like this, and then here. In fact, I'll do it with Simona. Let's do it. I want you to practice this. It's very important. Just stand against the wall. Is first of all, you can take that right off, is I want you to just take a normal shot like this. Alright, and what I want you to do is I want you to show me where you think somebody's face looks the most beautiful, pushing your chin forward now and down a little, stop, and again, down even further, stop, down even further, stop. So that would imply that there's at least 3 levels there. From there, I want you to give me a slight tip this way, too far, so just enough to just tip down, stop, no. So come forward, come down, and then slightly, that's it. So, yeah, now further away, so I want you, that's a girl, but I want you to use your expression so it looks like, yeah, a little bit tiny smile, that's it. And there, so see her face changing significantly as I'm moving it. Now, I want you to lift your chin straight up there, and no, just come back to the center, pushing your chin forward and relax your mouth. And now think of that real model, sort of lifting your chin, there, stop. Okay, so that's it there. And now, slightly away, stop, relax that mouth, that's it, sorry. So you can see that there's lots of different angles, but the thing that we don't ever want to do is we never cross the nose, right, through the cheek line. No, come back. So it's about there, and look back. A lot of models, when they're posing, so this is a real model thing, a lot of models when they're posing, they do that whole, they throw their head back and then look back this way, like that. So they'll do the side look. I don't ever do that for portrait because it looks weird. I don't mind them changing that line there, or even this line here, and I do go up and down and then up and down there. So I actually say, if you were to directly to the camera, up and down, you can have a look at all of those face shapes and see who suits what. Up and down, straight up and down like that, but you never really look right up. Okay, it's about here. And then I look at it like this. You turn the chin to where my breast line is, and you can do that, but you never go past it. Okay, so there and there should be the lines, right? Cool. Okay, so now I want to look at, we've done the chin, a simple sitting down, which was actually one of Mapu's poses, is to bring those two in. And I'll push this forward so she can put her feet on them. That's it. And so sitting normally, Mapu, just sitting on there with your bum with your hands on your sides. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things that I talked about with pulling the boobs back, let me arrange this for you. Okay. So from here, one of the first things, what I talked about with Fashion Quarterly was closing down too much of that pose. If you bring your knees together and then you bring your right foot up and onto that couch, so we can use that couch. Okay, so if it's too high, if the knee's too high and you feel like it's crowding your pose, just pull the couch away and it will come with it and it will drop down. We always point our toes. Everything we do is with ballet feet and ballet hands, because as soon as we point the toes, makes the legs longer. Absolutely makes the legs longer, 100%. Okay, so from here, we now need to bring her arms from her width. Okay, so if you just relax your hands down, so sit normally. No, just stay up, but just put your hands onto your legs, yeah. Okay, so when the hands are by the sides, obviously that's becoming the width of the body. So we'll just throw a shot up there. Any minute now. And And when we slide the elbow right out to the edge of the knee, so we're bringing forward what we want the camera to pick up and pushing back what we want the camera not to. We slide the other hand through, nice and close, and then we pull the boobs back through. Okay, now the chin comes forward and down, that's it, and then all of a sudden we're here. Now that's an extreme That's an extreme case of crossing the arms over. But what you can see is the way it tapers. Now, the reason I'm bringing the elbows forward to the knee, lots of reasons. I never want it to look symmetrical, so I never pull one all the way through. I'm taking the weight off the arms, off the side of the body, and slimming down. The good part is it's projecting forward, and she pulled her boobs back through the center, is that you can bring this hand up and you can bring this hand into the shot. Now, when we bring our hands up around our face, we not only frame the face, we take beautiful shots. So if you jump out, and I'll jump in, and I'm going to sit down, I'm going to put my toe up, just make sure I pull my skirt down. I'm going to bring this elbow out, I'm going to bring this one to here, so it's tapering me in, and I want to be able to use my hand in the shot here, because we can take a whole lot of photographs of people with their hands down, but it changes the mood when you bring hands into an image. I want to be able to play with the hands. I want to take a shot here. I want to take a shot here. I want them to lean on it. I want them to be more casual and friendly. I want them to play with their hair if they want to play with their hair. I want them to frame their face and be all beautiful in a beauty shot here. I want them to touch their throat. I want them to touch the inside of this arm, this shoulder. I want to be able to move the shoulders and move the arms. I want to be able to bring the hands in and play with these to change the mood and pose without changing the fact that I've already slimmed the body, lifted it down, put it into position. So let's open up Q&A around posing curves, because this is an add-on to my posing manual, and the reason it's an add-on is so many people wanted more curves, and they looked at the posing manual and there's not a lot of curves in there. I wanted people to understand the same rules apply with everybody. It's always about lengthening, always pulling the arm away, always creating the hourglass for slimming. And I created that as an add-on because I had so many hundreds of people request it. In the posing manual and the curves manual, which is only $85, it talks about how I Photoshop curves, because I do post-production on curves where I compromise, like I said, the back line in order to get a front line. Or the other way around to get a back line that I want. Tomorrow I'm going to slim curves on Photoshop. I think it is something a lot of people argue about, slimming curves, because a lot of people say, you know, it's what you're doing is not true, etc., etc. But I look at it as an enhancement, not a lie. I always want to keep the integrity of the shape of their body, so I think it's very important that you, if you're going to warp a line in, that you keep the line as it is. And I really only want to remove the little bits that people do not like. I don't want to go out of my way to make somebody who's curvy a size 0, because it's ridiculous. I want to keep that integrity, but just take away lumps and bumps and flabby bits that people won't like. That's my sort of philosophy on that, so everybody has their own opinion about that.
A couple people are wondering on the internet in regards to photographing more elegant women, and they have a little bit more skin under their neck. Do you have, and when you have them push their chin down and forward?
It just pulls it straight forward and up.
And if there's anything more, do you do that in Photoshop?
Always.
Okay.
Yes, I've never had anybody say, please leave my necklines. I never have anybody say, please leave my frown lines. And I've never had anybody say, I love those horizontal lines that go this way on my forehead. Okay, those are the 3 things women complain about on their face. 4, actually, Muppet lines as well. As you age, these are called Muppet lines. They go, or jowls. You know, when jowls start coming forward, and jowls are hereditary. People get them because the other people, your family has them. And people go, oh, I hate my jowls. And so if you lift the chin forward and up and sculpt the face with posing, you can eliminate a lot of neck and jowl. But nobody ever wants that in an image, so just trim it or lightly Photoshop it, but usually they'll tell you that they don't like it.
Question from Claire of RA. How would you approach shooting someone who is thick rather than curvy? And similar to that from Rebadre, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. What about posing a woman with a stomach that is larger than her breasts?
Okay, that's important because you're certainly not creating an hourglass with an apple. And most body types, when they carry weight, don't particularly have an underneath the waist. But what you do is that's when you go a little higher. Okay, because the boobs, the good thing is regardless of the size of the belly, the boobs will always project forward first because the camera angle is sitting at a place where the face is in focus first and then the boobs are second and then everything else drops away. So that's where you've got to really recline forward, pull the arm away, put the boobs forward, create as much space through here as you can and shoot a little bit higher. That's the only time that you would really shoot down on people, when they are that, larger there.
Thank you.
But same rules apply, just keep coming up a little bit higher. Maybe instead of getting above people, get them to recline down more to you. Because there's this distinct look in a photograph where you can see the floor, where you're obviously shooting down on people that does not look very cool. But if they recline all the way forward on a chair, so that their upper body is really projecting forward and they're really uncomfortably pushing their chin towards you, it will draw them out and slim them out. Remember, you're not trying to make everybody a size 4, you're just trying to make them look longer and slimmer than they are naturally. So anything you do naturally, you said it yesterday when you saw your photographs, that you don't want to have this fear of seeing your photographs and going, oh God, I even look fatter than I think I am. Don't you, right? You want to see yourself and go, oh, I look awesome. You don't want to kind of go, oh, yuck, that's a fat photo. Well, that's a horrible photo of me. So there's that little bit of stretching out that will make it better for anybody.
A question from Saldago Photo. How do you deal with people who are not as voluptuous or curvy other than a push-up bra?
Okay, other than a push-up bra, for me, when I get lean bodies, what I've tried to do is overextend them. So when they are really lean and they're straight up and down and I want cover girl poses, I do get them to push in with their waist, but I also get them to push out with their bum. So it's almost uncomfortable for them from the front. And then as long as I can get some shape in their body, as long as I can move them and shape them as much as possible, they do look curvier. Yeah, and only once or twice, maybe twice in my career, have I made a girl's upper arms a little fuller in Photoshop because she had a very skinny upper arms and they just looked really skinny in camera, and I just literally did the same rule for slimming but just evened them out and filled them out just a little bit. That works the same way.
And a question from Ishay. Curvy girls' faces are sometimes larger and the eyes look smaller. Is there a way to make the eyes pop or have wide open eyes without looking shocked?
No, it's a really hard thing when there's lots of weight on the face. The eyes do look naturally smaller. But remember, to us they look smaller than photographing somebody with a lean face and big eyes, but to them it looks like them. So, what you can do is once your level is slightly higher than them, it will open up their eyes and jump their eyes up just a little wee bit. And once they have nice big open eyes, so just above the eye line, which is where you should be anyway. Also, with shooting really lean bodies, to make them look slimmer, models with an anorexic BMI still look normal weight when you shoot them from the ground. So the lighter a girl is, the lower you can shoot. And, very few people, other than the lollipop and being a little bit higher and having them turn to the side where their head looks really big for a lean body, not many people look too skinny in an image. The camera is naturally quite fattening. Yeah, so, yeah.
A question from Teresa Aben Arens. What do you do about bags under the eyes? Is this a posing, lighting, or post issue?
Neither. It's a post issue. Yeah, it's if the makeup. I look at it like this: if the makeup can't cover it, and I can't get rid of it with a reflector, then Photoshop will deal with that. So along that line is how bad it is. It will get dealt with at some stage.
We have a number of questions about eyes.
Yes.
Still, if we can touch on that a little bit more. Heavy top eyelids, bags over the eyes, Photoshop.
Okay, so when you get a rolling lid, it happens pretty much about 37, 38. The lid starts to drop down. The aging of a woman's face, the crow's feet start sort of about 32 and they start high, and as the aging goes up into the 40s, the crow's feet start coming down, and then obviously the frown starts dragging forward and we start to get a drop down on the eyes. We deal with that with makeup when we do our lashes. If we do get a rolling lid, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's their natural aging process, and there's nothing you can really lift it. I mean, some people will then go and do the extreme Botox lift, or, and they won't have this movement here. They'll lift up and then they'll look very surprised. I actually find the surprised look harder to deal with than a rolling lid, because generally a rolling lid is caused by smile lines, and if people have a closed down lid and smile lines, they often have very beautiful, friendly eyes. So it doesn't bother me if they have that friendly sort of eye,
Guitar Goddess has a question. How would you approach photographing someone with asymmetrical features like asymmetrical eyes? Would you have them tilt their head a certain way?
Yes. So I definitely have an asymmetrical face going on up here on my right-hand side, and I've seen a girl with her eye up and over here quite significantly. Whenever she was straight onto the camera, I found that her hair, which was actually naturally on that right side anyway, when it came down over her brow line, it looked more symmetrical, and all I had to do was turn her face slightly off that way and her eyes came into perfect symmetry. So like we just did with Simona there, where we took her face and we went 1, 2, 3, and then we took it up that side and then up that side. As long as you're not going outside of there, just watch for the face line and the eye line.
How do you do it? Crossed eyes?
I've recently, about 2 years ago, had the single most beautiful 3 sisters I have ever seen in my life, and one of the girls had a fully inverted eye, and they were just the most beautiful girls. Now obviously this is something that is noticeable to me from the second she walked in. Nobody talked about it, so I deal with this in this kind of way. I always say to people, if they have a burn or a scar or a birthmark or an obvious thing about them, I know they're going to talk to me about it. If they don't, then I say this, tell me about your eye. Tell me about your eye. Now her option right there is to say, I don't want to talk about it, or sure. And it started because my sister-in-law was born with an inverted eye, and she's had an operation to have it stitched back to this eye, so they stitched and moved together. In her lifetime, she's had this operation 9 times, and she has some scarring now around her eye, and even though she has the most magnificent, beautiful big eyes, when I met her, I could see that there was obviously something going on with her eye. So I said to her, when I first met her, tell me about your eye. And she went, and everybody went, oh my goodness, that moment where it's like, did she really say that? And she said to me, I'm so glad you asked, because I always think people are looking at it, but they never ask me what it is about it, and I want to talk about it. So she told me about the operations, etc. So when this girl came in, I was kind of equipped for it, and I said, tell me about your eye. And she said, well, I've had 7 operations at it. I don't want to have another one. It doesn't work. I have all this stuff. They keep putting it back. It comes back. So I'm fine with it. My boyfriend's fine with it. I said, okay. And then I asked the inevitable question, do you want me to change that in Photoshop, or do you want to leave it as it is? It is entirely up to you. And she said, can you fix that? And I said, if that's what you want, I will fix it. She said, yes, I want you to fix it in Photoshop. And I said, okay. So I literally took a lasso of her other eyeball and matched it with that one and dropped it into all of their images. And that's her choice to fix that, change that. It's not even fixing. It's whatever you want it to be. But yes, do I say that? I invite that by saying, let's talk about your eye. I had a girl with a big trachea scar. I said, tell me about your scar. There's a story behind everything. And if they tell you a story, they feel connected to you by telling you their story. And every story to do with a woman's body or anybody's body has an emotion with it. Because every emotion and every story, they can tell you something and what it meant to them. So when somebody stands in front of you to tell you a beautiful story about a scar, they can tell you the emotion behind it, and then somehow you have connected to one of the most personal parts of who they are. And when she told me about this scar, this story, she was quite shaky, and I said to her, cool, do you want me to take this out in Photoshop? And she said, no, it is part of who I am. That's her choice. So her choice, not mine, and I never feel like I can't ask somebody those hard questions, because I should be able to ask them that.
Fabulous. Thank you. Question from Darla Sharp Photo. Do you do anything different for curvy girls with short hair?
Nope. I just don't blow their hair. So obviously, yeah, I love long hair. I love blowing it. So whether they're curvy or not, it gets blown or it doesn't get blown. So.
Question from Henry K.Y. Haas. What do you suggest if the client has unattractive or extra chubby hands? We had a couple of questions about hands that might have...
I don't have long fingers, and I have short, stumpy fingers. So in the world of fingers, I tend to be, maybe I didn't line up at the really nice hands table when they were putting me together. And I kind of think, and I used to really not like my hands a lot, but any hands, no matter how chubby or how broad they are, in fact, I find more women with manly hands than I do with chubby hands, kind of big hands. And a lot of women will go, I hate my hands, and hold their hands like this, like, oh, I hate my hands. Ballet hands works for everybody, and if they're really big hands and they don't look good up around the face, do not put them up around the face. It does limit you having things like that, but you just work through your limits. And you can still do all of the reclines and get them to relax from side on, and they'll still have ballet fingers from side on, and the hand will look long, but do not bring it up here if they've got big, unattractive hands, and you can't make them feminine.
Even though you're working with professional hair on the set, do you ever find that you have to do a lot of post-processing on fixing any stray hairs?
Never. We don't really have stray hair. Sometimes I make hair bigger. So I use the same tool for slimming and that I do to make hair bigger, because I often will say to Simona, bigger, I want bigger hair. I love big hair. You will notice by all the shots that I take, and all the shots I'm like, bigger. Sandra's hair, we're pulling curls out. Amanda's hair, we were buffing them up as much as we can. Mapu's, we were blowing it out. I love big hair. I think it's really sexy and gorgeous, so I tend to make hair bigger, and sometimes if we don't pull that off in the shoot, I will make it bigger in post.
And TY?
TY just has cool big hair, so it's like, that's the sort of hair that we look at. In fact, we have a bit of a joke about that. Whenever we see someone with big hair, we always look at each other and go, yeah, I love big hair.
Nice.
I love big hair. I think everybody should have big hair. Just so you know, a little joke, when I was growing up at high school, my nickname was Miss Alabama. I was an 80s child. I don't have quite big hair, but I've always had the whole beauty queen, woo, big Miss Alabama.
And it's gorgeous, Sonia. Yeah. Question had come up from a couple folks about broad shoulders.
Yes.
So kind of like swimmers and who want to look a little bit more delicate.
I love broad shoulders. I think broad shoulders are gorgeous. What I hate is broad shoulders that are lifted up. Okay, so one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do is to get people to stop lifting their shoulders up. And that's why I'm constantly saying, long neck, lift up, long neck, lift up. Because as soon as you lift the neck up away from the shoulders go softer and more feminine. I never do any of the roll forward poses, because if they've got broad shoulders and they bring their shoulders forward like this, they just look like, weightlifters straight away. So it's about dropping the shoulders back and lifting up long through the neck, long and tall, lifting right up and creating length. I had a girl one day with an amazingly hot swimmer's body, and swimmers can have very big shoulders and no traps. Well, no neck, they can have the real high traps. And in every one of her shots, I felt like her neck looked really short, even though through the entire shoot I was like, pull the neck up, pull your neck up long, push your shoulders down, pull the neck up. In one of her beauty shots, I actually extended her neck a little wee bit, just because I wanted one beautiful long neck shot, and she was really, really broad. But, anything like that, again, you try and fix in posing. If you don't get it in posing, you don't want to change their body too much. It's still her neck and her shoulders, so she's used to having broad shoulders. You just want to get those elbows in, so even if the shoulders are wide, the elbows are still in, so you're getting that beautiful hourglass. And then nobody's looking at her broad shoulders, they're looking at her tapered waist.
Another Photoshop question from Ace Clown. Do you advise clients not to wear bras or tight straps so that you don't have to use it do it in Photoshop later, or do you just embrace it and let them wear whatever they want?
I don't find I get a lot of bra strap marks, but if I do, I just remove it in Photoshop. But yeah, I don't usually tell people to take anything off. It doesn't really matter to me. I kind of think, if people want to be photographed with their bra on, I'll remove the bra strap on Photoshop. What I want is for people to be comfortable. So some people will go, I want to do a skin shot, I'm going to take my bra off so I don't get strap marks. Fine, they can take their bra off. But if they don't want to, I don't ever ask anybody to. I just don't think about it like that. Watches I take off. Watches tend to be really large. They reflect a lot of light on the flat of the watch, and they often leave a nice big mark around the wrist. So whenever I see a girl sitting in hair and makeup, I do say, remove your watch. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And if they have a spray tan and they've come to do a particular nude shoot or something like that, then I would probably get them nude in a robe underneath. Yeah, but I don't really think about it for just the skin shots.
Question from Abigail. How do you pose women with big noses?
Well, there's the long nose that breaks the lip line when it comes forward, so when the chin comes forward. So what you need to do is keep the chin sort of at a halfway point instead of forward and down, because as soon as the tip of the nose touches the lip, it doesn't look good. And I actually have a friend who has that nose, and that she hates that when her nose touches her top lip. So often, when you've got that nose, it usually belongs to an ectomorphic body type, which ironically is long and lean. So they have lots of other winning areas and other places where we push the chin forward, and they've got a nice long neck and a nice column body, so they can have their chin forward and up. It very rarely belongs to a mesomorphic or an amorphic body type. So our body types come generically with a certain hair type, a certain nose and lip type, and then a certain body weight type ratio. So we all kind of have something really amazing going on, and we all have our quirks. But each of us, if you work with what's the best of everybody, and just as a little tip with that nose, when it is really large and there is that little tip that comes down to the top of the lip, I actually just trim the bottom of the nose about literally 3 millimeters, so it just clears the top lip on my best friend. I do that on her nose, and she says to me, you're the only person that's ever taken a nice photo of me, and it's because I've taken away the one little bit she hates, yet it still looks entirely like her nose and her face, and she now knows that I do this because I've just told everybody. And you know it's because I love you and I want you to have a good nose, because I know you don't like it. Not for any other reason.
Do you have any tips for Michael D Photography? He's wondering if you, how would you shoot a woman who was like a bodybuilder? How would you make her look more feminine?
Well, the bodybuilders want to take their clothes off and pose for you. So I've photographed many bodybuilders, body sculptors, dancers, and I've never met one that really just wants a pretty shot in a nice white dress. Same thing again, they often have really big shoulders, really high traps, so long neck and lots of feminine arms, etc. But mostly they want hot body stuff. They've worked hard on their body and they're quite happy to take their clothes off. And I've never done a portrait shoot. Also, the 6 weeks weeks that they prepare for competition, they're quite happy to be in a bikini for that whole 6 weeks. Afterwards, they'll lose their muscle mass really quickly. So very rarely do you get a family portrait where a girl is incredibly muscly naturally and wants to look more feminine. Generally, she's prepared herself for a competition and she's quite happy to do everything that she does to show it off. And I love photographing contoured bodies that are ready for competition because they work so hard and it's such an art form, and I really respect that they've worked so hard with their nutrition and their exercise, and they're great to photograph.
A question from, let's see, I missed. Leslie Lee Photo. What about a woman whose mouth is higher on one side?
I photographed a woman with Bell's palsy. So her face was fully paralyzed on the right side. And there is a difference between a paralysis on the face and somebody with a slight smirk. Now, Mapuana smirks to the left, and her smile does not come up evenly from here. It smirks to the left, but that's her face, and she suits that. So when it's their little quirk, then it's kind of cute. It dimples and it quirks to the left. But this woman had a noticeably paralyzed face on the right-hand side, and we discussed it. And she chose to only have her daughters photographed and not herself because of this paralysis. So I thought it was Bell's palsy, which goes away, you know. But she told me that 23 years before she'd survived a brain tumour, and they'd operated on her, and one of the side effects was a paralysed face. And so she spent her whole life not smiling for photographs because she'd go up here and stay paralysed on this side. And I said to her, well, what if I could take a photograph of you and I could take the best photograph you've ever seen of yourself? And I just challenged her. And she said, I'll let you take 3 photographs. And I said, okay. So this woman, it took a lot of coaxing to do this. And what I actually did was I made her smile on the 3rd photograph, and she said, no, I don't want to smile. And I said, can you just do one? So she did a half smile, and I just got it. And then what I did was I lassoed it on Photoshop and I flipped it so that her smile came up on both sides. And when I showed her the image, she was beside herself. You know, she was absolutely beside herself. She had an incredible photograph of her and her daughters. And I mean, I don't want to say, but Photoshop can fix this. I want to be able to prove that I can do something and take a beautiful shot without overstepping the boundaries of what she wants to change about herself. All of these questions are, I have never, because I've been shooting for so long, there's nothing you could throw at me that I have not experienced in some way. But you need to look at everything the same way. You need to have respect for the person and how they look, what they like to change about themselves while being realistic. And as a woman, I know one thing. I don't mind that I'm curvy, but I don't want to have a double chin. I don't mind that I'm 40, but I don't want to have a frown. And thanks to Botox, I do not. I don't mind all of those things. Like I know how old I am. I know what my body type is. And when I lean on something, I don't mind being my size, but I don't want to have this flabby bit here hanging out. And when I'm here, I don't want to have that bit there. And when you show me those things, I don't want to see those things because those are things I don't care about, that I don't want. So when I look at a photograph as a woman, I look at it as I'm her. Now, this brings up a really great argument, and you can think about this while we're eating lunch. If I photograph a woman in a pose like this, and you are appreciating her female form, she has a dynamite body, you're watching the light go onto the curve of her back or maybe the inner curve of her thigh, you are appreciating it, whether you're a man or a woman photographer, you are appreciating her body and going, that is an incredible form, and I'm going to photograph it. Now, I do not shoot like that. I do not look at you and appreciate your form. I look at you like I am you. And I'm going to look at this photograph and say, I don't like that tubby bit. I want a long neck. I want to look slim. I want my body to look curvy and hot. I want to look really good. I photograph you like you are me, and I want to look the best I can look. That is the difference. I do not appreciate form and photograph a beautiful shot. I want to capture you in a full state of being you, in full appreciation of yourself. So when I look at a photograph of any other photographer, I can tell if you have empathy for her as a client or whether you were just photographing what you appreciated about her beauty. Because if you don't, if you photograph it in appreciation, then you cease to deliver to the client maybe what she wants in herself, and you are only seeing what you liked about her, not what she was. And I think there is a distinct difference between the two.
Wow, that was really powerful, Sue.
It's the truth. Yeah, and when you look at images, I want you to say that was shot by someone who's appreciating a body. Okay, nudes. Let's look at nudes. Nudes and boudoir, very similar. Nudes are just, boudoir is just, you know, a bit of clothing or a bit of lace on. But inherently, I've never made money from nudes. I've photographed a lot of nudes. I can get beautiful women to pose nude for me. But I've never had anybody come in and say, I want a beautiful nude folio and I will spend $3,000 on that. Because it is just not a big buying business. And all the nude photographers I know shoot weddings and shoot nude fine art for themselves. So they're not photographing a body for a woman. They're photographing the appreciation of that form. And that appreciation of that form will not pay your wages. Now, I'm not saying don't shoot nudes. They're amazing to shoot nudes. Shooting nudes makes you a better photographer. You learn about light, you learn about form, and you get to take incredible shots that make you love the female form, because generally when we talk nudes, we're talking about women. But I'm just saying, I'd like somebody to show me a business model where nudes makes money like portrait does, because the nude is taken for the admirer, not for the nude. Wouldn't you say that? Mm-hmm. That is the same with portraits. So obviously the importance of signing a model release is vital when it comes to protecting yourself, and so many of us do not do this. If at any time you use your images for display and you have not signed off a model release, you can get quite a backlash. And just so you know, a personal story about that is many years ago I used to not care about a model release because I used to think, well, everybody loves their images, and I would say, I can show these, right? And everyone would, yeah, put them on the website, and it would be a verbal confirmation. But as I built my business, I went from a little garage studio to 1 year later having this beautiful studio in the city. And one of the girls that was on my website, and she was on my main card, she didn't come to me. She went straight to a lawyer who sent me a letter that said, I'm making money off her images and she should be entitled to a percentage of it. And I had to go through that process because I had not gotten her to sign a model release because I made friends with her. Why would I get her to sign a legal document? So what Catherine has created is she's created something specifically with the unique challenges with photographers in mind. And it's there on your iPhone or on your iPad, and there's no reason why you can't bring that to your client and have them sign it off, and it will email the contract back to you at the studio, and then you have a record of it. So it's going to be, there are, many reasons why we need to protect ourselves, but it's always smart when you're using your images in advertising competitions and all of those unique sort of situations that you are protecting yourself. So I call it, they call it crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but creatives are not very good at doing that, so I call it, dotting your T's and crossing your I's. Because we know we're not very good at doing legal stuff and doing business stuff and tax stuff. We're going to spend this next little section talking about Natural Light Studio. So I get asked a million questions about what my studio looks like, about where I shoot. And yesterday you saw me photograph the girls' images, and then you saw the girls in their little corners where they were being photographed. And I know a lot of people don't quite believe that it's really as simple as it is for me. Simona, on my camera bag I have that white sheer. Are you able to get that for me? Okay, so wrapped up inside my Think Tank camera bag, and my Think Tank camera bag has got both of my cameras in it and 3 lenses, battery packs and a Polaroid camera. Rolled up in a tight little ball, I have this, which is polyester chiffon. So it is just a very light sheer fabric. You can see through it. It doesn't have too much of a sheen on it. It's around $4 a metre. And I carry this in my bag because the one thing I cannot do when I'm not shooting in my studio, the one thing I cannot do when I'm on location is diffuse light if I don't have something to diffuse it. Now, you all know that I have these large polystyrene reflectors, and when I go on location, they cannot come with me. That is the one thing I do not take with me, is the large polystyrene reflectors. I can't. But what I do is I have a smaller version which I can pack into the car. Now today we've just got a really tiny version just to show you, but my polystyrene that I pack into the car are about 4 times bigger than this. So they're not the big ones, I just keep them about this size. I do not have the pop-out reflectors because I think the white styrofoam is a better reflector, and I will carry them around to locations, not a problem. Of course, when I travel overseas, I will buy, so you can go to Home Depot or whatever. What do you have here? Is it called Home Depot? You can go to Home Depot and buy a polystyrene sheet that is twice as big as that, which is quite portable for you to use, and I leave them places. I give them to photographers, but I prefer this. And so if these 2 things are in my bag, then I can diffuse the amount of light that's coming through a window, and I can bounce it back. And those are the 2 things I need to control light. This here is about, I think, 8 meters long. And I also have a packet of pins in my bag, and I'm not above draping this, doubling it up, using pins, but I will cover any window, double it up. I can make it look pretty. I can pretty much hang it off anything, and it gets a bit tatty. I have to wash it every now and then, but basically what it does is it diffuses the amount of window light coming through a window. And if that's my only light source, then this morning when we did the poses with Simona, so we did Simona against the wall, we did Simona flat on cover girl, we did Simona doing freestyling, lying down and sitting in the chair, all of those poses are going to be done within 2 meters of each other. Okay, so I will work around one corner. So let's break that down. This here is my studio in New Zealand. And what I did was I built an internal wall. So about 1.2 meters from the window, I put a wall in here, as in a little corner. So it was right here. And what it did was I actually nailed it into the floor. It didn't move. It was just a floating corner. I could pose down this line with leaning against this wall with the light directly on them, or I could go around the inside of that and pose them against this wall with the light brushing over them this way. The only light source in the studio is running along this side. And so I could also turn them around and photograph them flat against that wall. So for the people that have bought the posing manual, you'll see that there's a number on the floor, which I mapped out the studio, and I called them scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So at any time, I could change a position to what I deemed as scenario 1, 2, 3, or 4, and I could say, shoot her in scenario 4 against the mid-grey background with the curtains pulled closed and that white chair. And my staff already knew how we were going to shoot it. So I kind of mapped out the studio where the light looked the best. And I painted the studio white on one end and mid-grey at the other end. There were 2 faux walls in the centre. One was mid-grey, one was light grey. And when you closed down the curtains, it significantly altered the light in that room. Because that is the beauty of light, whether it's natural or artificial. When you change the amount of light that's coming in and out of a room, and then you adjust your focus for your model, the light changes quite significantly in the background, of course. So when I wanted it to be light and fresh on the grey background, I just opened the curtain right up like this. When I wanted it to be dark and more silhouetted, I closed the curtain down, so just a shaft of light was coming into the silhouette, but it's the same background. So obviously you need two types of curtains in your studio. You need a net that diffuses light, and then you need natural light, thick block-out curtains. And they control how much light, and they go over the netting curtains, and they control how much light comes in and out. A lot of photographers shoot boudoir in motels or hotels, and ironically, motels and hotels have block-out curtains and a net generally because people want to sleep in and they want a dark room. So I find generally hotel rooms do lock down a lot of light, so it is easy to get a double curtain like that. But if you're shooting on location at someone's home, you do have to ask the question, how much light is in the house? And for a non-photographer, most of them can't answer that question. A lot of people say, I don't know, it's normal, or there's lots of light. But when you get there, there isn't. So always about controlling light. This is something I've pulled out of the manual just to show you that you can sit down on the floor underneath a window. It would be equivalent to having a high window like the back wall here in the studio and sitting down with your back against the concrete floor. That these images are shot within a metre of the window. So that chair is right up against that window. Do you understand? She's sitting, I'm here, so come and be the photographer. So TY is going to be me, the photographer. I've got the chair right here, the window light is there, and I'm sitting right up against that window, but you can't see the window on my shot. Because I want as much natural light hitting my subject as I can. So let's say we bring that chair in. So Sandra, bring that white chair so that camera can go down. You're the photographer, TY. Okay. Sandra's going to bring the white chair in. Our light source is here, but imagine we've got it nicely covered. You're going to sit down and be photographed. So on your right side, feet tipped away, push your bum out to me this way, elbow on there, nice recline, hand back, slide, right knee up, beautiful, knees together, chin around, projecting your front shoulder forward. TY is photographing her straight on, not on an angle. You're always straight to her, that's it. So you're shooting straight back this way, and our reflector is right there. Okay, she's that close to the window light, she's that close to the reflector, you're that close to her, and you are bouncing light straight back to her from your only light source. Okay, but my sheet of styrofoam is 2.4 metres high. So also, ultimately, if you've got a big studio space, here I am, I've got the chair butted right up against the window, I've got a window there with a sheer over it, block-out curtains, squeezing the light in, I've got a massive reflector here. My client feels pretty safe right now because she's surrounded by walls, she doesn't feel like people are watching her, she certainly can only see me, and it's kind of a safe feeling. I think the big polystyrene reflectors work two ways. They bounce beautiful light, but they also enclose you and make you feel quite safe. So I think it's a really good way to see how close you are. Now, if you are struggling to bounce light in, I will put another reflector down here to bounce up to her face on a box in front of her, and a second big one here. I will surround people in reflectors before I would use artificial light. I'm that stubborn. This is probably one of the most significant things that I ever did. As the digital cameras got better in the last 4 years, I started to turn, because remember, we couldn't shoot into the light with the early digital cameras. They just could not take that extreme light. If you exposed for this part here on her, your highlights would burn. And then if you exposed for a highlight or a mid-tone, your dark areas would just have absolutely no detail. And as the cameras got better and better, it wasn't until I got the 5D that I started to shoot straight back into that light. Now, I know a lot of wedding photographers and kids photographers love doing that outside sort of dawn or, sort of at sunset. But what I started to do was I started to shoot my portraits directly back to the window. And this is really interesting. My last 27 photo shoots, well, okay, 2 of them weren't. So out of the last 29 shoots, 27 were female photographers. Okay, so this year I photographed 27 female photographers in Australia. And the one thing that all the photographers say to me is, I love everything in the backlight. because all the photographers are really drawn to the backlight. So whether you're using it for lingerie, whether it's just a nude booty shot like that, because I love the white sheet. I love the look that she's naked, even though she was wrapped in a white sheet when she lay down, and I unwrapped her just to show her hip line, but she was actually wearing a G-string, and I removed that on Photoshop. Then I shot her on a bed straight into the windows in the bedroom with white blinds down. So the white blinds were down. So let's just do that for a moment so you can actually physically see it. I need you to see it. You look fantastic. Okay, so right now Simona has set Amanda's hair because we're going to do a hair and makeup demo next. So yeah, I'm loving that. Okay, Simi, I want you for this. All right, so let's talk about this backlight. What you need is, if you have a strong light, you need to have quite a thick sheer curtain. That curtain must be quite thick, because if there is hard light coming through or bright light coming through, you cannot do this shot. So bunch up a nice net curtain, and if you have to, add more nets as a diffuser. So if you have a nice strong light source but you want to diffuse the amount of light coming through, make sure you've got lots of netting. Then what you do is you place your model client right there, yeah. And this is exactly how we shot this, and I'm going to shoot it directly back to that light. Now, the most important part about this, and I can't do it for the camera, is to have two massive reflectors here and here. All right, because the only light source in the room is coming from there. So I'll shoot her right there within a metre of that window with two huge reflectors here and here, right up to the ceiling. Big, big reflectors with just enough room for me to poke my head through here. And like TY said, you should get a reflector and cut a hole in the middle so I can just poke my lens through it. That is not a stupid idea. That is definitely a good idea. Okay, so from here, I will sit down at this level. I will have two big reflectors here and here, and I'll shoot her through there. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to bounce back the only light source, which is there, to her face so I can meet her for her face in camera and expose for her face. My camera is so good now that I'm not burning out all those highlights, and I shoot in RAW. So everybody knows the recovery tool in both Lightroom and RAW is the single best invention in the planet, which brings your highlights up to, you know, a neutral, which is great. So in terms of using that backlight, have you got my thing there? So in terms of using the backlight, these images are all shot exactly the same way, standing in front of the window, kneeling in front of the window, sitting in front of the window, and lying in front of the window. And don't you agree that they all have a different quality? And what is that quality? Because it's something very cool about the way that they're photographed in terms of the way that the light's hitting. You know, that backlight is beautiful. It's a very hard light to achieve commercially with light, because I think it looks quite artificial. I love the backlight and how natural it looks. So I do sort of challenge you to keep practicing it, to try it. You'll notice that everybody has a very flat light to their face. It's not shaping their face, it's hitting them directly at the face. You'll also notice in each one of their catch lights that you can see two very large reflectors either side back to them, because there is so much light bouncing back. And in every one of these instances, there was not a second light source in the room other than the light that's behind them. Okay, now you know how I shot, when I shot TY on the black background and she was wearing black and she has dark hair, straight away, as soon as I put her on the dark background, my camera wanted to jump up 2 stops. So I shot it 2 stops under. This is the opposite. Whenever I sit girls down in front of the white window, and especially if they're wearing a white colour, because I never shoot the backlight in a dark colour, it looks horrible, then the first thing that it does is it goes underexposed. So I push my camera up, usually a stop and a half. So I'm looking at the back of my camera and I'm shooting for the image that I'm seeing on the back of the camera. Right? Okay. So from there, what I've done, any questions about the backlight? Because I think the backlight is something I get asked about all the time. Let's address it so we can move on.
Sue, when you have, you're talking about shooting and blocking the light. When you are blocking that light with that sheer, are we talking sunbeam? Are we talking cloudy day? When do you see the need to put that up, or do you always put that up?
It's always up.
It's always up. Okay.
Well, for starters, I would never shoot undifused light.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay.
So I always have a curtain in my studio.
Okay.
That sheer is to double up if I'm on location and the curtain is not enough,
Okay.
or if there is no curtain, I will pin that in the window. In the studio that we've set up, there was no netting in the window. See, they have those strange Venetians on the outside?
Yeah.
So I have pinned this net. I've pinned it up on the window. I've doubled it and then pinned it to diffuse the amount of light coming in.
Okay.
That is for on location. If this was my studio, I would get the Venetians removed and I would hang nets in the curtain with a block-out curtain over the top. This studio has the distinct, unique skylight, which is not a bonus for a photographer. It drops high light. You have to bounce a bottom reflector up, otherwise you get a really bright forehead and you can see the shadows going down on the face, and you can't shut down a skylight, so you can't close a curtain over a skylight and bring that light down. So it actually worked against me here, but this was just an example of how I can set up a natural light studio in anybody's lounge. Okay, any other questions about the backlight?
When you're shooting this, what is your ISO at?
Okay, I work under the best ISO is 160, 320 or 640. Generally when I'm shooting into the backlight you can see the grain in there. I'm usually at 640. If I have to go up to 2000 because the light behind is brighter and I need to expose for the face, I will go up to 2000, but around 640 is all you need, and shoot it about a stop and a little higher. So yeah, I just watch the back of the camera, I shoot it around 640 and it always looks beautiful.
And you're doing like a 2.8 or?
Well, I never shoot lower than 2.8 ever, because it's too risky. Even 2.8 is risky. 4 is good, but yes, I will go to 2.8 on the lower lenses, but I can't go lower on the 24 105 because that's a 4.0 anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't shoot it at a lower f-stop. Any other questions about the backlight?
Bree Sessions is wondering, on an overcast day where it's darker and not getting a lot of light, can you still have the backlit effect?
You can, but the only way to do it is to take your client right back to the window and put the reflectors so close to her that you really are just poking your head and your lens in between. I've pushed it out to that. You do get it. You can do it. You know.
And can you remind us again about how far you push your ISO?
2000. I will go up to 3200 if I have to, but you very rarely have to. Because remember, you're only pushing your ISO to let light in. There's lots of light coming at the lens, so it's not, the problem is not the light amount in this shot. The problem is how much reflected light is going back to her face. Because essentially, even on a dull day, if you turn your camera to the window light, it's letting lots of light in. So the camera's not going to get confused or start throwing out, your exposure too much. What it's doing is you're not bouncing enough light back to the face to get that beautiful light on there. Obviously, the face is always going to be 2 stops under the background. So when you expose for the face, the background's going to blow out. So what you're trying to do is not get that extreme light. You're trying to even that exposure out a little bit more. Another way to get around it, and I've actually done this before, and I know it sounds terrible, but I bracketed for the face, and then I took the shot again, bracketing for the background, and then I blended the images together because I could not get the shot without flaring the background. So I did a bracket straight away, dropped my exposure, took a photo, another photo, put them together in RAW. Yeah.
And a couple of folks have asked, do you turn the indoor lights off when you're shooting with this natural light?
Always. Yeah, indoor lights have to go off because they cast shadows and they put yellow highlights and all sorts.
One more quick question. How do you avoid getting the lines from the window panes?
Well, this is weird. That's exactly what I was going to say. That the weird thing about this little lounge is as soon as I covered up those Venetians, I thought, oh no, I'm going to get a ladder right across my model, and it didn't. I don't know why. We even talked about it. We said these Venetians, oh no, there's Venetians on the window. And as soon as we took a test shot with it, you never saw them. So we diffused the amount of light coming in, and it must, I don't know enough about light. Maybe somebody else can answer why it didn't do that, but it didn't. Because what we did then was we wanted to do some tests. So we set up a natural light studio based on two things. We diffused the amount of light coming through the window, and we had a large polystyrene reflector on the left. So technically that large polystyrene reflector is $15, and the boxes in the middle are $15, and then the sheer curtain hanging in the window is $8. So it's under $100. We decided we could just set up a little space like this, and as long as I have good natural light throughout the day and I could control the amount of light hitting my client, there was nothing I couldn't do in this space. So we got 4 sisters, these 4 gorgeous sisters came in, and we did a shoot of them, and we did an individual shoot of them, of each girl, and then we did some group shots of them just sitting on the polystyrene like this. See how they've all got their legs up so that I can get them as close as they can, and we're pushing them close as they can, working their front shoulder, long chin forward, connecting to their front shoulder, but bringing their heads in together so that their body language is all together. And we photographed all of them there. We did a curve, so we dropped the half box on its side. We got her to recline forward so her arm comes away from her body. She's tipped at a 45. We've still got one light source with a styrofoam reflector on the left, one light source coming from the right, and one light source coming down, so we had a reflector underneath at the bottom to bounce light back up to her so we could get a nice soft even light all over her. And then I've put this in there to show you how I take these smaller reflectors on location. So this video is on my website, and it's a great video for you to see when we're on location how many reflectors I took with me, because we took 4 up that day, and you can see Simona holding them. Basically what we did is the only light source in this shot is behind her. So if you put somebody with the only light source behind them without a reflector to the front of them, you will never light the face like that, ever, because it will simply be dark in the front. And you can see in her catch light what it's picking up is the white reflector, right? And so there is the shot with her only light source, and she has a natural hair light with the light that's behind her. So, you know, it's just such a beautiful soft light, and you can see the one single catch light is that reflector there on the right bouncing back. So there is a reflector here on the left hand side bouncing in as well to try and even it up, but that reflector's not hitting her eye. So in this one, exactly the same position as Casey, the other girl in the white sheet. We're in the same room. That room only has one light source, and that is behind her, so there is no other window. She is lying on a white bed, propped up on pillows, just in an underwear and a top, and I'm shooting her straight back into that light. So I have 2 reflectors in front of her, one at the bottom there that you can see, and one to the right going in, and I'm literally peeking through the little crack in the corner of those 2 reflectors. So essentially, if she's on the bed, let's imagine that this is the bed, the light is here, and the reflectors are big and around her like this, and I'm just poking my head through here. She's in a room of white, and because we've diffused the light, she's in the middle of a huge softbox, wouldn't you say? Because the walls are white, the bed's white, she's wearing white, the blinds are white, and the 2 big reflectors go to the ceiling. So she's sitting in the middle of a nice big softbox. And when it comes to photographing it, there's nothing that you can't do. As soon as I look at this shot, I'm very limited as to how I can move. Straight away, she's being shot into the backlight. I can see the bottom of the blind, so I'm going to remove it. I'm going to make sure the shadows around her face, I can just lighten them in Photoshop. And also, I did take her foot out there because it bugged me when I could see her toes, and I retouched it to that. Now, that was just one sort of single capture into the natural light with no other light source, and it's such a beautiful shot, and it's a shot that's brought me lots of work, because after I did this girl's shoot, I posted this, and I got so many phone calls to say, oh my God, I just love this shot, can I have something like that? This is when I really started to shoot into the backlight as often as I can, because I think it's so pretty. Okay, so that's shooting into the backlight and into that. Any questions about that?
Yes. About 1 billion people are asking if you use spot metering, evaluative metering.
Yes, I spot meter in the back of the camera to the face. Usually when I focus on the eye, I obviously spot meter around the face because I only ever want to make sure that their face is exposed beautifully and that their eyes are incredibly sharp, and that is the most important thing that I'm looking for. And everything else pretty much can get controlled in the raw window after that. So if I focus just on that face exposure and just on that sharpness, everything else can be brought back forward.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So no light metering. I haven't used a light meter since I shot on a Hasselblad. I haven't used a Hasselblad since we became digital in 1997. So it's technically been 15 years since I shot medium format film, and yet back then we were given 3 rolls of film per shoot. We were given 36 images to nail an entire shoot with one. Obviously we had a light meter to the face, so we would meter, we would set the blad, we would take the photograph. If you got a blink, you had to watch for blinks and then take another one. And 36 was being generous because my boss negotiated it down because he wanted to just do it in 2 rolls, one 12 roll of colour and one 12 roll of black and white. So if you think about back then how we were shooting portraits with 24 frames or even 36 frames, then you realise now that people are walking out of shoots having shot 600, 900, 1,000 images in a shoot, which they're binning because that's why people are calling us machine gun shooters, because, you know, you've got a digital camera and you're just going bang, 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 and it's just crazy the amount of volume that people are photographing. I've heard people are shooting 4,000 images at weddings, more, 6,000 images at large weddings. And then having to process or edit or even archive that number of images is just outrageous. Bring it back to quality, not quantity. Slow it right down. The only time I multiple fire is when I'm doing the spinning, dancing shots and I'm trying to catch something in the air, or when I'm blowing lots of hair with the fan. I take multiple images because sometimes you get a perfect look and the hair is just not quite behaving, and then you just get it. And when you get the hair, you've got the shot.
Bethany P. from Rhode Island has a question. Does it matter which angle the reflectors are sitting at?
Yes, it does.
Do they need to be leaning back, or is it better perpendicular?
No. Obviously, you have to look at the light, and whatever the light is hitting her, you have to adjust it. The best thing about holding a reflector up is you hold a reflector up with the natural light source and you look at where it's hitting her face and where it complements her face, and obviously if it's there, then that's where your reflector stays. But when I shoot back to the window, it's important that they are straight back to the window. You know, they're not like that, they're usually like that. So they're flat and straight back to the window. They're not usually pointing up or down, but I'm looking at her face. I'm working the light. A photographer will walk up to a client with a reflector and simply look at light like that, because I want to see where her face looks most beautiful when it's illuminated. And you'll watch a reflector like this bring in an image up to 2 stops on the side of the face. So always looking for your light.
Question from Ivy Frames. Will you ever use a silver reflector to pump up the contrast?
Never. Never. I will never use a silver or a gold reflector. And if I am in a situation where I have to borrow a reflector of somebody, I would rather go to an art supplies and borrow a piece of white cardboard before I use silver or gold. I'm really sorry to the reflector company that makes reflectors, but I hate the glow that sits on the face. I just hate it. For my natural light, flat lighting, it looks horrible. Recently we did a shoot in San Francisco. We were in a hotel. We had no reflector. We needed an extra reflector, so we were pinning up the white towels from the hotel, and that worked. Anything white.
I just want to say to folks out there who might not be in the chat room, because we're getting tons of people asking about where to purchase things like that and the V flats. And there is we've dropped it in the forum, so for links of information. Okay. But the Gator Board Forum Core, if you go look in the forum, you can find out where to get that from.
And so for the other people that don't, the most asked question I get is, where do you buy the polystyrene from? Now, we call it polystyrene in Australia. I know it's styrofoam here. The film industry in LA uses a lot of it. It's called bead wool because it's made up of millions of little beads. This is one of the most asked questions I get. Google styrofoam. I found in every country In every city I go to, I Google polystyrene and I find out where I can buy sheets of polystyrene. You can get them at Home Depot, you can get big sheets, you can get them at refrigeration places. But I found a place in Sydney that cuts styrofoam for movies. They make movie props and they cut them out, and they would make me boxes, and they could actually make me a styrofoam chair. I could do anything that they wanted me to, and you can find places like that, but they are the best reflectors. Anyway, I'm not going to spend half an hour talking about styrofoam, but it is one of the most asked questions on my blog.
So before we move on to makeup, we would love to know what it was like for you guys to be the model on the other side of the big reflectors.
Reflectors are a safe haven. They actually are, especially knowing, you think it's a private shoot, and then you realize there's going to be a camera in the back. I don't care how far back it is. You're still thinking, and then Sue comes with 2 monster reflectors, and it just makes all the world of difference. You're like, okay, we're good.
And you're hiding behind it, and even we're behind it sometimes, so it makes a difference. Tell me, how did you feel having your hair and makeup done, Mapu?
I felt it was very relaxing. With Simona, she's doing your hair and just talking and stuff. It was very calming. It's almost like just calming. I was so nervous coming into it, but sitting with her for about an hour, I felt very relaxed. Almost like a spa. Like you go to the spa to relax, and it's almost how I felt.
Okay, so I want to talk about makeup next. Now, before the boys go, okay, this is where I'm going to go and do some chores and tune out because makeup doesn't interest me, because the girls are not only going to see and learn about hair and makeup, they're going to learn about how to do their own hair and makeup, which is so cool because all the girls want to know how to do their hair and makeup better. But the one thing I want to tell you is everything in my life, as I built my business, became entrepreneurial. Because I figured that when I became a business brain, or when I turned my creative brain into a business brain, everything became about not just making money, but fulfilling growth in myself and growth in my business, which is essentially making money. Now, what I did was, after 3 years, when I built the studio, and you hear my studio story with money tomorrow, but when I built the studio up and we were making lots of money, I got bored. And my creative brain was like, I've hired photographers, I'm no longer a photographer, I'm now running a business. Oh, yawn, I'm so bored. And so my brain just went crazy one day. I was sitting there and I thought to myself, I want to own a makeup salon. And I thought, okay. So I went to work the next day and I said to my business partner, I want a makeup room. And she was like, we have 2 professional makeup artists that work full time. So going back one more step, everybody in my world multitasks. When I employed 2 makeup artists, I taught them Photoshop. When they weren't doing hair and makeup, they were retouching. Yes. Do you know makeup artists are the best retouchers? Because they see the face the same way a retoucher does. Simona clones, she liquefies, she contours, she dodges, and she burns with the face. That's what she does when she puts on makeup. So I taught her Photoshop, my style, and they learn so easily because it's like putting on makeup on the computer. And so what I did was I taught both of those girls how to do Photoshop. So my 2 full-time makeup artists in New Zealand are 2 of the best retouchers I had. Okay? And that was their dual role. Everybody had a dual role. So now going back to the makeup room, what I did was I looked at the makeup girls and they would come into the studio. So we had 2 studios running simultaneously in the big studio with 2 photographers in each room with 1 makeup artist at each makeup bay inside each studio. So one client would come into this room and have her hair and makeup done and then be photographed in this room. She would never change rooms. And then simultaneously a second shoot would be going on with a second team, a second makeup artist and a second photographer. Now ultimately you have 2 studios, 2 photographers and 2 makeup artists, so you can make twice the amount of money. Okay, because we're now a big business. 3rd year we have 8 staff, including myself and a business partner. Then what happened was we had no room to sell our portraits in because we were shooting all day. So at night, the 2 shooting rooms would become viewing rooms and we would sell our portraits 2 to 3 sessions in the evening. What happens then? you are running dual portraits, you're running nighttime sales, and you're working 12 to 15 hours a day. So what we did was, in the third year, I got bored and we cut this room in half. We then put 3 shooting sessions into one room, and we turned one half into a viewing room that could be viewed during the day, and we turned the other half solely into a makeup room. Then both makeup artists were in the makeup room. 2 girls would come in together. They would have a dual hair and makeup and then go into the shooting room to be photographed. 2 more girls would come in, and these girls were being photographed privately over here, while these girls were having their hair and makeup done in the makeup room. So we got 3 beautiful big Italian mirrors, we got beautiful makeup chairs, we bought bottles of perfume, and we literally had this beautiful little boutique room that was the makeup room. We changed the name of the studio then to Makeup and Photography Studio, because I wanted the makeup studio aspect of what I did to become its own entity. Then I could advertise my business as a makeup studio that gave away portrait sessions, and I could advertise my portrait studio with a makeup room, as in I could keep my photography clients by offering them hair and makeup professionally. So if you were going to an event, you could pop into the makeup studio and get your hair and makeup done. That was my idea. That was my reason behind it. I wanted to be the first makeup studio in New Zealand. I wanted to have an actual makeup studio. How often do you go to a special event and you wish you could go and get your hair and makeup done for $80, a full, like what Simona can do? Just walk in, pay her, she does your hair and makeup, you look gorgeous. Unless you know a professional makeup artist, most can't do hair and makeup. They can only do one or the other. You can go to your hairdresser, and then you can go to the MAC counter, but it might not be the same and it might not look gorgeous. So one-stop shop. So what I then did was I pitched to 4 different makeup houses that I wanted to exclusively use one makeup product. And the idea here was I no longer wanted to pay full retail for my makeup. I wanted somebody to give me a wholesale discount on my makeup. So I wanted a unique selling point in my studio. I wanted a gorgeous place. Women love makeup. They just absolutely love it. And they also wanted to have a great way to advertise my business that was a little bit different, and I also wanted to have access to wholesale product. So I'm repeating myself now. So what I then did was pitched it to 4 makeup companies, 2 little independent makeup houses in New Zealand and 2 big ones. Now the big fish that I went after in the end was Elizabeth Arden. Now they're globally 3rd in the world, so of course I'm never going to get a reply from them. I'm just a portrait photographer in Auckland, so they're certainly not going to ring me back. But none of them rang me back. I said I want to create this makeup room. None of them rang me back except Elizabeth Arden. So here I was suddenly faced with meeting the senior sales manager of New Zealand, and when she came into the studio I was terrified. Like, I was so scared of her, and she was so amazingly confident and strong, and I was just trying to have my poker face on. And she walked through the whole beautiful studio, and she saw the poem on the floor and the big doors from Rajasthan, and she looked at all of the images on all the walls. She stopped and looked at every large photograph on the wall, and then she looked in the makeup room, and she turned around and she said to me, "What do you want?" And in my mind I was thinking the ability to purchase makeup wholesale. And she said, "How about we give you 2 of everything?" And what happened next was about 3 days later, 11 boxes of makeup turned up, potentially $20,000 worth of makeup literally turned up at our studio. And we got that because we asked. And I will never forget that moment of hearing 10 screaming girls, including myself, unpack this makeup, because all of a sudden we had this incredible makeup room with a whole makeup table of makeup, and we were just, I cannot describe to you how incredible it was. And all of a sudden we looked sponsored by this incredible company who had given us their beautiful makeup to support our business, because we would support their business by doing beautiful hair and makeup. So the opportunity to create things like that is always there in your business. You just need to think always, I always look at it like this. Take your mind and put your panoramic lens on and just think a little bit wider. So whatever you think sometimes, just think more. Like, I could never have envisioned that that was going to be what I would build, but all of a sudden I had this makeup room, I had a selling room that was operational during the day, I had a fully booked studio with a triple shoot going on every day, and I had this beautiful space. And that is all achievable for anybody. So makeup became my thing. Nowadays, I see constant photographers in wedding and shooting boudoir and shooting where people are trying to hire makeup artists. And I think that after 22 years of having a full-time makeup artist in my life, I think I've seen seen it all when it comes to hair and makeup. Out of maybe 400 makeup artists that I've worked with, there are 5 or 6 actually that I would consider being the best I have ever seen. And I'm going to tell you what makes them the best. I'm going to tell you what makes them really good. I'm going to tell them why Simona's in that top 6. And yeah, so I'm going to get Simona to do live makeup, and while she's doing that, I'm going to teach you about makeup. I'm going to talk about how to pay them, how to bring lots of different makeup people into you, lots of ideas to work with makeup artists. But more importantly, if you are marketing to women as a product, then the option to have their hair and makeup done professionally should be arranged through your studio, and if it is, the benefits it can bring your studio. Is it break time?
Is it break time? That's a good question.
Is it?
Do we have questions in the audience? I just want to say jaws are dropped around the world. What an incredible story.
It is an incredible story, and I can't wait to tell the story tomorrow, because it is a fairy tale story of how my business became successful. And I still to this day tell that story, and I still think to myself, at the time I was aware of how amazing it was, but when key things like that happen, it's not until I look back on them that I think, it was so magical that we had those opportunities and that anybody can create them.
I have a question. Why have someone do hair and makeup and not have like one hair person, one makeup person?
Because then you're paying 2 people for the same amount of time.
Do you pay them twice as much?
No. Well, if you pay 2 people for an hour, it will cost you this much. If you pay 1 person for an hour, it costs you that much. So, And why? Everybody in my world should double skill or go away. If you are not coming into my business with 2 incredible skills, you are redundant to me. I am a multi-skilled woman. I need to be able to be good at a lot of things and okay at a lot of things, but I need to be able to multi-skill. And if you can't bring to the table, and in fact, anybody right now, if there's any makeup artists out there, if there are any photographers out there struggling and they're just starting out, I will tell you one thing right now. Anybody in the photography world right now that has exceptional Photoshop skills will never starve. Because right now there is a hunger for all the photographers I know to have paid Photoshoppers helping them out. They are getting between $20 and $30 an hour. They are getting full weeks of work. When I started my business, I had 1 year between going from a wage mentality to try and start my own business. What I did was created a wage. How I survived was I taught Photoshop. I taught Photoshop to photographers, and they paid me $100 an hour to do this. Right now, the Photoshop skill is one of the greatest skills you can have in terms of print finishing and post-production. And if you can work part-time in a studio offering their Photoshop or helping with their Photoshop, you will not go hungry in this industry. There is a cry for people that need help with their post-production. Also, we're photographers. We've stopped spending time marketing ourselves because we're spending 30 hours a week on Photoshop. Stop it. Pay somebody else. You've got to start thinking smart. So what we're doing now is we've put Amanda into hair and makeup, and we put her hair, we set her hair already because that can take a good 20 minutes, and we've left a couple of strands out there for you. Now, over the last 20 years, I've watched the evolution of hair and makeup. And I was there when the Jennifer Aniston, Rachel cut came in, and obviously everybody on the planet had it. I was there when the splicing came in. But right now, what's in for us is a large, loose wave. And we accommodate all of our clients based on the sort of hair that they have. Sandra came in with naturally tight curls, so we tonged her curls so that they were loose and large and then pulled them out for her, but we still maintained the way Sandra looks naturally. Obviously, TY has a gorgeous fro, and we worked all of her hairstyles around what her beautiful hair does. Mapuana has thick, lots of hair and curly hair, and we defined her curl and smoothed her cuticle with nice big soft curls and then blew her hair with the fan. And then Amanda has long, straight, fine hair, and so we styled and curled her hair, and then we pinned it exactly like this. So what Simone is doing is she's using the curling tong, she's setting the curl, and she pulls the tong out, and the curl is still hot at this stage. And then what she does is she holds it with a little pin and she clips it together. So not dissimilar to the way we used to roll hair in rollers or hot rollers. This is just a really great way to get volume and to get movement. Yeah. Yeah. So also talk about, you can talk about how the direction that you choose to roll your hair in and how easy this is to do. And
so the most important thing for me is that I don't take the hair and wrap it around the tong. I actually open the tong up and start pulling the hair through, and at the same time I'm twisting so the whole strand of hair is gliding through and I'm smoothing it at the same time. So I'm creating a curl and creating smoothness.
Do one again, do another.
Yeah, I'll do a demo if you want to come closer maybe.
So obviously the most incredible thing at the moment about hair, turn that way a little bit more. Yeah. Is that we tend to see hair themes, so we tend to see the same theme come in. So for most of our clients, they are getting this hair set exactly like this.
So this way I'm rolling under. If I've got someone with lots of hair and I don't want the curls to come out too far, I can also roll sideways, and I do my section sort of this way around the bottom. That gives a more dropped, looser curl more towards the bottom. But with finer hair, I want to create as much volume as possible, so I tend to go this way, creating lift and then the curl under.
So obviously when she's holding the tongs parallel to the ground, then the curl is going to come this way when it cascades down. And if she holds it parallel or horizontally back away from the face, then the curl is going to wrap away from the face and wrap into itself. So it's going to get more volume if she's holding it parallel, and it's going to unwind nice and full because it's going to pull away from the crown and then unfold that way, right? Okay.
And I do use setting lotion before I start tonging. I spray it all through the hair and then brush it through with a big paddle brush, and I spray it till it's a little bit damp with this. Brush it through. Sometimes I'll get the hair dry and just dry it into the hair, then brush through again so it's not all stuck together, because this tends to do that. This is white sand setting lotion, which gives any hair hold. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So with regards to, we're saying tonging, these are called curling tongs. So a lot of people know them as curling irons, or we call them curling tongs. They've been tongs since the 80s. So we call it tonging, curling tongs. So for the people out there that are going, what is tonging? Is that one of the questions? That's what we're talking about. We're using curling tongs or curling wand or a curling iron. So we call it tonging. So
you can also use the GHDs. I just find this gives my curls a smoother, more rounded, bigger curl than the GHD.
Do we have the GHD here? Is it plugged in?
We do. It's not plugged in.
If you give it to me, I'll plug it in.
I don't know where it is actually. Can I be excused offset?
Okay, you carry on, and I'm going to go and get it.
Simona, what is that, like a 1 inch or what's the?
I think this is a 1 inch.
1 inch.
There's sometimes you can get one that's a little bit bigger. I find that doesn't tend to hold as much. That drops out a lot more. Although with the spray, things tend to hold. You know, hair that really doesn't curl will curl and stain.
Okay.
And you can also curl it till it's a little bit crunchy. Sometimes when I pull it out, spray it on, it goes hard. But then I can brush it out and it'll still hold and it'll have bounce and shine. So it's great.
And Simona, I just wanted to let people know out there online that, because we are getting a lot of questions about people saying, what's that, what's that, what's that?
Yeah.
If you go to the forum for SUE's class, there is a section on makeup, and there's information from Simona there. So great place to go get those answers to those questions.
Okay, so another question that we'll get asked a lot, and I do write all of this on my blog. Another question we get asked a lot is we use straightening irons all of the time, but we don't use straightening irons to straighten hair. The days of having dead straight hair are pretty much gone in terms of fashion for hair. Every now and then I will get a client that comes in with completely straight hair that wants completely straight hair, but that would be quite rare actually. So the straightening irons are used to curl. Simona's using a curling tong to get a rounder curl and a nice bouncy princess type curl. But if you want that sort of rock star, sort of Kim Kardashian type curl or flick back, you can use the straightening irons to curl. The same way you curl ribbon with a pair of scissors is really the same way we curl. And so I'll get Simona, you can do this on the front of mine with an iron, and you can see how we curl with an iron.
Can I go on that side for a sec? So right-handed. Let me go through the front here. So again, it's the same thing. I guide the hair through, but it's always flat. I'm not letting the strand twist on itself. Sometimes if it grips a bit, Sue's got a bit of hairspray in her hair, it'll catch, but you just open up the GHDs a little bit and let it slide through. So it'll give you that sort of a curl.
So that's a different type of curl. That's sort of that beachy curl or that loose sort of rock star.
You can also vary it by not pulling the end right through or pulling it on an angle so the ends are straighter. If the ends are straighter, it's a little bit more relaxed, a bit more rock star.
Also, something that's really popular with what we're doing at the moment is we're sitting here like Amanda's. We're getting that nice tight curl. Now, obviously, the thicker and the more naturally curly her hair is, the more it's going to hold curl. Because Amanda has fine straight hair, it's not going to hold curl quite the same way. But what we then do is we take the curl out, so we drop it out once it's cooled down, because that means it's set, and then we brush it through, and the curls just all bounce up, so it's nice big hair. Now, maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we would leave the curl structured, but the fashion now is to have big volume hair again, but with a curl in it. So we tend to curl it and then brush it out, so it's sort of like the opposite.
So see here, it's not as tight on the end as that first one. That first one wraps right around like a ringlet. So that's just, sliding through the end a little bit quicker and letting it pull through on an angle through the GHD.
And grab the brush out brush and show them what it looks like brushed out.
Red Degree in the chat room is wondering if someone has natural, very curly long hair, how do you work with it instead of changing so it doesn't look like a rat's nest?
Okay, so if you look at, first I'll just show you this. We'll just brush out the curl and brush it together to show you how it all grips in as a big soft volume. That's pretty much what we're doing at the moment, trend-wise, with all the photography. Just because hair goes in trends and we tend to look at what's really trendy and what people like. Also, once you hairspray that and then give it volume, it goes bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you get big sexy hair. If they come in with naturally curly hair, the idea of using an iron, a tong, or a straightening iron to curl is that you're smoothing the cuticle and making a larger, more controlled curl. So if Kenna came in and said, I want my hair naturally curly, I would leave it naturally curly, but Simona would take the outside strands and she would just wrap tight curls around a wand and just get a natural looking type curl, but nice smooth cuticle, so that you don't get that sort of natural ratty curl. Because not many people have a beautiful natural curl. Every now and then you see somebody with this amazing natural curl, but mostly we're trying to smooth it out and make the curl larger.
I would love to do that, Simona.
Yeah, we can do that. That would be cool. Okay, so this is kind of something that happens all the time. Simona quickly wraps the hair first, and while the hair is cooling down and setting, she's going to do a makeup. So my client is sitting in the makeup chair for about an hour, I don't want them in hair and makeup longer than an hour, because they're going to be in the shoot for an hour to 2 hours. 3 hours is a long time, because every 3 hours people generally need to eat something or have some sustenance because their energy levels start dropping. There's a lot of high pressure in a shoot to get it all done, to work through the shoot, to take amazing shots and maintain that level of fun, and that they don't start yawning. People yawn when they're tired, they yawn when they're hungry, and they yawn when they've had enough. And so once they've had enough, it's kind of time for them to go home and they've had their great experience. So my makeup artist work to a 1 hour rule, 1 hour for hair and makeup. So she'll wrap all of her hair as quickly as possible into those pins. She sprayed it with that setting spray, and then she's going to go straight into the makeup. At this time in the studio, I walk away. Okay, I think it's really important for the photographer now to walk away from the shoot and allow your client and your makeup artist to just have some quiet time. I always employ makeup artists that are very gentle by nature, that touch really nicely to the face, that make you feel very relaxed, that when you're having your hair and makeup done. Now remember, for the mum client, which is the family first demographic that we often talk about, what I'm going to talk about tomorrow in marketing, to have a quiet hour with no children where somebody is doing that to your hair and makeup is one of the best experiences you can have. Mm-hmm. And if it's a family shoot, I make sure dad comes in and takes the children out of the studio and leaves mum for 1 hour. It is the best thing for a woman to experience, having her hair and makeup done with no kids. Okay? So you talk about what you're doing there.
So what I've done, I work a little bit back to front. If I know I'm going to do a really smoky eye, I tend to do the eyelids first and all the dark shading and everything, liner, doing all that first, and then I clean away under my eye, and then I do all my concealing and the rest of my foundation. So I've done exactly that. I've prepped the eyelid with concealer, and I've used a MAC eye paint, which acts like it's a waterproof eyeshadow base, and any eyeshadow that you put over the top sticks really well and lasts all day, and also the colour becomes nice and intense. So that's what I've just applied, and I'm setting it with just a really neutral matte soft sort of taupey colour on the mobile lid, which is this part of Amanda's eye. Okay, and just blending up towards the socket line here.
That's one thing I do want to address. The trends also happen in makeup. Makeup changes, but not a lot. A lot of the structure of makeup hasn't changed. What changes are the colours we use, frostings. There are trends with glosses and then matte lips. And remember back in the late 90s where we went through the dead lip phase, where everything was either purple or completely neutral, and we all looked like we were corpses because we had, pale faces, big splices in our colours. Oh God, that was a horrible time for glamour. It really, really was. So what Simone is saying is, at the moment, one of the big trends is to not put the foundation on until after. So everybody knows that the foundation base goes on first. But if you're dropping product on the cheeks, it stands to reason that it's going to grip to the foundation. So now makeup artists are preparing the eyelid, doing the eye makeup, and then doing the foundation. Now you can prime your eyelid by using foundation, or you can use an eyelid primer. And priming the eyelid means that the eyelid has quite a lot of oil on it. So if you look at most people's eyelids, it has a natural sheen. If you are trying to move product on an eyelid and you haven't primed it with either foundation or a primer, you find it very hard to blend your eye makeup because it gets stuck on the oil of your lid. So she's priming the eyelid with a base colour. So if you look at the screen here, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you this system. Now, for the people that have just bought the makeup cards, this is what they've bought. They've bought a makeup guide that they can print about 11 by 16 on 11/16 that they can laminate and use in their makeup studio. So this makeup guide I designed because when I would ask people how they wanted their hair and makeup, they would say, oh, I want smoky eyes. So you would do smoky eyes, and then they'd say, oh no, I look like a vampire, or I look like, and it wasn't translating very well what people were wanting with their hair and makeup. So I did a natural light, medium, dark and smoky to show people what it actually looked like. Now what I do is I hold this card up and I just show them. So this is laminated, and so when you get my makeup cards, you can print this out and just have it sitting on your makeup table. You can literally show it to your client and say, how would you like your makeup? And she can say, I'm more of a medium kind of girl. And she can actually visually see it. The best part is makeup artists have started to buy them because they find they can have them in their kit and just show people and say, how do you want your makeup? And she can say to the makeup artist, I want dark. So that guide there in itself is just the best part about it. That's what I designed it for, is to have it on the makeup table. Then what I did was I've put a kit in there to show you, as you practice makeup, it will show you the process that Simona's going through now. So Simona's at stage 1. She has got the lightest coloured makeup and she has covered the whole lid from the lashes right up to the brow. She's prepared the whole lid with her lightest colour. If you want to get technical, we look at the makeup cards. This is how each of those makeups photograph in natural light. So we've got natural, light, medium, dark and smoky, and that's how each of them look when they're finished and photographed. And so that gives you a significant sort of look at how dark you want your makeup and how strong you want your makeup. A lot of people will get a smoky eye done and think that their eyes are very black, and then they have a look at them in camera and realise that it wasn't as dark as they thought it was. So it's really good that we show it. The makeup cards, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, Leslie Lee Photo asked, so does that translate to film, or does the artist have to go a little bit darker? So the ratio between what it looks like on the card versus what you see.
I actually think it looks a little lighter than it does in real life. However, you can't fall into the trap of having a client say, I'm really worried my eye makeup is too dark, and you going, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It won't look that dark. Because it happens all the time. And I will often say to my makeup artists, for some reason, it's their work. It's like telling a photographer you hate a shot and they've taken it. It's your shot, right? It feels like they're kicking you in the face. Like they go, ooh, I hate that shot. And you think, you hate it? You know, they're talking about themselves, but you're hearing they hate your work. A makeup artist will do somebody's makeup, and when they leave the room, I will say to my client, are you happy with your hair and makeup? And if they look at me and go, you know, I tried to tell her I think it's too dark, I will go back to the makeup artist and I'll say, her eyes are too dark, bring them down. Now, I don't say, do you think her eyes are too dark? I'm the boss. Her eyes are too dark, bring it down. And if she goes away and cries afterwards, that's not my problem. You know, I want to talk to her about what she wants, not what she wants. And my makeup artists know this about me. So here are the rules when you work for me as a makeup artist. We do not contour the face with bronzer. It looks like bruising in natural light, and I have to remove it on Photoshop. I hate contouring on the face. I do not allow blusher into my world unless it's a dusting of pink on the apples of your cheeks, because that hard blush line is done. It's 10 years ago. It looks horrible, and I have to Photoshop it out because I get these big blow-in shadows in the reds and pinks, and I think it's horrible. Remember, I'm talking about natural light photography. Flashlight might be a different story. Again, not my business. I only allow matte eyeshadows to the eyes. I do not want frosted eyeshadows in the eyes, with the exception of we used a semi-sheen on TY because we needed a beautiful light colour that was going to bounce up her eyes, and I loved her makeup. We do not use a frosted eyeshadow on an eye that's over 30, because if you have a wrinkle in your eye and you use a frosting, you see every little reflected crevice. Now, at the moment, the trend is dark glossy lips again, and actually going back to glossy and shimmery eyeshadows. It's very hard to find good mattes at the moment, but MAC particularly have beautiful matte colours. They don't have a lot of them, but they do. And Makeup Forever at Sephora, they currently stock a beige, which is a beautiful base. They stock a good mushroom for the lid, and a black and a dark brown for the contour that is purely matte and that looks really, really good. So obviously those are my rules. Secondly, third, frosting, blusher. The most important line on the face for me is this dark line in here, because when the chin is forward and down, it defines the eye so beautifully. So there must be a black line that sits very close to the top eyelash, and if you look at all my makeup, you will find that black line. If you do not put that in makeup, I will burn it in on Photoshop. And it annoys me that I'm burning it in when my makeup artist knows that it is the most important line on the face, is that black line. So I always, I don't want lipstick. I want a light dusting of colour on the lips, and I want gloss, because I want that light to bounce up gloss, not a thick makeup lipstick colour. And so, again, when you look at every one of my images, you will notice a dusting of pink on the cheeks, no visible contouring. You will notice natural light lips with gloss. You'll notice a black line, even on the natural look with a light dusting of pink contour, you'll still notice a black line on the top of the eyelash. Every single one of our clients get half eyelashes on. Okay, not full eyelashes, because they can look too much. They either go Daisy the cow, or they can look a little bit drag queen. We don't want Daisy the cow, we don't want drag queen. What we want is sexy half lashes. Now, the half lashes are a normal eyelash just like this. We buy sets of eyelashes, and what we do is we cut one of them in half. We put half on this side and half on this side. So for the cost of one eyelash, it is the one thing that makes each one of our clients go, oh my God, I love that. Okay, so whilst I've been talking, Simone is at level 3, so let's catch up to her. She has dusted the whole lid with the lightest colour and the biggest brush. With the second brush down, she has covered the contour up to the lid, so up to the bit where the lid bends and creases in the eye, up to the lid crease. She has used a nice sort of dusty mushroom pink, and that has gone over the whole lid up until this level here. It does not go higher than that. At level 3, she has started to bring in a contour, which is the darkest colour with the smallest brush. So as your brushes get smaller, your colours get darker. Then what happens is you start contouring a little C from the outside. So if they're going to do a close-up of the makeup, at this stage, she's at level 3. Okay, so that explains all how to do that. Now, she is blending, so she has a blender, and the best blender that all makeup artists seem to be using right now, that I have, that Simona has, is the MAC blending brush. It's a soft, bunched up brush that does the most beautiful blend with eye makeup. You keep it clean, you contour with your smallest brush, and then you blend with your blender. Those 4 brushes are the only brushes you need to pull off a beautiful eye makeup. Now what she's doing is, after she's done this little contour here and under here, she's blending it all the way across to level 4. Now on a larger eye, because Amanda has cat's eyes, so she has that beautiful almond that shapes upwards. I have a round large eye that goes out this way. I bring my dark contour right into the centre because I have big eyes. The bigger your eyes are, the more dark you can bring into the centre, and that's how I get a full smoky eye. So I come right up to 5 and 6, but Simona's going to stop right here. She's going to blend to 4, and then she's going to put lashes on, because if she puts too much black on the inside of Amanda's eyes, she's going to make them look shorter. Whereas I can do that with a wide, because I have a wide, long almond eye. So the bigger the eyes, the further you can go along here, right? So then what she's going to do is, she's already put this black line in. Remember the black line that we talked about, which is the most important line to me? She's going to do that line again, and then she's going to put half eyelashes on. So you can watch that, because that looks really cool.
I'm going to do the foundation first.
Okay, foundation first.
So I've just cleaned up under the eye to get any fallout, and so I'm going to do her base and concealing. Then I'll do lashes and mascara and go over my black line again.
Okay, so while she's doing that, you can keep the camera on here. Oh, no, well, I do want to show you this. There it is, step 1, up to the lid. Step 2, to fill the lid only with a nice neutral colour. Step 3 is to contour the C. After you contour the C, you blend it in. And step 4 is to not go over the centre pupil, because we only go to halfway when we're bringing in the outside contour on the bottom. Then we're blending all the way over with a nice dark brush. The bigger the eyes, the further the dark contour can come into the centre. And then we're concentrating on that black line, making it nice and smooth, and then we're putting half eyelashes on. So this equates to a very beautiful glamour makeup, and it's for all ages. So we just, less is more with older women. Smaller eyes have less of a contour in the centre, but the same rules apply to everybody. So you can go back to her and carry on with that. Sure.
Do you always use these little pink egg things to put on the foundation, or do you use, because I noticed last time you used that and you used a brush?
Yeah, so I'll use a synthetic brush, something like this size, to apply my concealer and do maybe highlighting and just getting in around the eye, because sometimes I can't get my finger quite in. But for the foundation, I do use these sponges, or I've got foundation brushes as well, but these are my favourite at the moment. They're called the Beauty Blender. And you wash them, sterilise them and use them again.
I call them stress balls.
They look like little Easter eggs.
Them.
Did I see you just spray some water on the sponge?
Oh no, I wet them before.
Okay.
I was spraying the Fix Plus on my cotton tip just to clean up underneath the eye, my fall away eyeshadow.
Somebody else sprayed her face with something.
That's the Fix Plus as well. So what I do when I start is I moisturise the whole face, then I put a bit of Fix Plus just to hydrate the skin, and then do my face over the top.
We have a couple of questions. And one of them is, go ahead.
Simona Sue, what are your thoughts on airbrushing the makeup?
I do like airbrushing. I think it's great for the body, for contouring the body. But for this, I think you have to become a real master at it to do it really well for the face. And I just find this really fast. I can work really fast with my hands. I don't have to fiddle around with the mixture and getting the brush gun not spitting and all of that. So I've seen artists do it beautifully, but I prefer hands and brushes. Thank you.
And Sue, did the rules on your cards, this is a question from Vivian Photo, apply to all ethnicities, or is there a difference?
Yes, I think it does. We're going to do TY's makeup next because we want to do the opposite makeup. But the same rules apply in terms of contouring her face, adding blush, but we're lightening her lips as well. There's a few tricks to make her makeup beautiful, and your makeup looks so gorgeous. And but it's exactly the same, really. There's just a few little tricks there. I think out of all of the girls, TY was the most nervous about having her makeup done, because she knows that a lot of people could potentially have done her makeup really poorly because they do not know how to do her makeup. But I knew that Simona knew how to do her makeup, so I was fully confident. It wasn't until afterwards that she went, because she realised that it looked so good and she was worried that it could have looked horribly wrong. So what are the biggest mistakes people make with your makeup?
When you're black, people tend to put brown makeup on you. And they tend to, and because I already have full lips, they tend to over pout my lips, so I look like that. And then people don't realize that black skin is not one color all through. Where it's lighter in the middle and darker at the edges. So a lot of times they would put foundation, and it's just one color, flat shade, and it's not very flattering.
Okay, so nobody's face is one color ever. So obviously you have to. That's why we contour and all the rest of it. But the truth is that we are bringing in that cheek blush and bouncing the colour up in the eyes. So it's always something I think we'll do you next anyway, and then we can see the difference and you can talk about that.
She's amazing.
But what other questions have you got?
There's quite a few people asking if you could explain the black line again.
Oh, yes.
Once more time.
Thank you. The most important part, I think, about the black line, what camera am I on at the moment? Oh, it's on here. The most important thing about the black line is when the eye and the chin comes forward and down and the eye is really defined right there, the most dominant line in the eye is the lash line and the inside wet line of the eye. When that is black and then the lash line, the half lash line pokes out, it is such a beautiful shape, wouldn't you say? It extends the eye nice and long. It defines the eye on the inside. They call this bit in here the wet line, and this bit up under here the wet line of the eye. And the reason it's called the wet line is when it's closed, it naturally gets moist, and so eyeliner falls out of that line a lot, and you do have to reapply it. So the wet line is important.
Question from me.
Beachy photo, does the foundation go onto the neck and arms as well? No. Simona will blend down onto the throat. We never put foundation on the arms because nowadays we have a Photoshop button that smooths skin magically in 0.0 seconds, and it is so perfect, I'll show you that tomorrow, that I would not waste my time putting makeup on anybody's body.
Alexis is wondering if you can suggest what to specifically look for to distinguish between a good and a bad makeup artist.
I make every makeup artist who wants to come and work for me do a trial, and I make them do my makeup. For starters, they're generally quite nervous because I've told them my rules and how strongly I like my makeup, and I've shown them examples. You can show a makeup artist my makeup cards and say, I want you to create this makeup, these are the rules, and she should be able to recreate that. Secondly, they have to be somebody that you like touching you. The face is a very intimate place to touch. Some makeup artists clamp your head down with their hand. Some people are rough. Some people don't let you know that they're coming into the face, so your eyes will be closed and they'll just touch you with a brush and give you a fright. Other people prepare and touch your face and are very good at touching your face. And they're also right in your personal space. They breathe on you, they talk to you very closely. They're right up in there. You want them to have an energy around them that makes you feel the way a therapist, like the girls said, it was like they were at a spa and they're getting their hair and makeup done. That, you know, the girls have a beautiful energy. They're nice and soft. They talk softly. They always have breath mints. They smell nice in their own personal hygiene. You like the way they're touching you. You feel pampered. So if somebody does my hair and makeup, then I can feel how good they are. And that's really important to me. Obviously, they're usually quite nervous. And secondly, I don't have a 20-year-old perfect face. So if you can do a good makeup on me and hair and makeup on me, I know you can do that for all of my clients. And I need you to be exceptional at doing hair. So if I got a makeup artist that was freakishly good at makeup but average at hair, I would train her further. Or if she was freakishly good at hair but needed more makeup training, I would train them further and just say, look, I like your personality, I like your hair, but your makeup's not good enough. When they start crying, then you can explain that it doesn't matter because you're going to make it better for them. Look, I have to make two things really clear. One of them is you're here to work for me. Whatever you know about makeup is about to change because I know more. Not about makeup, but how I want it photographed. So I make that really clear. And when I make that clear, a lot of makeup artists give me a bit of attitude, but once they see it come off the camera, they 100% get what it is that I ask for. And then I look at it like this. I do not ask a makeup artist how much they charge. I do not say, so how much will you charge for that? And have them say, well, I charge $400 for half a day. I will look at a makeup artist and I say, Sandra, I've got 2 makeups on Tuesday and I'm paying $100 for hair and makeup each. Are you available? And Sandra will say yes to that. But I'm not going to take a quote at $400 when I want to pay $100. I will ask her if she's available on Tuesday at $100 for hair and makeup. And she's going to say yes to that if she wants the work, and if she doesn't, I'll ask someone else. Yeah. Smart.
Excellent answer.
Question? Quick question. Just coming back to hair for a moment. I know we talked that we might be able to talk to the reasoning for the direction of the curls. And the other thing I was hoping you could speak to is what happens when a woman with short hair comes in. What do you like to see happen?
What I like to see happen generally with short hair is if you look at Simona, she has very textured hair and she knows how to style it. Most women with short hair do. It is the long-haired or medium-haired women that come in that can't style their hair. The women with short hair definitely have a distinct style about their hair, and often it's cut every 6 weeks, whereas I can cut my hair twice a year. And a lot of women with long hair will come in and not be able to curl it, but I very rarely would meet somebody with short hair that can't style it. I ask them how they want it styled, and Simona can style anybody's short hair. Short hair just goes with the cut. So you ask them which direction it goes in, they'll show, I like it like this. And this is really important. At the end, when you've finished your hair and makeup, before you're being photographed, go to the bathroom, put your hands in it, make it yours. Because no matter what we've done to you, if you don't look like yourself, you're going to hate your photographs. And I have to ask that question. There is a sign on my mirror. The makeup aspect of what you're doing is very important at any time. This is when you tell us if you're not happy. make sure that the question is there for them to feel okay about asking you to change something. Now, if they want to change something and it's against what the makeup artist wants, I will override the makeup artist to give the client what they want. If they want purple lipstick and we're going, really? And she's like, I wear purple lipstick, then I'll give her purple lipstick. You've got to give them what they want, right?
Fantastic.
Do you ask women to come in with a clean face and clean hair?
Simona asks for you to moisturize usually in the morning and have a clean face. She also asks that you have clean, dry hair, not wet hair. So don't come in wet, we're going to have to blow wave it. That takes another half an hour. What we want is clean, dry hair and a moisturized face, because then makeup goes on, it's not dry. And it's really nice if women wash their hair the night before and then come in with nice, clean, dry hair. There is nothing worse than greasy hair, there is nothing worse than dirty hair, and there is nothing worse than wet hair. Yeah.
Question from Peace of the North. When just getting started, would you recommend as a photographer to learn how to do makeup yourself until you can afford a makeup and hair artist?
Yes. If you were doing one single girl, then that will work for you. If you are doing 2 girls or 3 girls or more, you cannot do the hair and makeup and shoot, because your first client is ready when it's time to shoot and you have another 2 makeups to do, and they cannot be sitting there waiting in hair and makeup while you finish the makeup. I think the interesting question about that is, I do my own hair and makeup. If I can't get Simona and I have a single shoot, I'll do the hair and makeup myself. I prefer not to, because I can then go and relax while she's doing that. I can finish up the jobs I need to do in my studio, prepare the studio, and walk in fresh and ready to shoot. That's really important for me. But if I have to do the hair and makeup, that's not a problem. Can we just go camera back to eyelashes? Because this is a really important aspect of what we do. What I love about this is eyelashes are the one thing my clients can't do. Like, very few of my clients put their own eyelashes on. And when we add eyelashes like this and they see them for the first time, it makes them literally gasp out loud, and they always say when they leave, oh, can I keep the lashes? And we say, yeah, go out tonight. And they're like, will they still be there tomorrow? Now, nowadays you can get eyelash extensions stuck on, and which ruin the base of your eyelashes, but they still look fabulous. But the best part about it is these half lashes, and they just make the eye makeup so sexy and cute. Little halves on the outside, going outwards. Did I answer that question about, okay, when
Yes.
I just thought that, so.
Heart Honeybee is wondering, where should one begin looking for a makeup artist?
Oh, I think there are a dime a dozen. I just magically find them everywhere. Most hairdressers are everywhere. Usually if you shoot weddings, you'll know a string of makeup artists. If you ask a few friends, everybody knows a good makeup artist. You can go to counters, you can go to hairstylists. There are makeup artists everywhere. I find them everywhere. What Simona's doing now is filling in the eyebrows, which is very, very important. Eyebrows are a very strong feature on a face, particularly a very strong feature when you're photographing a face. What a lot of people don't know about eyebrows is a lot of people brush their eyebrows up and out, and you actually brush your eyebrows down and out. Okay, so the natural line of your eyebrow is to go straight out and then down here. So if you follow that line, when you line, Simona uses a pencil, I use a powdered brush. Everybody has a different way of filling in. You must use a much lighter colour than the brow. A lot of people try to use a brow colour that is exactly the same, and what you end up doing is blackening the brow. So for a medium dark blonde or a medium brown like your brows, I would use a dark blonde to fill it in. And a lot of people don't realise that. They try to go in with the same colour instead of a lighter colour. And she's just going to even her brows up so that when the face is photographed, there's symmetry in the eyebrows. A lot of people don't have very symmetrical eyebrows, and we're trying to make that even.
A question from Nadia L. How do you choose the eyeshadow color? Does the eye color come into play, or are you just using the same for everything?
Yeah, we pretty much use the same palette. One of the things I'll show you is Simona has arranged a palette which she knows is around the palettes that I use, and all of these are based on these neutral browns. So all of them are based on neutral beiges right through to black, and they're as matte as they can be. And so the shimmers are on this side, the mattes are all on this side, and the idea is that we work within that palette. And there is a warmer and colder. There's a colder mushroom and a warmer sort of mushroom for the lid. But how would you determine, you've used quite a pink mushroom on Amanda, so how would you, why would,
I do look at the eye colour, yeah. And I'd like to mix sort of cool browns with greys as well, just so it's not all grey, because that can sometimes look a bit too cold. But I look at the eye colour. If I want to enhance a green eye, then I can go into more bronzy colours. But a lot of bronzes come with lots of shimmer, and which we don't use so much, so I tend to use the warmer brown colours as a base.
Okay. So you get a nice close-up shot on that
So her lashes are on.
Yeah, and the lash.
And I've just got to go over and darken the eyeliner.
Don't you wish you woke up like that in the morning? You know, like they do in the movies? Straight off the pillow, just... Oh.
What are your thoughts on freckles?
I love freckles. You know what? That would be a signature shot in my studio. That girl hates her freckles. And when she walked in and looked at me, I took one look at her and I said, "You are the most beautiful face I have ever seen." And she said, "Oh, I hate my freckles." And I said, "Do you?" I said, "It defines you. They are so strong." Some people hate their freckles, some people love them. You could have covered all of them up, but her freckles are very dark. Like, they're incredibly dark pigment. There is no way you cover her freckles. I think they're beautiful. Freckles are gorgeous. So some people want them removed, some people don't. Personal choice. Yeah.
They're very hard to cover completely if they're that dark.
Yeah, they
Because
are.
you have to choose a colour in between the lightest part of your skin and the freckles, somewhere in between, otherwise they're going to look too dark for the rest of their body.
Your freckles, Sandra?
I was going to say, if you attempt to cover them, it's fake. It is extremely fake because you can't. There's such a variation in the colors. There's dark, there's light, there's medium, there's everything in between. And it also depends on the time of year. I will pop in the summer. Like, I come out and I look in the mirror and I go, whoa.
So your pigment goes darker, which makes your freckles look darker.
That sun will pop them, and then in the winter I become very pale comparatively.
Yeah, you suit your freckles. I think people suit their freckles. I think, you know, freckles should be embraced. I think they're cute. Yeah, I got criticised recently on my blog for taking a before shot of a girl, and apparently I removed her freckles. And I don't even remember it being a conversation I had with her, but once I put her makeup on, the little freckles on her nose were gone, and somebody wrote a derogatory comment on my blog about, you know, sweeping away everything on her face. And I didn't mean for it to look over retouched, you know, but the thing is some people do get a little bit upset about that. It's the same thing between the argument is she better natural or is she better with a full face of makeup on? Who cares? It's her choice. If she wants to wear a full face of makeup, that's what she gets. If she wants natural freckles, that's what she gets. But we do ask. We don't just assume you want everything covered.
Well, what's best for, like, blue eyes or green eyes? Is it green shadow, or, like, what makes the eyes pop? What
Opposite colour on the colour wheel. So on green eyes, it's a sort of a warm brown or a bronzy tone, something that's got a little bit of orange in it. You can use the same colour, but it should be lighter than your own eyes.
Okay.
If you want to do green on green, don't overpower your eye colour with a darker green shadow.
And so a lot of people think blue eyes have blue eyeshadow and green eyes have green eyeshadow.
Arlene Dix is asking, are there any special techniques for under eye puffiness?
Models use hemorrhoid cream. Seriously?
They do.
They use hemorrhoid cream because it shrinks blood vessels. There are now products, if you have that really bad sack of puffiness, other than tea bags and cucumbers and all the things to relax your eyes, a good night's sleep, there are now products that literally you can pat on that just go tight and pull it tight. It washes off at night, but it is, I've seen it. They trial it, and it is an amazing product that just sort of sucks back puffy eyes. But if you have naturally puffy eyes, Photoshop's going to obviously deal with that. Makeup's never going to cover it. Puffy eyes are just something some people have. Yeah. Actually, that brings up a really good point. Simona has this amazing pigment that she uses. A lot of the sort of Persian girls, that sort of Arabic, sort of dark, gorgeous, have really black, rings under their eyes quite naturally, and she covers that up. She has this amazing pigment that neutralizes that dark under there, and so there's lots of little secrets that makeup artists have in their little magic kits that hide things like that. There's also the green makeup, which removes birthmarks on the face if people want their birthmarks hidden. You know, the bright red birthmarks can be fully covered with green makeup. And there's also a product now that Simona has that can remove tattoos. If you really want your tattoos removed, you can cover up. It literally pats on the colour of your skin, and I'm assuming Angelina Jolie has that in most of her movies.
You do need to neutralise the colours of the tattoo first and then create kind of like another layer of skin colour over the top. So it's quite a bit of work and a bit of practice to get it right.
So the question is it an art form when you have a makeup artist with this sort of experience, or can somebody like me who can just do the very basics that doesn't have all this other stuff achieve a similar result? And the difference would be this: I can take my hair and makeup to a level that looks good photographed, but I will never be able to get it to a perfect level that Simona can. I can do the hair and makeup and connect with my client on a personal level, but I cannot offer the pampering session that Simona can because I don't know how to do all of that. So I can almost achieve the same result without the joy for my client and without the finishedness that the client gets. You know, with a proper hair and makeup artist, they feel like they've been really treated beautifully. And if somebody is spending $1,000 with you, or $2,000 with you, or $3,000 with you, then they deserve that right, don't they, to be and feel that pampered as a service. We're going to talk about service tomorrow because it's a big part of what I offer. So back to makeup.
B. Alan Stewart, you might remember him from our in-studio class a couple weeks ago. He's wondering if you have any kind of makeup put on male clients.
Never. Men look very feminine with makeup on, very feminine straight away. As soon as you get makeup near the face, they become incredibly effeminate. And so I would rather the boys be shot harder in harder light and then retouch them if I need to remove something. But I'd never put makeup on boys.
So we have a lot of questions again about the eyelashes.
Sure.
First of all, folks want to know if you have them on and if
do.
Simona has them on.
Oh, I don't.
And then
hers are natural, mine are not.
And then if you could actually show them again and how you cut them and then where on the eye you place them, that would be wonderful.
Actually,
Is there a certain brand that you use? Or just
I just shop around and find ones that I like that are not too hard and plasticky. There's a lot of cheap lashes on the market that don't quite bend into the client's eye. They look really good in the box, but when you try and get them into a small eye, they poke up and they're really hard to glue in. So I like ones that are quite soft and natural, not overly thick.
how close can you get to my eye? So you can see that I have a half lash on both of my eyes. I do a half lash on both of my eyes every morning. So I cut them myself, and it took me a little bit of practice to get it right, but I put a little bit of glue on. I cut the lash, I get a tweezers. I pick the tweezers, I pick the lash up, I dab it on, and I literally balance it right there, and I just slip it onto my eye, tap it on, and then mascara myself. I don't go out without them. I even go running with my lashes on. Like when I'm jogging, I will not wear any makeup, but I will have really gorgeous lashes and lip gloss. You never know who you're going to meet when you're running. And also, I carry business cards. In my little Nike running pants, there's a little pocket about that big, and it fits 3 business cards and $20, so I can stop at a cafe and get a coffee on the way home, or if I run too far, I can get a cab home.
You do have to buy lashes, though, that are longest in the middle if you're going to do what Sue's talking about.
Oh, yes.
Some lashes do start out longer here and naturally go shorter to one side. So I buy the ones that are longest in the middle so I can cut them right in the middle there and then go this way on the eyes.
Do we have scissors?
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
So I literally pull them out like this, and obviously we have one lash longer. We want to cut it dead centre. So I do this every day, and I cut it right in the middle like that. And then this lash, obviously, is longest in the middle, goes on this side, and this lash goes on this side because you want it longest at the end. And the idea is that we're trying to put it on the most outer edge of the eye so that when the eye is to camera, it's here and it sweeps out this way, because the longer we make the eye, the sexier it is. Okay?
So sexy, Sue.
Oh, yo.
Leslie Lee Photo is asking, what are your thoughts about individual lashes?
Oh, I like individuals. Simona likes individuals. They're very hard to do yourself. Individuals are great, so definitely. They're a little bit more expensive. These ones work out to be around $1 a lash, and we use one.
Yeah, so these are the individuals. But what I do is I buy medium and short and long, and then I'll start longest and kind of work my way in to achieve that effect from longer to shorter.
Yeah, because that's the only problem with individuals.
Yeah.
They only come in one size per packet. So
you
if
do
you,
need to blend.
because if you buy long and they start out long, then as you come in, they're still long in the centre, and it doesn't blend with your natural lash of getting longer as it goes out.
Thank you.
So if I look at our keynote.
By the way, people love this session right now. They cannot get enough of hair of makeup.
So we're dusting pink on the apple of the cheeks. It's very important that we're just using a little bit of pink on the apples of the cheeks. The apples of the cheeks is when you look at the camera, we look in the mirror with your lips together, smile, and that little apple comes forward. Okay, so we're going to just dust a bit of colour on there. Lifts the face up. It's a natural blush. No more long contouring through here or dark contouring through here. I want to look at a couple of different things. We went through a period of time there where we were doing coloured eye makeup. We no longer do this. It's not in fashion, and I don't think it looks very good. Every now and then somebody would like a beautiful, nice coloured lid, and I show them these images and they go back to that beautiful neutrals that I show you. But like I said, over the years, makeup trends change. The only difference between this makeup here and the makeup we're using is we're just using colours. The contour is still the same, the highlight is still the same, the eyelashes are still the same, right? Now up here, red lips. Red lips come and go in and out of fashion. At the moment, the red 50s lip is back. So that real 50s matte red looks gorgeous, or a glossy red that's not quite so strong. So not like that red lip, but more like a red gloss. That's really in right now. So you can go natural, you can go right through to red lips with neutral eyes, and then you can go through to a nice strong dark eye with red lips, which is very glamour. So those options are on the cards too to help you arrive at that point. And lip line here. So she's dusted a little pink on the apples of the cheeks, a nice neutral on the lips. Do you want to talk about lips, Simi?
I just do a very soft lip line, and usually just use a neutral colour, even if I'm going to add a stronger coloured gloss, just to define that outer edge and to maybe sometimes take it a little bit over. I don't tend to overdraw the lips too much when I'm using gloss, just a little bit outside the line here. And I like this little peak here to be wider rather than sort of a short, very deep V. So I tend to go out and over this way.
So question from Yahweh Wish, do you use blush with a red lip or just a light bronzer?
Blush.
Yeah. Either a soft pink or just more of a neutral pink, depending on their complexion.
And from Larry S, what do you do on thin lips?
Still line them a little bit with I definitely use softer colours. I wouldn't use a red on thin lips. Try and enlarge them as comfortable as the client will be with that, and then just use a light gloss and maybe do the centre of the lip a little bit lighter than the outer parts, just to make the illusion that they're bigger.
I've had a client with no lips. I've had a client with no top lip and a client with no bottom lip. You get that. You get people with small lips. You just concentrate on the eyes. You know, some people have a beautiful mouth and not very big eyes, and and they might like beautiful red lips on the... You know, everybody has a stronger feature and everyone knows what their own feature is, but when you do get really small lips, just try not to highlight the fact that they're really tiny. A bit of gloss and gorgeous eye makeup with long lashes will stop you looking at the lips anyway. Yeah, so I think what I've got on the screen now, just while Simi's doing that, Are you putting a colour on the lips or are you just going to gloss it?
I'm using sort of like a moisturising coloured
a coloured gloss. Yeah, so a coloured gloss
very
for me.
soft, peachy, slightly pink colour, just a very natural lip colour.
This is all about natural glossy lips for me, always has been. I don't like the glitters or the shimmers or any shimmering. I hate shimmer. Shimmer to me is disco. You know, disco does not belong on your face, in my shot. Okay, so a beautiful gloss on the lips is always beautiful. It always looks great to see people with shiny lips. I think they're beautiful. Then what we do now is we pull her hair down, we shake it out, we spray it, we set it how we're going to go, and we're ready to shoot, just like that. So while we're doing this, before she shakes her hair out, if you have a look at the screen, I have some mature makeups. So when I say the same makeup applies to older women, sometimes as we get older, less is more. We know this. We look better with less makeup on. We do not want to have really heavy makeup unless the client requests it. But ultimately, every one of these women are 50 and 60. You know, 50 and 60 now is so gorgeous. And 50 and 60 still wants to have beautiful makeup. So all of these women here, these women are 50, and the central one is 62, all have a medium makeup. Because if they'd all had a heavy makeup at 50 and 60, that would look too much for them. They're all very beautiful girls, and the same rules apply, exactly the same way of doing makeup. Same rules apply, and they can go as dark as they want. If they happen to be 60 and they want smoky eyes, we will let them have smoky eyes. So it doesn't really make a lot of difference as long as you're priming the eyelid. And there are certain things about an older face. We fill in lines a lot more than patting onto a smooth face. So if there's a wrinkly lid, we have to pick the lid up and prime it. You know, we have to stretch it out. But it's still basically the same rules. They're just harder to blend. And if you have a good makeup artist, they shouldn't have a problem with blending it. Okay, so pulling her curls out. I hope Amanda's going out tonight.
I think we need to. You go have drinks.
And then Skype your husband.
Yeah.
Sue, the internet is wondering if you would publish a What's in Simona's makeup bag on your blog.
Okay.
And if you'll come back for a workshop just on makeup.
Well, we have an idea that we're going to talk to Craig about on Monday. But this is such a huge component, not only for women to learn their own hair and makeup, but I just don't understand that after 20 years of having a makeup artist, I'm still meeting women that cannot do their own makeup, and I'm still meeting photographers who cannot and are not offering really good hair and makeup services. Doesn't it stand to reason in this day and age that the better your hair and makeup looks, the better your photography is going to look? And that it is the ultimate pampering for a woman to have a photo shoot with a makeup session built into it. I mean, it seems to me to be the deal breaker between me and other photographers. I know at a time 5, 6, 8 years ago when I was building the studio, people are always going to choose my brand over others because they suddenly get this incredible experience tied in as well. So just so you know what we're doing, she's released the curl, and she's just going through and doing a tease and a back comb through the base. Because Amanda has fine, straight hair, it's going to pop out when she puts a little wee tease through the crown.
So you talked about how to find a makeup artist that you liked.
Yes.
You can then test them. How do you know that they're good at hair?
Because I make them do my hair, and I can tell immediately. Yeah, immediately. Simona is not a hairdresser. She's a makeup artist that is trained to do hair. There's a difference. Sometimes I meet hairdressers who are trained in makeup. But Simona can blow wave my hair like a hairstylist can. She has been trained by a hairstylist. She can blow wave like a hairstylist. So can I. I trained in hair when I left school. I went and did hairdressing for 1 year. And I can blow dry like a hairdresser can. But not many people can. A lot of them are makeup artists but just don't have that hair skill. And they need to upskill in order to be really good at this. They really need to be able to do a hair and makeup. Just so you know, Simona's not only a photographer, and has been a professional makeup artist for 20 years. She's done commercial, she's modelled, she's done commercial makeup, she's done, Australia's top model. She does all those sort of big commercial jobs. She loves doing the hair and makeup just for photo shoots of everyday women that aren't that, amazing model hair and makeup. What she loves about it, ultimately, is that she gets to make people feel good. Simona runs her own makeup business as a full-time job. She is SimonaYannick.com. She runs a wedding makeup business and a makeup business for television. She runs a studio at home as a mum with 2 6-year-old girls. She has a makeup studio in her house. So when I met her, Simona's husband is one of Sydney's best wedding photographers. She's been married to Graham Munro, who's a wedding photographer, and yet she never wanted to pick up a camera. She's been a makeup artist all these years until she met me. And then when she met me, she saw what we do, and she came and did a couple of shoots with me, and straight away she said, I want to shoot this. Because she finally got the connection of what she does with what I do. And she saw, that sort of come together, and now she's shooting at an exceptional level because she's been working with me this last year and a half. Yeah. So here's a really good example of putting on the outer lash and where to connect it to. We've got our mature woman up here, dusting on the pink, but exactly the same rules apply.
They can go either.
Yep, more requests for Simona to be on Creative Live.
All right.
So another product that I've been using for the last 2 years or so is this dust, and it's a sort of wet feeling powder that creates hold and sort of grit in your hair. So fantastic for girls that don't have that natural lift. You just sprinkle it into the roots, either rub it in or get your hair dryer and actually blow it through the hair a bit, and it just puffs it out and keeps it there.
And what is it?
This one's by Schwarzkopf, called Dust It, in the Osis styling range.
It feels like talcum powder with grit.
Yeah.
So as you tap it into the crown, you sort of wiggle it.
It feels wet.
And it just grits. It just sort of grips. And the hair just goes doing. So for fine hair that you want, like, I don't need volume. I try and make my hair smaller by ironing it out. But for fine hair, as soon as it goes into the roots, it just stands up. And then at any time, I'm going to get Simona to show you how she zhushes. Because that is really important. A lot of people will do hair like this, and the makeup artist might leave. Let's say you're a photographer and the makeup artist goes home, and all of a sudden your hair just goes vroom on your client. Simona has this way of putting her hands in and just going vroom and re-volumizing this sort of beautiful big bombshell curl, and people want to see how she zhushes hair while we're shooting, and it's really such an eye-opener.
But like with my first hair, I curled it and it was way too much, wasn't it? So then we used the hairdryer to drop it back out because it was just a little bit too bouncy for
What do
you.
you do with people with like Polynesian hair? Like that really thick?
Same thing as yours.
Same thing. I blow dried yours first just to get it smoother and get the volume down. Mm-hmm. And then with the setting lotion, I tonged it, ended up being a little bit too curly. So probably in hindsight with your hair, I didn't need to set the front. I could have just set the back to keep the curl there and just tong the front and let the curl sort of fall out as it's still hot, and that will stretch it just slightly, which is what I ended up doing with the hairdryer, is going over it to blow it out.
So it's all about heat. Okay, heat styles hair, and when the hair cools, it sets. So if you pull hot rollers out or tongs out quickly and the hair cools down and you stretch the hair out, it cools stretched out. If you wrap it tight, hot, and then let it cool down while it's tight, and then it goes to cold, and then you pull it out, it'll go doing, doing. So your idea is to get the best curl is to let it get as cold as possible. Now, the only thing that gets rid of that, so let's say your hair bounced right up like this and it was too curly, the only way to pull it back down was to reapply heat, because it's got a memory, hair's got a memory, and as soon as you applied heat, it started to rework again. That's the beauty of hair.
So another question is, we touched on this a little bit earlier, from Photo Gaudi. At what age do you begin makeup on girls and lashes on girls?
Okay, I assume everybody under the age of 18 only gets mascara and lip gloss only unless the mother and them agree on otherwise. There's a fine line between going with what the teenager wants and going with what the mum wants, because if they're arguing, you have to be neutral. But the truth is they have to sort that out and you have to come to an agreement. The most important thing that I don't want to see is a whole lot of seniors getting their hair and makeup done looking like Hollywood starlets at 17 or 16. What is your senior's age? 16, 17? 18. Okay, well, 18's a bit different. They've generally got a car. You know, I was living on my own at 18. I wasn't at home. I was able to choose my hair and makeup. But the senior's shot has got to be a blend between gorgeous, leaving your teenage years, going into womanhood without looking like a hoochie mama. Right? You know, you want that beautiful blend of sophisticated, I'm growing up, but not looking trashy.
What is the best way to shoot older women with thin, short hair?
Less is more. Style their hair exactly how their hairstylist does it. Ask them how they like it. Apply a nice medium makeup exactly the same way. And we still, that 80-year-old woman that I showed in my PDF yesterday, Simona put eyelashes on her. What did she say to you after you put her eyelashes on?
Oh, she wanted to have permanent.
She's like, I just want them all the time. She was 80. She's like, look at my eyelashes. And yet her makeup was very neutral, powdered, very nice, little bit of blush, and she just flipped over the eyelashes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't stop talking about it. She was so beautiful.
That's what makes the biggest difference, I find, in older women, because their lids do tend to sit close to their lash line. So no matter what you put on, it kind of disappears anyway. So the lashes and recreating the lash line and then just doing soft contouring maybe on top of that crease, what sort of works best, just defining the lash line and stretching them out maybe sideways a little bit more rather than lots of colour going up.
So we have about 17 minutes until 4 o'clock.
Well, I want to do TY's eyes so that you can see the difference. So let's just have a quick zhoosh, shall we? So as I'm photographing, I put the girls through lots of things. One of the things that I like to do is I really like to walk up and bring this fringe down like that. So I really like it when the fringe flows across the face and down. I think it looks really soft over the eye. I'm always bringing the face out. The second thing I always do is I put my hands in and pull their hair away from their ears, because I generally want to see earrings. And I feel like if the hair is on the face like this, you don't get to see the beautiful shape of her face. So I'm constantly pulling the fringe down, opening it up through the ears, and then bringing the hair forward. So over a period of shooting time, when I do this a lot, what ultimately happens is she starts getting flatter and flatter and flatter. And this is when Simona comes in and fixes what I've been pushing down. So she goes straight up into the roots, and she uses her fingertips right on that gritty stuff that she's put all through the crown, and see how it just pops straight back out again.
Sometimes I do have to go, depending on the hair, I might have to go back and re-tease a few sections or even re-tong if the hair's really falling. But generally you can just reset by massaging the hair up through the roots.
So she went up under by the ears and just wiggled up through the roots of the hair. The other thing we do is flip. So you can flip forward, all of your hair forward, and you can massage it through that way, and then spray the hair here, and then when you flip back, obviously the first thing that happens is that bounce out. But because of the way she's pulled the curl out, and because then she set it into the roots, and she teased down that root line, so it's teased all the way around, the base is already in there. All she has to do is put her fingers in and massage it up, and it just goes doing and sits back up again. Often, really big hair in real life doesn't look that big on camera. Have you noticed that? Because obviously the head is spherical, so it drops away and you don't quite get that, so I'm always like, cool, bigger. Oh, good, bigger. Oh, make her hair bigger. And if I can't make it bigger, or I blow it with a hairdryer and make it as big as I can. So, big hair. Any questions about that before we go to TY's eyes?
The internet says you're beautiful.
Yay!
A question from Kim Hill. Is there Is there a trick to getting the lashes to not come undone during the shoot? I'm finding that every shoot I'm having to re-glue about an hour into it.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what glue she would be using, but I use duo glue and they never come off. If I've stuck them on properly, what can happen sometimes is you get one part of them stuck on the lid. Then that will come off. But if you get it right into the base of the lashes, into the lash line, then they should stay the whole time.
Okay, the only thing that makes my lashes come off during the way, because I use Duo as well, DUO, you can buy this at the MAC counter. It is the best glue you can buy. The only thing that makes my eyelashes start peeling off or open is if my eyes water, because it's water soluble. So if I cry or I wet up into that glue, they tend to lift off on the ends. But I've been wearing my lashes since 6 o'clock this morning, and I've got no lift and no pull on either side. So that is definitely the product, and as close as you can to the roots of the eyelashes. I'll let Simona talk you through the difference between the similarities and the difference between TY's eyes and Amanda's. I'll go and sit over here and be quiet.
TY's got a beautiful big mobile lid, so that's this part, and it's very visible when she's looking straight at you. Amanda's tends to be a little bit more deeper set. There you go. So the shape of the eye is not such a big difference, but I think it's more the colour of TY's skin that you can make it look quite muddy if you just use one colour base or one colour concealer. So what I did use on, have we got just time for eyes or the whole?
You've got 15 minutes to do eyes.
Okay. So I used this very bright yellow colour to brighten her lid and just to use that as a base on her eyelids there. Give me a sec, I'll just open that up and show you. Also, TY's foundation is a really nice sort of warm yellow or warm orange colour, just to brighten her complexion, not make it any darker, any duller. And I did use a lighter colour all through here and a slightly darker colour through there, because naturally she's quite a bit darker, so you do have to go with darker through here and lighter through the centre of the face. Okay, so I'll try and be quick.
Should I take down the scarf?
No, that's okay. Okay. All right, close your eyes for me. We've still got a little bit of makeup on there. So this looks very yellow when you first put it on, but once you blend it into the skin, it just starts to brighten it for me.
Simona, do you like to stay during the shoot?
Yes, definitely.
Or she stays right to the end.
Yeah, because the makeup does need touching up. You know, I can jump right in when Sue's behind the camera, move her hair, zhuzh, reapply gloss, and definitely the hair needs more touching up than the makeup, I find.
And now I can give her the camera and go to the toilet. She can keep shooting. She's amazing. But no, more importantly, the experience of having the makeup artist with you the whole time is, do you see their faces when they're being touched by her? Do you see the way Amanda closes her eyes and puts her chin forward? When a makeup artist is using your hair and makeup, it is just a beautiful feeling. You feel like a princess. And if they stay for the whole shoot, you know, while I'm crawling around sweating on the floor, she can stand there and give them that beautiful feeling and just keep touching up their hair and makeup. I think it's a beautiful thing.
So I'm going to set the concealer this time with a little bit of loose powder. If I apply the eyeshadow straight on, it'll most likely crease throughout the shoot. So instead of using a base, this time I'm just using a bit of loose powder to set it. My eyeshadows will blend a lot easier over the top. So then what I used on the shoot for TY's eye was this beautiful colour here, which really just made her eyes pop.
Lots of patting instead of brushing. The eyelid has lots of oil, so if you smudge the brush, you drag the oil through the powder that you've prepared. So we use a lot of a patting motion We get a lot of product on our brush, we press it into the brush instead of rub it. So if we press it in, then we press it onto the eye and tap it along, then we blend. But if you try and blend right from the start, you just drag oil right through the eyelid and you never get that beautiful build-up of colour that a professional makeup artist gets when they're doing.
And you
eye
end up
makeup.
with most of it down here on your face as well. So with darker skin, you do have to use colours that are very bright. The blush that we use on TY is a really beautiful colour. If I can get this open, a very bright orange, which you couldn't really put on anyone else. Okay, so I've got my base colour there. Now
Sue, when you are paying them $100 for a shoot, do you pay them anything more for staying longer? Quite a few people have that question.
You know, it's really weird, but I have never had to in my life because they love watching the shoot. Yeah. I try and make it experience for them as well. Remember, I also offer them something I'm going to talk about in business tips tomorrow, and one of them is I offer them that I might be paying them $100 potentially for 2 hours work, but I will give them an incredible shot for their folio. So every time they do a shoot for me, they gain another shot that they can use in advertising and they're getting paid. So I try to make it a full service deal and make it smart for my business. What I then did was hired full-time makeup artists and paid them $25 an hour and then taught them retouching. And then I got a double banger. But while I started out, I went through all of the different aspects of how to pay different makeup artists for what. So I've done it all. I've tried it all, done it all.
So right now, what do? You do $25 an hour plus the $100 for the hair and makeup? Or is
No,
it just
now
$25?
I work with Simona, so she
Right.
only works when she's shooting with me.
Mm-hmm.
She's contracted to me as we shoot together. But in the studio in New Zealand, they were full-time, $25 an hour, full-time employees that were just doing Photoshop and makeup. Prior to them being full-time, I did 3 different things. I paid them an hourly rate, I paid them a per makeup rate, and then I bought my own makeup and just paid them a turn up with their brushes rate. So I'll put forward all of those options in the business thing tomorrow, and then you can see which one's going to work for you in terms of including a makeup service.
So the principle is exactly the same, whether you're doing a darker skinned person or a light skinned person with the contouring and trying to create depth in the eye. You just need to use different colours. So on TY's eye, I've used a really beautiful warm sort of orange colour on her eyelid, and then used this dark sort of deep wine colour, dark brown wine colour to create the contour, and a little bit of this sort of warm dark brown. And I'm just going to use a little bit of this. This is what we created a little bit of highlight with, even though we don't generally use so much shimmer. But this just made it pop a little bit underneath her eyebrow. And same thing, use black gel eyeliner, or you can use a pencil. I find on TY I need to use the gel liner because it's a little bit stronger, a little bit darker. And to apply it, I use a very, very, very thin, small angled brush. Just allows me to get right into the lash line and sort of glide along the lash line. And then if I want to do a little flick, the angle of the brush just makes it easier to create that beautiful point at the end. Now you don't always get a beautiful open lid like this, so I could actually go quite thick with the liner if I wanted to. So I've got lots of space and I'm not taking away from the openness of the eye.
So on the screen is the image that we took of TY, and you can see why all of the golds and the highlights that Simona put just under the brow are really bouncing, so they're not photoshopped in or highlighted in. What we did was we bounced that light that was hitting her very gently, just picked up all those beautiful highlights in the gloss on her lips, and that frosting on the inside contour and under the brow are just so beautiful.
And we did apply lashes for the shoot as well.
I can see too, if you look at that image, you can see the black line that Simona's doing with the liquid gel eyeliner, the gel eyeliner is nice and strong, that gives her that beautiful shape, and you can see how it shapes where the eyelashes are.
Open for. And look down and down sideways. So if I want to get right into the inner corner of the eye, I get my client to look down and then put their gaze to the side. Keep your eyes open, just look down and look sideways, just so I can get right in here, and I'll pull their lid up very slightly and down the other way. Just to get right in there. And you can also use the gel liner underneath the eye, underneath the lash line. Look right up for me.
So Simone, is the majority of your makeup like MAC for your eyes and then foundation, the Sephora stuff, or are there other name brands? Because that's a big thing for me. Like you see a million different name brands.
Yeah, I go for what's got really good pigment and what blends easily. And I also go for what I can put into palettes, because otherwise I've got a million little boxes and I don't know what's what. So MAC are great for that. I do love the Makeup Forever HD foundations, and I love the concealers that I use. They're called a full cover camouflage cream or a concealer. So you can use it as a full all over makeup, but I generally will use a lighter liquid or a lighter cream, and then where I need more coverage, I'll use these to either correct the skin or create more coverage. And they're great for under the eye as well, and also on the lid. I use that on you to start off with because they don't move, they really stick, they're quite waterproof actually.
Simona, there are many, many questions about how to clean brushes in between clients.
Yeah, I generally
keep going with her eyes and
I'm just going to do a quick
keep going with her eyes, but I also want to address two things. One of them is cleaning brushes and sterilising brushes. Hair brushes is really important. Hairdressers do it and makeup artists should definitely do it. But I just want to bring to light one thing. In certain states in the US, it is illegal to apply makeup unless you're a cosmetologist.
Cosmetician.
Yeah. So obviously there is going to be that sort of, unless you're sort of registered or they are registered, you can be sued if you put makeup on somebody and they break out in a rash or anything like that. So you do have to be obviously careful of that. But yes, you must sterilise your brushes, you must clean your brushes, you must clean your makeup and your hair brushes between every client, just to get the product off it as well. Not only a hygiene.
So there are sprays that you can get that will clean the makeup off, and then what I do once in a while is actually shampoo them all and then clean them with the steriliser as well.
So can you show the colour that you're using for anybody who's doing makeup like T-Wise? They want to know. See, look at that colour. So even though it's a very bright orange, it's sitting so beautifully on her face.
Most other colours just wouldn't show up, or they start to look muddy, or it looks like there's nothing there. This is the other blush that we used, which is quite sort of a strawberry red colour. And let's do your lips. So I'm just lightening that lightest part, or highlighting that lightest part of T-Y's lip.
We all talked about this. TY's lips are naturally very dark. A lot of people make the mistake of either putting gaudy colours on dark lips and making them look horrible, or putting really dark lipstick on to make them look darker. Isn't that right? So the idea was we wanted to lighten them up first with the makeup, but make them look naturally lighter and then gloss them up. And that's why they look so beautiful in the image, because we put that lighter right through that bottom lid. Looks.
KG Photos 22 has a question about chapped lips. How do you smooth that out?
Once they're really dry and flaky, the best thing to do is put lots of balm on. I use pawpaw ointment, and then just actually use an old toothbrush and exfoliate them, or you can buy little exfoliating sticks to try and get the dryness off. But if they're really flaky, there's nothing instantly that you can really do.
Photoshop.
Photoshop, yeah.
Thank you.
In the photo, her bottom lip looks like that. Did you do it like that, or is that just like the light reflecting?
Have a look what she's done there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So naturally she's got this lighter sort of half moon through the centre. And at one point we did put almost like a concealer on and then lightened it even more. I think that was for that actually. And then we did have the black lip as well. So it was like a blended black liner with just a slightly lighter centre and a sort of a transparent cherry gloss over the top. So we don't have the eyelashes on, but the eye makeup's the same. Maybe it was a tiny bit darker there actually.
So maybe just a nice close-up of her makeup and show everybody out there how beautiful it is.
Yeah, you can turn.
Everyone's saying you're beautiful.
So to add more depth, I was just looking at that, that's a little bit darker. I probably had a little bit more black on the outer very corner with just using black eyeshadow straight on. Close the eyes. I'm just going to add a little bit of that.
That gold and the base in her inner eye is so beautiful. It just pops your whole eye out, but it doesn't look wrong. It doesn't look too gold or too shimmery. But then you have that perfectly high lid, I suppose. Wow, that's beautiful.
So I've just added a little bit more black there, just to give her depth on that side. This one.
Beautiful. What other questions do we have to finish our day today? Everybody's so quiet.
Once again, mesmerized.
Completely. Lots of questions about the products, exactly which colors to use on which skin tones.
Yeah, any makeup shop will be able to tell you all of those things. You know, you can go, the makeup girls now are practically on counter a trained makeup artist. And colours are really, you know, the reason that Simona is equipped to do anybody's makeup is she owns 1,000 different products on hair and makeup. Her makeup room has an entire cabinet and 3 closets filled with hair and makeup products. That's why she has TY's special blusher. I wouldn't carry that in my kit because when would I ever use that? But she has everybody's colours. And I guess you just, as a makeup artist, you learn how to blend and match colours that suit people. But if you work the base of what we were teaching you about where to go, then the only thing you then have to work out is what colours and products to use. But the makeup houses now that you go into, Sephora, MAC, they're incredible. They're very helpful. They can answer any question about if you want a certain look, what do I do? And they're all trained. They're all wearing makeup belts with brushes on them, and they will do a remote live makeup for you if you ask them a question to buy anything. So these days, that's not a problem, asking those questions and buying those products.
So maybe we could just summarize sort of the importance in your success in your studio of working with a professional makeup artist and how you sell that to your clients.
I believe it's a full service. I believe that from the beginning of the session, they've already taken with the idea that they're going to have their hair and makeup professionally done. The hurdle there is a lot of people don't believe that my hair and makeup artist is the best that they can have, because there are a lot of bad hair and makeup artists out there. So I need to be able to prove by doing before and afters that my hair and makeup artist is of the highest quality. The benefit is for the mums, for the women who want pampering, for the older women who get the lashes. It is the ultimate experience to sit in hair and makeup for 1 hour. I believe that my brand sufficiently states that you will not only have your hair and makeup done, which is included in your sitting fee at no extra cost, you will go out looking gorgeous that night. So I'm extending the experience of what I sell into the evening, and that you will have incredible portraits because you took the time to have a beautiful hair and makeup, and that you will have an incredible experience. That's what we're trying to give all of our clients. And I believe that has a unique selling point against other studios who just say turn up and you'll be done in 15 minutes. It is definitely comes with its own unique set of issues and its own unique set of problems, but it also comes with its own unique bonuses that other people don't have. Like, I go to work every day with a professional hair and makeup artist, so hello, they can help me out. And there's certain things that we do when we elevator pitch what we do. And I know if I said I'm a glamour photographer over the last 15 years, people would go, ooh, yuck. But if I said I shoot contemporary portrait and I have a professional hair and makeup artist, or I say I'm a makeup artist and a photographer, full stop, that people stop in their tracks, look at me and go, tell me about that. And it has been the one, I think, defining factor that has kept glamour alive for me for 15 years. When it died for 20 years, long after it died, the fact that I can still do this and then create this with an everyday girl has defined me and kept me away from everybody else in my portrait market. And I believe the beauty industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and you should all jump on board and be part of it, because women love doing this.
Wow, what a fantastic close to our day 2 of this 3-day workshop. Thank you, Simona. Everyone just adores you, and thank you, Sue Bryce. Hello, Internet. Welcome to day 3 of the Sue Bryce Glamour Photography Workshop on Creative Live. My name is Lorraine Lobdell. I will be one of your co-hosts today with Kenna Klosterman. And we're going to have about 5 minutes of banter, so let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us. And I would like to say hello to Sue Bryce and see how you're doing this morning.
Good morning, very excited. Can't believe it's day 3 already.
I know.
It's gone by so fast.
Yeah, it has. It's crazy. Crazy.
I just have to read this into the record because I think it's so awesome, is that somebody just wrote in, can I buy a John Cornicello bobblehead for good luck on my photo shoots? Absolutely. Somebody out there create that, and we will make them available. So we've got John here, and that's taking some wonderful behind-the-scenes pictures for us today.
Thanks, John.
So, you guys, how are you doing today?
Sad.
Instead of the sad, let's focus on enjoying every moment. Be here in the moment. We have Don Giannetti, who is coming to Creative Live, and tomorrow the videos are due. If you want to join us here in Creative Live, go to our blog, and there's information about how you do that. But I wanted to ask you guys this morning why you think the people out there should submit a video. Let's start with Mapu.
I think you should submit a video because you just never know if you're going to get picked or not. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It just could be with your iPhone. Or I just did mine on my laptop. I just popped it up, hit record, and I was just like, I hope I'm able to come to the Sue Bryce workshop. And I got picked. So it doesn't have to be anything fancy or even long. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe not doing that video is the easiest thing. Just winding up not doing it is so easy. Yet doing it is so simple, but the rewards are amazing. It definitely could be a life changer. And just doing a video and having your life changed. I mean, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, like this experience of just being here is something that I will remember for the rest of my life, definitely. And aside from all the knowledge that I've learned from the past 2 days, this experience has changed me. And when I was recording my video, it's like my voice was shaking and my palms were sweaty, and like I don't know what to say. But like she said, it's so easy not to do it. And what do you have to lose?
And you got to spend your birthday here.
Yeah.
So props to Mark, who didn't tell us until the end of the day, that evening, that it was his birthday. So anyhow, we're wishing you all a big global happy birthday from Creative Live.
Thank
you. Tobin.
Well, I mean, it's look at the only thing that can hold you back is fear, right? And the easiest thing to do is not to submit. But whether you do if you've seen the videos that were submitted, the full production like Amanda did, or 20 takes through tears like some of us did, or just working through jump cuts or on the computer, the only thing that can hold you back is fear. And why not submit? Especially the John G. Okay, let's just take a moment. He's about lighting. I'm going to do this with the camera. Why not submit? I would. In fact, I'm submitting right now. Sir, you are the perfect combination to everything I've learned here about posing, except I love the way
Tobin,
she likes
you're
naturally.
technically cheating on me now. I mean, that is just blatant cheating.
Well, I love everything you brought about posing and the movement, and we're going to learn about finishing. But I'm a guy who wants to light.
No, you're not going to talk yourself out of this. Stop.
So teach me the artificial lighting part so I can add that perfect recipe. Everyone else should submit too, or don't, so I can be the only submission. But
challenge. He's going to stay in Seattle for 2 weeks. Say sorry to your wife.
All the kids. I think maybe Oliver will come down and help me light too. He loves being on the camera.
Awesome, thank you. Sandy.
I don't know how you follow something like that. That's amazing. Takes 2 seconds out of your life. People are like, oh, I'm nervous to be on. This team, Creative Live team, is second to none. You have made us feel warm and welcome and comfortable. I never thought I could be feeling comfortable in front of the camera. And it's the rewards and the education and the experience, absolutely more than worth it.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's amazing just everyone here at Creative Live, and then I feel like we're all going to be friends now. Like, I have friends in Nigeria, in Hawaii, in Canada now, and from the Philippines, if he goes back to the Philippines.
And Sydney.
I have lifelong, and Sydney, of course Sydney. So I feel like, okay, honey, I'm ready to travel. Let's travel. I get to go to Sydney, I'll go to Nigeria, I'm going to go to Hawaii. So get ready, honey, because we're fixing to start.
I noticed you didn't say you want to go to Canada.
I'm not a cold girl. Like everyone's been teasing me. I just showed them pictures of Justin.
Come to you.
She has a pink convertible, people, a hot pink convertible.
Yes, I have a hot pink convertible. You guys can come visit me, okay?
Yeah.
We'll go play on the beach. One thing to say, don't use copyrighted music, okay? Oops. And think about your friends. I do weddings as well, so I was able to call some of my videographers that do weddings and say, hey, can you help me out? It was our down season, so they didn't have a lot of projects going on. They're like, yeah, sure. It took, I think we shot for maybe an hour, and they were able to cut it like that and put it up there right for me. And by the way, that was not one cut. I said that probably 50 times, and they put it all together for me. So I'm very lucky to have amazing friends. Hi, Celia. So think about what friends you have that can help you make that, because that's what I was. I wanted to show Sue my personality and who I was and where I'm from and the kind of people that I'm going to be helping by bringing this. So.
I'm going to take you through a Photoshop tutorial this morning. Photoshop is a huge component of what I do, the same way makeup is a huge component of what I do. Recently, I read a forum that somebody had posted about my before and afters and 99% of the comments were like over photoshopped, over warped, over overstretched, over liquefied, over retouched. A lot of the comments were hitting really hard on the before and after. And as you know, I would prefer not to show a before and after, but I have to communicate the story of where we come from and where we finish up. So that's why I do show the before and after. The one thing people don't know about me is actually how little I actually do photograph Photoshop in terms of how, in terms of how it looks photoshopped. So I'll take you through a standard setup for me, but what I also wanted to do was I wanted to show you your raw images. So I wanted to show you straight out of the camera so that you could see what I did to you to get you to the finished product. And I think because everybody saw your finished product, it's going to be really neat for them to see that final process. There's a few things that I use in Photoshop just straight off the bat. I love Totally Rad actions, so gettotallyrad.com is definitely a set of actions that I've had for a couple of years now. What I love about their actions is it's obviously there's a few really key components in there that I use all the time in terms of just making my images better. One of them I really love is they have a cinnamon toast layer, and I've set up an action on the side of my Photoshop. So if we put my Photoshop up on screen, I'm just going to show you a couple of things. This is how my Photoshop is set up. Now, a lot of people are working in button mode, out of button mode, which is here. So they press the action and then press play at the bottom. When I started to speak, I didn't realize that people actually don't know that if you go up to this top here and you press button mode, then you get a one button action. Now, I color coordinated mine in rainbow colors because I'm a girl and I like rainbow colors, but you don't have to do that. But basically what it means is instead of selecting the action and pressing play, you're a one button press. Are any of you working in button mode? All of you are working in button mode? Yeah, it's quite weird. It's half the world seems to know and half the world is like, you're kidding. And I don't know, if you're the ones that are saying you're kidding, well, there you go. Go and put your buttons into button mode. I also have actions from Gesture Rocks, and I have actions from Jinky Art. All of these three people, Totally Rad, Jinky Art, and Gesture Rocks, have all created 2 or 3 of my favourite actions. So although you may buy 60 to 100, 2 or 3 of each of those people have given me actions that are key components in what I use. Okay, so a lot of people are anti-actions, whatever. I'm pro making money and being fast on Photoshop. So if I have to speed up my process of Photoshop in order to make money and to have a studio that is both financially viable with a good profitability, then I don't want to spend 80% of my week on Photoshop like a lot of photographers are doing. So that's why I'm trying to slim in Photoshop always, and then I'm trying to constantly retouch at a very fast rate. So I made up a rule. When I started to shoot, I would shoot 60 to 90 images in a shoot. I would choose 25 images. Okay, no more than 30. So at 30 images, I would then retouch 30 images at 2 minutes each. So every image gets 2 minutes on Photoshop. Every single image gets 2 solid minutes on Photoshop. Now, that is a 60-minute setup. Okay? At that point, I want my client to be able to see a really good product, but not one that's necessarily overworked, but has just got the components that I know that they would like removed. We don't remove lines under the eyes, remove the shadows, right? So just the things that we don't like. So I'm going to now try and do a 2-minute makeover on each image so that you can see how far I can take it in 2 minutes, and then I'll break it down for you, okay? All right. When I have this shot here of TY, one of the most obvious things about it is, as much as I love this image, was that instantly we had this scar falling down at the back. Now, this image was worth any sacrifice for me. I would have done whatever I had to do to get it to her. So what I actually did, so we've got my timer there, what I actually did was I went to my lasso tool and I basically created the shape of TY's head. I went round her scarf, I pulled out to the right, I copied and pasted, and I put this section back on because I just wanted to be rid of that scarf. I felt like it hindered the shape. From there, I use Dodge and Burn as one of my most significant tools on Photoshop. So basically, I just went in and I just dropped that layer on like that, and I just blended it straight away. So I use a lot of cutting and pasting. Cutting and pasting for me, and you have to understand, I use Dodge and Burn because I'm an illustrator. I draw with charcoal and chalk. So, I draw with charcoal and chalk. So to me, I see Dodge and Burn the same way I see charcoal and chalk. What's light comes forward, what's dark goes back. So I use Dodge and Burn constantly, and I'm a cut and paster. You can clone as much as you want, but you are cloning and rubbing pixels. As soon as you copy and paste backgrounds and don't even stretch them but move them and blend them, then you're actually copying true pixels and spreading them out instead of stretching and compromising the quality of a part of your image that you will see large. Up until about 7 months ago, I have never used a portrait software. I use Clone for everything, so Dodge and Burn, Clone, Warp, and pretty much Lasso, Copy and Paste are the tools that I use for everything. But recently I was in a studio with a very newbie photographer training her, and she showed me portraiture by Imagenomic. And if you go to inbedwithsue.com and go to my store, I've set Imagenomic in my store as a link. It's not going through my store. When you hit the link, it goes to their store, but it means that you can get the best deal for Lightroom or Photoshop. It is $200 to buy the software. They don't sponsor me, although they might after this. It's just blew me away, and this is what blew me away. TY has the most magnificent skin. But when I get up close, I see the obvious that's in everybody's skin pattern that I would be blending out. And so if you go up to, you install this as a plugin to Photoshop or Lightroom, if you go to Portraiture, you can open it up. Its skin smoothing in under a second is just outrageous. And I've never seen a software that is so incredible. So I'm just going to take that down to here. It puts a nice grain in. You can see the shoulder. Everything about it is just instantaneous. No more body retouching. In fact, the idea that we even used to retouch bodies and take 10-20 minutes for an image is gone. When you accept it, it now sits up in your filter as just a layer, or I've set it as an action, so it just goes on top. So what it then does, I'll go back, I'm going to show my action. I've done a layer and then portrait on the layer. So just a layer mask, add portrait, record it as an action. It's called layer portrait. And then basically what I can do is I can just touch the word opacity and dial it back to whatever level I want. So if I feel like it's too strong, I just dial it up. And if I feel like I want more skin tone back, I just go so fast. Then what I did is I've left it on at about 60%. I go to my erasing tool, shortcut for eraser is E. I erase back around the eyes and around the hairline. The one thing I do not want is portraiture on my eyes, on the hairline, on the lips, because that is the sharpest point, and I want that to look incredible. So straight away I remove it, just a quick erase. At this point now, her entire skin smoothing is absolutely gorgeous. I look at all of my actions. I give everything a vibrancy or a lighter. I go through my curves. These are curve settings. One stop of lighter, one stop of brighter, one stop of contrast, one stop of darker. That's how easily I work. I also have one stop of color. So if I feel like I want to put more yellow in there, I just bounce one stop of yellow in. Blue removes it. Green counteracts magenta. Obviously, you know, it's that simple. It's a one button, bang, bang, bang. And then pretty much my cloning stamp finishes everything for me. So I make sure I blend anything I don't like in terms of frown lines. I come up through this line here, straight up under here, straight up anything under the eyes, done. And aside from the talking that I did about portraiture, you would agree that really TY is kind of a 1 minute retouching job. So scar there, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now, at this stage, she is sitting with this ottoman in front of her. I did actually have her leaning on it. I make the decision, obviously, to crop that out, and then straight away I'll decide where my image crop is. Remember how I said I always crop in camera? Well, I just cropped that out so I didn't have to retouch it, and my image was already done. One of the most important things that I do, and I'm sorry, the resolution is really bad. I actually chose the wrong image. This isn't the image that you have. I've chosen the one that was too soft. I did actually shoot this out of focus, just as a trial.
Excuse me, Sue, quick question.
Yes.
What is the pen and pad set you're using?
I use a Wacom tablet. I'm in love with my Wacom tablet. It travels around the world with me. I've trained 14 retouchers in the last 8 years, and I've bought every one of them a Wacom. Never, ever could you retouch with a mouse, not the way you can illustrate with this. Wacom, I even think I have the oldest Wacom on the planet, maybe one of that came out of the Ark. But I love it so much. It's time I upgraded it, but I might get one of those big ones that actually retouch on the photograph. Yeah, Wacom now do this really huge one that you actually can see the image and retouch on it. Ergonomically, for your sitting position, I have a really good posture at a desk in terms of being upright, but nothing stops that pain in your arm from the amount of retouching you do, and it takes the clicker away, which is that tendon that goes up through your RSI. It's just amazing. What I do is I put a dodge and burn in the eyes, and remember what we talked about makeup yesterday? At 10% on the mid-tone in dodge, I'll put a dodge over the makeup highlight, which is the same. It's the makeup highlight that Simona worked on to make her highlights come forward. I would definitely throw a 10% dodge on that. I definitely put a 10% dodge around the iris. And I go to put a 10% dodge just in here in this bottom half of the iris. Now, TY has very dark eyes. And remember, I had her turned away from the light with no reflector. So she had no catch, well, she had a very small catch light, but she didn't have enough light to catch the dark brown in her eyes. So what I did was I went to my brush tool, and on my swatches, which have disappeared because my screen resolution is shifted. A moment. Filter, we are view, window, swatches, there we go. I selected a nice golden brown to bring her eye forward, and at 1% flow, 100% opacity, I literally just went like this and dusted the brown into her eyes. I'm going to give that 2%. And the reason I did that was because I wanted the colour of her eyes to come forward. So when you see TY's finished image, where she has that little touch of brown in her eyes, I brought that up, because the eyes being the most important part of that image is how I wanted to finish it. And I really wanted, when you looked at that image, to look at your eyes and just be completely mesmerised by them. So one of my best friends sent an image and sent an email to me and said, I've never seen a woman with such soulful eyes in all of my life. Isn't that beautiful? And because the way you just are looking in this image is so beautiful. So that's it. I'm done. I don't feel like I need to achieve anything in terms of structure for this image, meaning she doesn't need any contouring of her body. I feel really happy with what I've done, and I want to get out of there because that is enough for TY to see her image and not feel like she's been over photoshopped. Okay, and everything that I needed to fix has been fixed. So I'll move on because I've got lots to show you.
A couple questions.
Sure.
Do you ever, what equates to a stop of color? That's a question from Trisha Limphoto.
Ah, okay. So if you go Command B or Control B on a PC, Photoshop Command B. Okay, so when you change the screen resolution, I'll have to go up here. Filter. Okay, wait a minute. Let me open another one. I'll go straight to Amanda's Raw, this one. What I wanted to show everybody was when I said that I was slimming in posing and not slimming in post, the idea was that I would open all the raw images so that you could see that. And then if I did want to do any slimming, I can show you. So let's see, Command B, there it is. So in my colour balance, I've actually put a stop as 10% and a minus or plus towards cyan. So anybody who knows the colour wheel, this comes from my retouching days at 18 where we were retouching and dye blending. Anybody knows that in order to take away magenta, you have to add green. Okay, so that's the best way, if you ever get confused about the colour wheel, is to go Command B and look at your colour wheel and go, okay. So one of the most important aspects of that is, I'm just going to bounce up to Sandra, is Sandra had, oh, I love this one. Just drop down my contrast a little, my recovery, brightness. Let's bounce that up so you can see it. Okay, Sandra's a good one too because Sandra has freckles. But this is probably, I'm so repetitive on Photoshop that I'm actually quite boring with Photoshop. I know people think that I probably do a whole lot of really cool stuff, but dodge and burn, clone, warping, these are the things that I do every day repeatedly. First of all, I'm going to put layer portraiture on Sandra. Layer portraiture does a really good job with freckles because it doesn't remove them. Okay, so it softens them and takes the pigment down without removing them. So right away you still have your freckle base, which I think is important. I'm going to go E for eraser. I'm going to take you back around your hairline just because I want a nice sharp hairline. Also, I shot that at 2.8, so there's a good drop off there from the eyes. So there to there. When I'm talking about neutralizing color, I go to my color swatches on B for brush. I go to one of the lime greens at the top here. And see this little redness that's just coming in gently around the eyes, which a lot of people have. At 1% flow, you can neutralize magenta. And it doesn't look like you're doing much. It's putting a light green dusting over red eyes. Absolutely such a neat technique. Also makes the eyes colder, which I think looks better. But the cool thing about it is it doesn't look like much until you take it off. I'm then going into my dodge. I dodge around the iris. I dodge only around the iris, not down here. Okay, so only just around that half circle because I want the eyes to pop. And then with my clone stamp, I want to come up into here. I come from the cheek up into the eyes. I blend the shadow up under there because we don't want that. I come down on the nose, on the bridge. I make sure, remember, nobody ever says, oh, I love those horizontal lines on my forehead, so they don't need to be there. So we'll blitz them. We clone, bang, bang, done, there, and she's done. So she's out under 2 minutes again. Good with that? Right. Let's say I want to slim this front arm. Let's say I show Sandra and Sandra says, oh, make my arm slimmer. We go to our lasso tool. We lasso 2/3 into the arm, straight up out of the image, down into that break line of the black dress and down. So I'm going to take this entire segment because I'm moving this segment this way. I copy and paste. So lasso, copy and paste. And then after you copy and paste, you've created a second layer. So there it is there. The second layer is sitting just over the top of her arm. Then you go Command T or Control T, which is free transform. Inside the free transform, you right-click warp, and you can move this grid anywhere you want. I want you to maintain some integrity in her arm. I don't want you to make her look like this. You know, I want you to keep the integrity of the shape of her arm, but just bringing it into a realistic movement. When you accept that, you go to your erase tool at 10% and just very lightly feather this edge. We want to make sure that there are no break lines. A break line is where you can still see the layer here. See this here? You can still see that, but if I dust it with my erasing tool, then it sits perfectly. Before I accept that or flatten that layer, I'm going to turn it on and off to see if I'm happy with how it's sitting, to see if I'm happy with the shape of the arm, and to see if I'm happy with how that's moving. So as soon as I'm happy with it, I will flatten that layer and it's done. Okay? Now, what's very important here is there's a million different ways that I can now use this tool. And this tool, for me, far better than liquify. Let's say Sandra looks at her hair and says, oh, what a shame my hair's so flat. I pick hair up, I buff hair out, You know, I can pretty much change anything. I can make boobs bigger. I can make boobs smaller. I can lift up eyelids with it. All you have to do is the same rule applies. You have to make sure when you're contouring, you're blending through your break lines and that you're checking your layer on and off first to see what you're changing, that you haven't shifted through a break line, and that you're blending at 10% through each one. The eye is remarkable. It will be tricked. The same way you trick it with faux waist, you can trick it with, you know, the what it's looking at. You can shift things and the eye just doesn't notice them anymore. Let's say from here, I'll move on. I will do another one. To this one. Okay, so this is interesting because if I go to change this line here, I'm going to be compromised by a brick. Okay, so a background. So let's see if we can move pixels like this, but stay in a background line. So we'll stay right there. We'll go down this line. We'll come down this line here. So we'll try and look for lines that aren't going to have obvious break lines. We'll copy and paste it. We'll free transform. We'll right click. We'll warp it. And then we can shift this in. Now I could move this in anywhere. I am stretching pixels, so I have to be careful that I'm stretching the brick all the way along at the top and then all the way along at the bottom, because no matter what I do, obviously I'm going to change the structure of that image. So yes, that works as long as you follow lines. Another thing that I would do is if Amanda asked me to, say, trim her waist and I knew I couldn't move pixels, I could get right in and warp here, or I could even clone up into here and move up and through here. Sorry, let's put it on my right layer. You know, I can go right into there. Sure, I mean, there's a million different ways to do that. From here, I'll go to, I love this shot of Mapuana. What we did with Mapu is we made her dance around. So she was turning in and away from the reflector. So there was going to be a moment there where she's getting a cut shadow across her face. And I compromised that. Yes, I did, in order to get that, because I love it. And once I got that shot, I got her at a moment where the one before, her arm looked really beautiful, and then on this one, when she laughed, she squeezed forward. And she squeezed forward also, she squeezed this. Now, this is such a beautiful shot of Mapu, so all I have to do to fix this image is come up through the arm, up through that break line, up through the hair, out the whole image, copy and paste, free transform, right click, warp, and I'm just going to bring this in. So all I want really is not to alter her arm too much, but just bring it in a little bit. So I can keep that shape, I just want to bring it in for her, accepting that, turning my layer on and off, making sure I've got no break lines. That is the difference between selling an image or not. That might seem stupid to some people, but I don't really care.
So Sue, a lot of folks are asking about why you use warp versus liquify.
Because liquify takes too long, and warp is not only fast in terms of sculpting, it is one of the most efficient tools I've ever seen. I've never used liquify.
Thank you.
What I'm going to do here with the chin is I'm going to bring the chin up the bottom little line that I can see, and then when I accept it, I'm going to come back to the top line, and I'm going to bring that top line back down again to where it was by erasing back down. So just like that, I've gone and just taken that bottom little chin up. So we don't want to change the structure of the face, we want to keep it exactly the same, but just nip and tuck. Now liquify can push in all the way around, but warp does that so quick. And also, in the time that it takes you to save off on liquify, you can go and make a coffee. Okay. So a really good example of a face blend. Okay, I've got a curves coming out here. Oh, this is a really good one. This is before we nailed that image of Amanda. So Amanda's image was so beautiful, the black and white one. And what we did was, as we were getting her into position, it took us a while to get her arms and pushing forward and bringing her chin up, and so this is a really good example of, I would bring in an arm like this. When her arm is tight against her body like this, it's just squashing down. I'll go right up out of the shot, right back in, down that hand line to here. If I'm going to move part of an image, I'm going to take the whole quarter, because if I'm stretching pixels, it stands to reason that I would do it for the whole image. And then I can just tuck that in there if I feel like that's arm is dominating, and she's not going to like it for that reason. I would do exactly the same with this one. Okay, so back to faces. Let's go faces.
Quick question.
Sure.
Why do you prefer flattening instead of working off the layers and using masks?
Okay, so I bastardized Photoshop. I work in one layer. I work in one layer because I do not have the time, the energy, the inclination, or the hard drive to store 400 shoots a year in layer masks. JPEGs, high-res JPEGs from RAW. They get saved as high-res JPEGs. They get viewed once as a copy. They get printed, and then they go into storage. But if I layer mask all of my retouch, why? Do it, flatten it, get out of there. You've got 2 minutes. Okay, Simi, in there, section. Yes, my world is always about bringing arms in or changing arm lines, but you know, we shoot a lot of compressed arm lines. We have to sometimes to get expression, to squash against the wall. It's just the way it goes. I do everything exactly the same way, and that is I warp them in. I do a little bit of a clone. I'm taking away the things I know she's not going to like. Anything obvious in my background, because obviously she's being shot on a painted polystyrene background, so I make sure I clean that out. And after I do that, then I pretty much am going to come up into here. Anything I want to remove on her face, I'm going to follow the light always. So I use cloning the way the way an illustrator illustrates. I'm always going to follow the light and shed off the face. So I try not to do too much blending and wiping on Clone Tool because it starts to smooth out, but this is how I do it. So I know a lot of people are really interested into how I clone, so I'll just do it for you so you can see me. Bang, 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 nice and fast. We're just hitting what we don't like. We're keeping the light and dark of her face. It's very, very important. I have not applied portraiture to this. There's something I do want to show you to hit the inside of the eyes. Our green swatch is already there. We're just going to minimize that because nobody wants little red eyes. On our dodge tool at 10%, I'm going to hit under the iris. We can even take that up to 20 because I want our eyes to pop. Pow. And for makeup, I just hold down my Alt button and it changes my dodge to burn. And then I burn around the makeup line and she's done. And she looks beautiful.
When you do green on the inside, what percentage are you at?
1%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And cloning, was it about 20 or 30%?
I clone at 10 to 30% in my flow. So I get my opacity at 100 and I flow at 30. But when I train people, I train them to flow at 10 and then 20 because they have less control. And they bruise. They make bruising.
And Sue, using the cloning versus
healing tool?
spot healing, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the healing tool. Let's talk about that healing tool. The healing tool for me is incredible for freckles, moles, backgrounds, but I have no control over bags, wrinkles, lifts, shadows, necklines. It's never going to be able to go through a break line because as soon as you do that it starts to sweep it away. Maybe good for things like that, but in the time it took me to draw a circle I could have cloned that in one tap. Cloning for me is by far the fastest method of retouching in the world, in my world, so I'm going to use the clone. Done.
Would you clone those lines by your underarm area?
Yes I would. So definitely because I think this is somewhere a lot of women look and I don't like it. So following the light up and down like that, then straight up into it. Nice and quick. Okay, so let's do some more body contouring because we're shooting curves. When I told you that I will compromise her front line to get a back line that I want, I was not kidding you. Here is gorgeous Kate. Kate is just leaning back against the wall with her bottom carriage pointing towards me. So it just gives you an idea that if the bottom carriage is pointing towards you, that's going to look so much wider than what it is. When she takes her weight on the back foot, then instantly she scoots to there. Now, in order to give me this arch line through her back, I need her to push her stomach forward, okay, because I can't recreate this shape here in Photoshop. Okay, I just can't. But what I can do is change this front line, and I will do this if I feel like I've compromised that line. So if I just take that there, copy and paste, Control T, right click wall, and then just tuck, you know, obviously then I can just bring this line in and then back out again. So I don't want to alter her too much. I just want to take that little shape of the belly off. So I want to take that from there to there. Okay, and it does stand to me that this is an image that is, for Kate, a hell of a lot more purchasable than this. Right? Okay, questions? Are you all going to sleep out there?
Not at all.
Well, first of all, everybody already wants you to come back and do a 3-day workshop on just Photoshop.
Yeah, well, I could do that because, put it like this, I was a retoucher before I was a photographer. I don't think I'm a great photographer. What I'm great at is communicating with people and Photoshop. And I just feel like the people who, you know, rubbish Photoshop, who say that people, you know, that can't get it right and capture and all the rest of it, you know, whatever. We've been given this amazing tool, and it is a huge component of who I am and what I do. I'm an illustrative photographer. I'm an illustrator, so I want to illustrate my images and win awards with them and stuff like that. And I love that game because it is a game. But I can't, you know, take away the fact that yes, I am retouching stuff that people do get upset about, and you know, I don't.
Well, we were talking yesterday about you're posing and being a sculptor, and you're just continuing your sculpting.
Well, I see it as a full service job. You know, I see it as from the beginning of sculpting your body right through to the very last finish. If you were going on a magazine cover, even when they go, so and so is on Vogue magazine with no retouching, and then you go and look at the magazine and it's so retouched, and it's just like, you know, yeah. And then the next week they go, stars without makeup, and it's so cruel. And it's like, come on, neither of them are a positive body image for women.
So the internet is curious to know what you women think about watching Sue retouch your images.
It's amazing. I've never used the warp tool, and I've never even thought about it. Never even saw anything about it. Like, it's not one of the tools that a lot of people talk about. Everyone goes liquefy, and it drives me crazy trying to use that tool. Absolutely crazy. And so that is so much easier.
And for yourself, in terms of what you saw?
Oh yeah, I thought she did a ton more. I was like, there's no way. Because she brought it up before we went on camera, a picture of the before and after right next to each other. I was like, what? No, you did more than that. No. That before, you already touched up that before a little bit. And she's like, no, it's straight out of the camera. I was like, no way.
See why?
And then I can understand what she's saying about how people bash Photoshop. And for me, I think it's all part of the game. It's the same way you use a lens to put focus on something and throw focus out of something. It's not cheating. It's not unethical then. You're just doing the same thing with another tool. You're deciding what you want to focus on and what you want to take away. So I don't feel bad that someone is doing that for me. I feel very helped, and I'm very grateful that somebody is doing that.
Okay, so I want to show you a couple of tricks before we finish, because once we go into business, Photoshop will be a very distant memory. This is Kate's before shot, and we wanted a before shot of her sitting normally because we wanted to pose her in all the beautiful poses that we were going to do. But what I love about Kate's before shot is in her relaxed neck, she has the perfect double chin to play with here. So L for lasso takes me down into this quarter, right up under the chin, and then we have a copy and paste, we have a lift, we erase back. So, you know, again with the liquefy, you might be able to push this line up, but you're never going to maintain the listen to me, your anti-lick and your liquefy tool, you know, like do whatever you want with your stinky liquefy tool. Why am I so anti-liquify? I don't know. I think it looks really good with the cats when they make their eyes really big and like need caffeine, you know. But I just don't get it. This to me is so fast, and what I love about it is I've compromised that chin line in order to get a real chin line back, because it is her real chin line. Her real chin line is here. The bit that's hanging down gets tucked up and the real chin line gets put back, and together you create the real chin back. So I just feel like it's a real line. It's not compromising or stretching or pushing pixels. And when I get up close, I want to be able to not see that I've been here. So I want to be able to turn that off and on, right? Yeah, okay. So the next one I get asked is, of all the mature faces I had, this is Simona's mum, and she's 66 years old. So, oh my goodness, she is so beautiful. I absolutely I'm blown away by this woman. I just want to show you a couple of things. When you put on layer portraiture, obviously it drops that skin layer straight away onto an older face. What I don't want to do is compromise her aging lines, because she is 66. Now straight away, layer portraiture gives me that soft 80s. I hate that look. Like, that to me is disgusting. Like, I would dial that back to 60%, but then I'm still kind of in the same position where I've lightly softened everything and I've taken the soft off. That is with the softness taken off on portraiture. Okay, inevitably it's going to soften your hard lines, and the hard lines like the eye line and the hairline have to be hard in order for it to be sharp. Now, I detest that. So at times like this with an older, mature face, I'm going to do two things. I'm either going to clone at 10%. Now you can watch the timer on this one. I'm going to go up the eye line. Okay, I'm going to go under here. I'm going to sweep up into the nose, down onto here, and out. I'm going to go down into these lines, and this works on anybody, no matter how lined they are. What I'm doing is I'm soft cloning just all the way around the face, just to drop them all back, but to keep the integrity of all of those lines right there. So in under a minute, I can do the whole flat bound of a face, and then I'll go down to her neck and throat. Okay, so you do not need to spend hours doing this. What I'm doing is just feathering everything that's there. We want to keep what's there. We just want to soften it. On our B for brush tool, I'm just going to come up and I'm going to just remove that red corner of her eye, because I think that makes a significant difference in her eye, don't you think? And that's when I work with my dodge and tool on her eyes, my dodge and burn, sorry. So then after I do these little bits here, I hit these Muppet lines, cool. Now here's another way of doing it. You can duplicate, or let's say we just do a copy and paste a layer. So we've got a layer on top, and then we turn the top layer, we'll do it off and work on the bottom layer. This is what I call blitzing, and I'll do this with an older face. In fact, let's go back to the beginning so that she has all of her lines. Let's go copy and paste. Let's turn the top layer off, work on the bottom, and all I want you to do is blitz it. So I'm going to take everything off. So I'm going to clone at 60%. I'm going to follow the light of her face. I'm going to follow it all the way, and I'm going to take it all. So I'm not going to change the structure of her face, but basically I'm hitting everything. Like, I'm just going to go boom, blitz. But not like portraiture, it's not soft. I'm just going to go wipe, wipe, wipe. And I'm literally taking it all. I'm going to take right down these lines, boom, right up those, gone. Okay, that's what I call blitzing a face, which is how some people Photoshop. Okay, and after I did that, I get to this line here. Oop, I now changed her nose structure. We don't want to change her nose structure. Then what I do is I turn my top layer back on, which is all of her wrinkles, and I just drop the opacity by sweeping the word opacity. See what it's doing? It's giving me a completely sharp image, but if I take it right down, it's to the blitz. It means I've kept all the integrity of all of her lines right there, and that takes less than 2 minutes. So if you are having trouble photographing a very wrinkly face, blitz it, drop the original layer back on, and just drop the opacity down, because clearly what you're doing is keeping the integrity of all of her lines and just dropping it back, and yet keeping the sharpness of the image. And it's a really fast way. I call it blitzing. Blitz it. You know, really fast way of retouching.
And it sounds cool.
It does.
Could you remind us of what your settings are for portraiture? Because there are a number of them.
Default, no softness. I'm a pretty easy to please girl. I don't really set up much stuff. I opened portraiture, I checked it on the default setting. It has masking. There are tutorials for it. I've never watched one. I open it, I hit the default, yes, I take the softness off. That's it. End of story.
Do you go through all your images? Even though you have people retouching for you, do you have to go through every single one and see it by yourself?
What do you mean?
You have people, you said you've trained some retouchers.
Oh yeah, no, I retouch my own work now. But in the studio, in my other studio, all of my makeup artists retouch. Yeah. So they're trained like me to retouch. I look at their retouching and go, too much, take it back. But that's it. Retouchers are guilty of two things, taking too long and, okay, let's say we open Sandra's image. Has anybody got an iPhone timer or a timer? Give me a second countdown.
You got it, Philly?
No, sorry.
We'll just watch their watch or...
No, not readily.
Okay, we got it. Over here.
Okay.
Ready? Go.
What I want to do is I'm going to put layer portraiture on Sandra and then I'm going to dial that back. Because as soon as I dial that back, I'm going to take it to it looks real. Works really well on her freckles, nice and soft. Flatten that image, and the first thing I'm going to do is bump a little cold cyan into it. I'm going to take down those freckles there that stand out to me, then I'm going to go up to her face, and the most obvious thing I'm going to do here is just tap under this eye line because I just want to take that shadow down. I want to go here, 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 and here. And by the way, a little tip, I work at the face is the size of my fist and the clone stamp is the size of my thumbnail. That's why I'm fast. So then I go to there, I'm going to dodge up those eyes because I want to take that little redness out. I'm going to go through the bottom of the iris. I'm going to dodge through here. Dum, dum, dum. Beautiful. This is how Sandra saw her image. Flat stop.
That was less than a minute. I stopped a little late. I was still watching. I was memorized.
Does she need to see more than that to buy that image? No. Okay, sold. It's a beautiful image. Her eyes are connected. She has a beautiful smile. I've taken away the little shadows under her eyes. I've softened her freckles. Her hair looks magnificent. We're a done deal. I've slimmed her in camera. Everything looks great. Now, what I will do is I'll walk into a retoucher and I'll watch them and they'll be here. And I'll be like, is that a bend-on billboard or a Vogue cover? No, it is a viewing portrait. And we do not need to spend 2 hours up on the face doing every little dot on her face. It's ridiculous. You get 1 minute.
So after they do the viewing,
Yes.
do you go back in before you actually have them, like when they pick their images to be
Yes.
printed, do you go back in
Yes.
and get fine-tuning?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is
All right.
based on the fact that the first layer of retouching is already done. And if there is any more to be done, like checking for background lines, anything that's going to distract me, any sharpening, any basic things that will make the print look better, will then get done before it's ordered.
Okay.
Question from Aim High. Could you explain where your source spot is when you're using the cloning tool?
Mm-hmm. If you go to my blog and archive my blog under retouching, some of the images have disappeared. I rang my guy that does the website and he's putting them back on today. But on there is a tuitional video for cloning the face and I show the complete map. So for me, if you look at Sandra's face, her clone map this is her light area, here, 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 and down there. Just like makeup, you apply it in the same way. You clone from this line up under that line there. You clone from here up under that line there. You clone up and down the nose to get that light shape. You clear this space and then you blend out. You clear this space and then you blend up. And then you come down onto these Muppet lines here. Okay, so that is a clone map. You can see me do it. It's a free tuitional video. It's on my blog. I'll repost it if people have trouble finding it. There's also a really cool one for slimming on girls with curves. Yeah, like this.
Meow.
Now grab a screenshot of that, Sandy.
So you remember, I can give it and I can take it away. I could go through a million ways to curve, slim, and contour bodies. But the thing is it's no different. You lasso the entire area, you copy and paste it, you free transform it, you right click, warp it, and then you shape it. And I can, go through a billion ways on dodging, burning the eyes. But again, exactly the same rules apply. I use the same 6 tools in Photoshop, and I don't do anything outside of that.
What do you do when you're converting to black and white?
Oh yes, I desaturate.
Wow. That's simple.
Really?
Do you add any warmth?
Yes.
Like any...
I desaturate, add contrast, 1 stop of red, 1 stop of yellow.
Could you show us one?
Sure.
Sue, by the way, I love in my photos that you got one with my wedding ring. It's like because I love my wedding ring. So I just thought I'd tell you.
Awesome. And I pump as much contrast as I can. If I find that I'm dropping through the eyes here. Sorry.
And then you said you do 1 stop of what? Red and 1 stop of yellow?
Yeah, I do. I do like to soften up my black and whites. It's kind of weird, I know. Look, that is the most shocking way of doing it. I can just hear the internet going, gasp, that's disgusting, but it works for me. Look, I base my Photoshop on speed. And it works. So as long as I'm offering a quality product, I don't need to do lots of fancy stuff to achieve simple things. What I need to do is be efficient and monitor my retouches. When I have retouches in the studio, I make them work on a timer. I want to know what they're doing, when they're doing it, and I want them to be accountable for that time. It is very, very important to me that they're accountable for their time, because I'll find retouchers will get bored and next minute they're on Facebook and it's taken them 20 minutes for an image and it's taking 4 hours to set up a 1 hour shoot. That is not time effective or cost effective or product effective or anything for my business. You are there to retouch a shoot in 1 hour. And I want you to finish it for me in 1 hour. Because at that point it's not sold. The shoot is not sold until the check has been written and given to you and you have a happy client. So at that point I'm paying for your time, your makeup and your retouching to produce a product that hopefully will sell. And I'm not going to do that. No good business person is going to do that by wasting time.
Could you explain a little bit more about what adding that 1 stop of red and yellow actually does in the black and white?
Yeah, to me it's about just taking the coldness out of black and white. I really love the warmth of it. So I really like the warmth. I don't go into sepia, but I definitely don't, have that cold black and white. None of my images have that real cold black and white. They always have a warmth in it. I always put kind of a warm in there. You'll notice, yeah.
Sometimes my images, I feel like when I do them in black and white, they look kind of green.
Yes. Okay.
So what could I do to...
So when you go to your colour wheel in Photoshop, all you have to do to remember your colour wheel is Command B or I don't actually know what the PC version is. Is in your... Let's see, I need to open an image. Beautiful makeup too, TY.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
She's amazing.
When you go to your colour balance, in order to, you think you're too green, is you need to add magenta. So you slide away from green into magenta.
Mm-hmm.
So the perfect light spectrum of white light has a balanced colour wheel of all of those colours. And in order to pull and push through those colours, you need to remove a colour to gain a colour. So it's the weirdest thing to teach people in retouching, because when we used to manually retouch with a brush, in order to neutralise pink acne, we used to retouch it with green. And the same way you would do a birthmark on face with makeup, to neutralise a wine birthmark, you would use green makeup. And the same way that you can colour balance through white light is to take it back to a neutral tone, is to go back and forth in that colour. So if you forget what the colour wheel is, just go Control B or Command B and have a look at the slider, and it just helps you see colour better when you are printing your images. Yeah.
Very important question. I realized that, because sometimes I shoot strobes flash, and I'm shooting at 100 ISO, and then every single wrinkle is like there, and there's so much work. Do you find it makes it easier because you're shooting at higher ISOs, so there's not as much detail?
Also, let's face it, the 24-105 is not the sharpest lens. Plus, I'm usually hand-holding or on a monopod with movement anyway. Plus, I never stop talking, so there is a natural movement. Plus, I'm shooting in natural light with a high ISO. So I'm never going to have pin-sharp images. In fact, I did a show one day and I had all of these huge images all around the wall, and this man walks in, folds his arm, gets this filthy look on his face and goes, so why aren't your images sharp? And I just looked at him and said, oh, I don't like them that way. And yes, I don't get sharp images all the time. I don't. Wow. Yeah. Wow, I don't.
Well, the clients don't care.
Well, they're not sharp. They're just not that pin sharp. Yeah.
Photographers. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a hard case like that, but anyway, seems to work, right?
Do you add any local contrast to the retouched image or contrast adjustments?
No. Well, I do have a vibrant set up from curves in my actions, which darken the blacks, lighten the lights, but not really. I do that, pretty much that's in the raw window. Okay, so what's really important when I work through the raw window is you start at the top and you work your way down. For starters, you can have a look at your custom colour auto as shot, which always looks good. So then I never touch the exposure really, because I'm shooting raw. I'm always within 2 stops, so I'm never really touching my exposure. But I am using the recovery light, especially shooting into the backlight, because see how I can just take that flare straight off the background by using my recovery? I very rarely touch light fill, but if I do, it's only in the backlight shot. So the black's always set at a perfect level. Brightness and contrast are the first thing I move, and I can bring them right down, right up, depending on what I want, and then I open it. So my camera shoots quite contrasty. I'm tending towards removing the contrast to soften the image a little bit than I am to pump it up. And then the irony is once I open it in Photoshop, I start with that base of retouching, and then I often add contrast to plump it a little bit.
Okay, if a client buys the image before it's printed, how much more time will you spend on retouching?
Well, they see the image retouched at the 2-minute mark, and depending on how much it needs will be how much I spend on it. Maybe another 2 minutes, or another 5 minutes, or another 10 minutes if it's something really important that has to be removed.
Okay, thank you. Oh, how often do you calibrate your monitor?
I don't.
I love that you're just
Oh my word! What I did was I sent a test to my lab. My lab sent me beautiful work. I used the Edge in Melbourne, and I said to the Edge, okay, it seems to be a really good colour. You seem to match my colour beautifully. I've never calibrated my screens. And he said, okay. So I said, but you seem to be like a stop darker. So I allow that as an adjustment in my image order, and I send it, but I don't use a calibration.
A lot of people are asking about Lightroom, and do you use it?
Lightroom is a magnificent tool, and if I was back in the big studio shooting 400 portraits a year, I would have Lightroom running in all of my computers. Because I no longer shoot that volume, I'm now doing maybe 1 to 2 shoots a week as myself, because I'm only in Sydney. My brand is only myself. I don't have the 10 staff in Sydney, which you're going to hear about next. So I can manage my own workflow, but you're talking about 25 images. I don't have the quantity of images to do Lightroom, so I never learnt it. And because I'm not a wedding photographer, I don't have the quantity either of adjusting multiple images at one time. However, now that I've been seeing Lightroom, I'm looking at the new Lightroom and how just remarkable it is. And I'm pro Adobe in any form. I've owned every single version of Photoshop, even before it was called Photoshop. And I'm going to go to a Lightroom seminar, and Julianne Cost, I saw her speak at WPPI. She blew me away with her knowledge, and I mean, I do a lot of Photoshop. She just absolutely is amazing, and I'm going to go and probably do one of her seminars and learn it. And but I've just never had the need to have Lightroom, but it is amazing. Everyone's using it now, more than Photoshop.
You talked about swapping eyes.
Yes.
Could you show that, or maybe put a video on your blog if it takes too long? Or
yeah, sure. A really good one would be actually here.
And as you're swapping the eyes on this one, will it be similar to how you would swap out a head?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no. Okay, let's head swap.
And a quick note, folks, if you want Julianne Cost to come on Creative Live to teach Lightroom, send out some tweets.
Holy moly, that woman just is, and you know what, she's kind of looks like a librarian.
She's amazing, yeah.
And then she has the funniest sense of humor, and listening to her is awesome. I really enjoyed her. I announced her at WPPIU, and I'd never seen her talk before. I always sort of considered that a Lightroom discussion would be like pulling teeth, really boring, but you know, I didn't bring a head swap with me. So okay, for a head swap, what I do, I'm gonna head swap Mapu onto Mapu, is I will lasso this area here. Let's say I love the hair blowing on this shot, but we didn't quite get the expression. I'll pick up the face, I'll drop it on, and I can drop my opacity and move it around until I get the level that I want. Once I'm on or close enough, I can right free transform, take my opacity back up, I can free transform, and then I go to my E for eraser, make sure I feather the edge all the way around, turn your layer on and off, make sure that you have got it right before you do it. So I just head swap like that, lasso and drop on. It's the fastest way for me. I told you, it's like all the people that are writing on Twitter right now, I really liked Sue Bryce for 2 days and now I think she's a hack. Yes. Go for it. I'm a hack. I am a hack. I taught myself Photoshop. So I totally hacked it out myself. And then all of a sudden I had a studio with 6 retouches in it, doing 400 portraits a year, and we hacked our way through 400 a year in order to get paid. So I hacked it as much as I possibly could. Hacky. All right. What I actually did with the eye, and let me just put one into position for you so that you understand. This was after our conversation yesterday about the eye being inverted. I'll just create a little inversion there.
Lots of people are applauding you for the hacky.
Yes. Basically, any movement in the eye, any shift in the eye, really all I'm doing is, well, you've got two choices here. You can actually ghost over the eye. Well, no, let's say you can literally pick it up and match eyeballs, right? Or you can, if I go back to here, literally, let's say that eye's a little bit open, we can literally hover over the eye, is 60% cloning on the pupil, and you can just pop it straight over, and that works as well. Your other option is you can lasso through here, lasso, pick up, copy and paste, Control T, warp, and just lift up through the eye here, and just lift a lazy eyelid or a smaller eye, and then just make sure that you replace the direct, replace the direct gaze of the pupil. Yeah. So the idea is that you're lifting this. So, you know, better than a facelift, better than an eye lift is time consuming though, so you don't really want to be doing that. You only want to do it for people with a lazy eye, or if they want their eye fixed. Photoshop questions, go.
Do you ever whiten teeth?
No. Well, no, I don't actually. Americans have really white teeth. I love shooting over here. Everybody here has like super white teeth. I don't really. No. The camera, I kind of shoot quite high key, so I feel like the camera kind of blows out the teeth. Although I've removed braces, and if people have said fill in my tooth or fix my tooth, I will do that.
Questions in the audience? Okay. Let's see. From Rose Jute, you mentioned that using cinnamon toast action from Totally Rad. What do you use that for? And also, we'd say, when in your process do you use that?
What I love about Totally Rad is, let's just open Simona. Tan lines are a really big problem for people in images. And so is discoloration sometimes when the face is a different colour, and Simona's obviously not a very good example of that. But what I would do is I've set up a layer that I call tan lines, and when I hit tan lines, I've put an extra layer on top in cinnamon toast in the centre. And if I take this layer off, cinnamon toast is like a toasty cinnamon colour, but then I've put another layer over the top. So with one button press, I can just go to the top layer and erase back, and I can tan Simona wherever I want to. It's like a spray tan. You know, like I'm basically spray tanning. That's what I'm doing. So that's the hack version, but basically I do that to fill in tan lines. So I just really lightly erase back 10% in white tan lines and bounce it up. If I want to make her darker or take more cinnamon out, I can lighten that cinnamon toast or darken it right up so she's looking really LA and really New York. And then I can darken and desaturate that bottom one to any level that I want. So I've just set up there cinnamon toast, which is a colour shift, and a tan.
I'm sure this will take forever, but if you could just explain, I don't really understand actions. I've never used them.
Sure. Actions are anything that takes more than one button press. So when you go to here, I've got lighter, darker, and vibrant. Now, in order to make this shot lighter without pressing that button, so in order to do it manually, I go Command M and bring up the curves. And then I might lighten it by going one stop lighter there, and I'm lightening the image, correct? Right? So I'm changing the curves, and then I hit OK. Now, when that's something you do all the time, you go in and you record yourself doing that action, and then the next time you want to make it lighter, you just go lighter. Because the idea is that you don't spend time wasting time on going Command M, change the curves. You know, if it's a custom action that you don't use very often, you'd have to go and do it. But I use lighter, darker, and vibrant all the time. So I can open an image straight away and pump more contrast into it, just like that. I can close it down, lighten it up, desaturate it. I can duplicate the image I can desaturate the colour. Anything that I do more than one button press, I have an action for to speed me up. Yeah. Next question.
Just to clarify, this is your own custom actions toolbar?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. We had seen a question from, no, I'm not sure who it was from, but about eyebrows. Do you do the same when you're warping with eyebrows, and where do you?
I don't really get to warp eyebrows. Eyebrows are what I tend to do, because eyebrows will change somebody immediately. If anything, I can shape them, so I can go to my burn-in tool, my brush tool, or any of those things, and at 10% I can fill in eyebrows if there's a gap in them. And if I feel like that they're too big or that they're misshapen, I can definitely do this. If I'm going to give her an eyebrow lift, so if I'm going to lasso this area and shift her eyebrows, I'm going to significantly alter the shape of her face. So I am going to make her look really different by lifting her eyebrows up. So I don't want to change the structure of her face, although I could change the structure of her face dramatically. I could lift her nose up, I could warp her nose flatter, I could warp her nose forward, I could make her cheeks smaller, I could make her chin longer. Why would you do that? Because as soon as you change the face, you've changed the image too much.
A question from Tanya Shields. Can you explain again what one stop lighter and one stop darker means in terms of Photoshop?
Okay, so if I go to Command M, and this is my curves, and if I lift up through the center, I go a stop lighter and darker there. Okay, so that's taking me through the mid-range of my histogram. So basically, it takes the whole image up.
I guess the question is, how much is a stop on Photoshop?
I'm guessing. When I go like this, I go, it's a stop. You know, the same way that you do a stop in your camera.
Right.
It's just like a bang. It's around a stop. It's a little jump. One level. So this is what I call my power session. I have to definitely acknowledge one thing. There are two SUEs. One is the person who takes photographs and illustrates and all of that, and the other one is the one who makes money and creates a business and has a business mind. And I became that person as I got older in life. But I have to acknowledge a couple of things before I move on. I have an attitude of gratitude constantly. I learnt in my life that if I resist it, it does not work. If I hate it, it gets worse for me. If I accept it, if I live in a state of acceptance and gratitude for everything I have, my life not only gets better, it's everything that I have around me is better. I have an attitude of gratitude for everything, even the bad moments in my life that help me realize that I can be a better person if I learn from them. Your attitude dictates your thoughts. Your attitude dictates what you think, and what you think is what you say. What you say is what you do, and your actions define your character. Your character defines your destiny. That is from ancient Greece. It is a pretty basic philosophy. I feel like I make stupid mistakes in my life. I learn from them. I move on, but I'm always trying to have an attitude of gratitude. Resistance, the path of least resistance. Okay, if you're hating shooting weddings, you must stop now. If you think you're going to starve, tell me one thing. If you stopped doing something you hated doing and you jumped into something you did love doing, your life would not only improve, you would flourish because you are no longer resisting what you were doing. I believe in acceptance of yourself, of your body, where you're at. If you've put on weight, accept it. Just say, right now, this is where I'm at. Move on. Because if you resist it, it will get worse. If you resist debt and paying your debt and working your debt off, your debt gets larger. What you think about expands. That applies to your bank account and your ass. All right? What you think about expands. So we must acknowledge the power of the mind. Do you know why? Because 8 years ago, I was a struggling artist. I was a struggling artist that could not make money. I had a really shitty attitude. I always looked at other people and said, I'm better than them. I never had this attitude of gratitude. When I learnt this, it changed my world. And I started to make an income. I started to love what I do. Other people started to love what I do. And I put my values into my work. That is my bottom line. Now, I could talk about attitude for an entire 3-day course just on changing, manifesting, thinking, perception, and an attitude of gratitude. When TY looked at me the other day and she said, I cannot believe I'm standing here from Nigeria. I said, I know, right? How cool is that? She said, no, you don't understand. So, actually I do. Because I can't believe I'm sitting here. Because where I came from is exactly the same. And what I had to go through to get here just astounds me. But I believe, I really wanted to say this, now I can't say it. I just want to say, every single person in this room, in this production, every person that's come here, everybody that's had part of this is so incredible. And the stars aligned, and my beautiful friend Tamara Lucky, who, put me here and introduced me to Craig, and then all the team that come here, it's just been so magical. Everything I do in my life now